recipe. I saw them right now at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. And it's all good. Feel like I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip-off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it and the haters be looking surprised. Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw them right now at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I've been climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
I'm the type of girl that turns logic into optimism. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code, run it again up there. XOX cutthroat code, run it again up there. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do and say that. You got me saying words I've never said. You got me powerless on the edge of your bed. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, say that let's do, say that we're done. Let's do. I'm powerless to you. I'm powerless to you. I know that I want you, and I know that you want me back, and I know that you want me back. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Powerless to you. Powerless to you. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big dude, so I never duck, duck. Just keep my head up and yeah, we going up, up. But don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got. Cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up. But don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got. Good luck, luck. Earning what we got. Cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all, yeah, we give it all, we give it more. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chip away at it and ignore the hate. And now we big time status and it's us for the take. And we eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Make it move, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up. But don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got. Cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up. But don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got. Cause all we do is give it more. come back? Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have felt for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't wanna waste and ride. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say it. Even missing with greatness, space to stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in the rain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have felt for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us.
Ding ding.
Why you just have that look upon your face with the underestimation? It is still yesterday. 'Cause baby, I can fly without you by my side. I can do a whole lot more than just look pretty. I know that it'll take some time to
cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you don't know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine. A big old confidence boost. You never to lose. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment.
them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. And it's all good. Feel like I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it, and the haters be looking surprised. Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw them right down at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I've been climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
वो जो था वो पास्ट में था, वो गया, अब फ्यूचर पे ध्यान देते हैं।
ये डिसीजन गलत ले ली, जिसकी वजह से बहुत खराब हो गया। मेरे को भरोसा है कि इस टीम के साथ मैं ये ट्रॉफी जरूर निकाल सकूंगा।
हम लोग को रियलाइजेशन हुआ कि हम लोग हारने नहीं आए, यहाँ पे हम लोग जीतने आए, जीत गए और कुछ लोगों के हाथ से ट्रॉफी छीन ली।
AKOP जो है को तो कोई जानता ही नहीं है।
There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Football jacket grenade, hands को knock करेगा, trigger को गेम से बाहर करेगा. And the champions, they paying the price with their blood.
Two days before we have our grand finalists for the final frontier, and I believe there is so much drama in for us. Welcome, folks. You are watching the ESL Snapdragon Pro Series. It is week 4, day number 2. I'm Fixes. I'm joined along with Shadow. Before we have the festivities started, Shadow, how are you doing?
I'm doing really good, and like you said, only 2 days remain. So many teams are still under the pressure because few big names are still there who have not made it inside the top 16. So I think today's day is going to be super important, and I think I'm excited for all that bullseye target which few teams are having behind their backs.
And we're going to see that right off the bat, aren't we? Because Hero Extreme Godlike, they are just hunters on the prowl at this very moment. They do not care who is in front of them. They are just going for bodies and taking them down for good. So many clutches, so many awesome memories are created by Hero Extreme Godlike for their fans and for the team itself. But it's not about them anymore because they have pretty much secured their berth, Shadow. We are talking about the race to top 16. At least 8 teams have almost solidified their position in the top 16, but the fight still is on for the remainder 8. And there are so many competitors. And yesterday, we saw so many of those teams finally having a little bit of that bounce back. Cincinnati Kids, even 8-Bit had a very good day in the office. Wildfang secured their berth. We also talk about Diesel, Genesis, everyone putting their hearts out. So today is one of those days we really do not know what to expect.
100%, because even Phoenix Esports, they also had a really good day yesterday. They got a chicken dinner for themselves and they propelled themselves from the 23rd spot to the 18th spot, so very close to the top 16. So Phoenix Esports do stand a very high chance of coming in the top 16 if they have a really good day number 2 as well.
They do. Ending the day on a good note, getting a chicken dinner, we give them that little bit of a confidence. But this is the tendency with Phoenix Esports that we have witnessed lately. They get a chicken dinner, the next game, they absolutely vanish from the face of the earth. So today, the challenges are for them. I think there's no second chances after this. If you have to stage that comeback, you have to do it in the 3 matches that you have to play. Otherwise, I don't think there's any possible chances tomorrow. Now, given the fact that there are so many teams that have already qualified, now this is also going to bring another factor, whether or not if they're going to go all out, all aggressive, or are they going to still play their natural game?
I think they should go all aggressive. Just go for those average placement points and try getting those 4 finishes at the very start of the game. But all these teams, they are fighting for the moolah, the prize money, which is going to be 50 lakh rupees for the team who comes on the top, who becomes the champion of our Snapdragon Pro Series. The second placing team will get 20 lakh rupees. Third placing team will get 8 lakh rupees. Fourth placing team will get 5 lakh rupees. Even the team who comes on the 16th spot will get something out of the major chunk.
They certainly will. And we have been talking about individual accolades, of course, 50,000 rupees for the MVP. Then we've got certain prize pools added even for teams having the highest finishes. And then we've also got some individual highest finishes prizes as well. Everything is stated down below. But I really want to get back to the conversation, because when I had a quick gander at the overall standings, till Orangutan, we can say that they've crossed over that 200 marker. We have been constantly talking about that threshold, that cutoff, and somewhere assuming it's 200 plus. All these 8 teams in front of us, Hero Extreme, Godlike, Versatile, Godstrain, Aiku Soul, Bodami Esports, Reckoning, Wildfangs, and OG, they have secured their berth. I still feel like the teams below OG, at least the next 4, they still have a upper advantage in this. But at the same time, Shadow, it's so difficult to really come into conclusion, because a little bit of a slip up and everything just vanishes.
That I do agree. That one bad game and you can be at the bottom of the leaderboard. So many possibilities are there. But I'm impressed on the first pitch, if we talk about, I'm impressed by the jump which Godstrain and Bot Army Esports have taken. Because if you remember, in week number 1, both these teams were really struggling and they were not in top 16. But the way Godstrain got those 3 chicken dinners, and after that Bot Army also getting the hat trick, they are looking so consistent and confident in the overall ranking.
They indeed are. And we were talking about Carnival Gaming, Wingod, even Josh Shelley. They have already breached through that 190 marker, just a little shy of touching 200. But at the same time, Gujarat Tigers, we know fate has always betrayed them. They've always been in this situation to eventually bottle at the very end. Now, even the discussion comes around Red Ross. Not really the kind of performance that we had expected from their side. Same goes with Revenant X-Park. Having a couple of those early good finishes, but towards the end, lacking severely to finish the game with a chicken dinner or with a lot of points. They are also the ones that we have to look out for, and specifically them, because this is a team stacked up with champions. They have won back-to-back officials, and now looking at them struggle like this kind of fills my heart with a lot of pain and agony. But then you've got Team Empire, Phoenix, everybody. I think it's just that final breath before it ends, and you have to go all out. I think Team Empires and Phoenix are really on the route to do that.
Oh, of course. Even Do or Die, they are also in the contestation. Everything depends on day number 2 for the plus of Do or Die, because yesterday, yes, they had good amount of points, total 31 points, which they accumulated yesterday. So if they continue the same run today as well, there is still a slight hope for the plus of Do or Die to make it inside the top 16. And minus 40, Team Tamilas, Legit Esports, RGC, I think chances for them to qualify for the challenge finals are already very slim. Even if they get a big winner chicken dinner, even then also, I don't think Team Tamilas and minus 40 can make it inside the top 16.
It's pretty much their last dance, isn't it? Because no matter, even if one of these teams pull off something like what Godstrain did, or Bodami Esports did, or even Aiku Soul, still, I think the target is beyond their reach at this point. Getting 90 points in a matter of just 6 games is next to impossible. Ideally, mathematically, it's possible, but their form has been speaking otherwise. But then again, if teams like Team Empire, Phoenix, and you've got the likes of Medal, all of these teams step up, and so as to bring in 8-Bit and Cincinnati Kids also into this conversation, then there could be that possibility. We know, we have seen miracles happen in SPS this time around. And every week there has been one of those teams that has managed to get those back-to-back chicken dinners. In fact, 3 in quick succession. So Bodam Esports has done this. Godstrain has achieved this feat. And same goes with IQSOL. So we're waiting for a team that impresses us today. And it has always begun from day 2. So fingers crossed.
Of course, day number 2 is always a day for comeback for so many teams, and I like you said, 8-Bit could be that team to propel themselves in the top 16, because if you remember yesterday also, they had a really good day. They accumulated total of 28 points. As compared to Cincinnati Kids, I think 8-Bit still had a better day on day number 1. So there is a very high chance for Hidden Ones and 8-Bit. If they continue the same run, they can be in the top 16. And because 8-Bit, especially Mafia, is looking so promising, the way he is getting those opening frags, and if Omega also steps up, I think 8-Bit will be looking in the top 16.
Fingers crossed for 8-Bit, because at this point, both for Cincinnati Kids and for 8-Bit, there's literally no room for error. One match you slip up, you do not get any points out of that game, you're pretty much done. I think that will be enough to just deal that death blow and you lose hope, and then you will just be playing like headless chicken. So we would want all these teams to be putting their A game forward, and that's the way with BGMI, right? Somebody wins, somebody loses. And not everybody can get the chicken dinner or with high finishes. So it's going to be interesting to see with what sort of an approach they come up with. What I presume is they're going to start a little bit slow, try to get a chicken dinner, and then going forward, as if that game gets converted in their favor, they'll continue that style of play. Otherwise, we might see all these teams going all guns blazing, all out.
There is a possibility, but there were few teams also yesterday, Fixes, which faced a downfall in the overall standings, like Myth Official. They had such a good run in week number 3, and yesterday by just getting 9 points, they were so close to being in the top 16. After week number 3, they were sitting at the 18th spot, and now Myth Officials, I don't think they are looking that confident to make it inside the top 16, because yesterday was a super important day for Myth also.
This was one of those conversations Necro and I were having, where we were under the impression that all these teams that have been relatively new into the scene in comparison to the others, to the old dogs, or the ones that have soaked in that pressure, know how to play under it. I think Myth Officials fell a little short there. Because for Myth Official, again, we've seen them in a couple of official tournaments in those early phases, but nothing promising out of them. And this time around, they came in with a lot of hope, and they earned their spot. It's not like it was gifted or they were invited or something. So maybe we had our hopes a little high, considering we saw them perform in those initial weeks. But slowly and surely, as the teams got conditioned to how Myth Official likes to play, that is where that self-doubt happened. And I feel like that's the reason behind their fall.
Even Team Empire is also facing a certain downfall in their performance, because they were looking so confident. Even RGC, the way this team was performing in the open finals, but I think for RGC it's already done and dusted. Their chances of qualifying are very less, but still there is a hope for the plus of Team Empire. I don't know why they are engaging in those bad fights, because few mistakes are definitely there from the side of Team Empire. It's only Ace from their side who's performing really good. Rest 3 players are really struggling.
Yeah, they certainly are, but we've been talking a lot about 8-Bit, and Heavy have their team card as to how they have performed so far in the Snapdragon Pro Series. You could see Mafia being the one carrying the torch over here, 34 finishes for this young lad, but Omega falling a lot shy there, 24 finishes for him, and Ash has been missing 30 games, 16 finishes. Of course, we do understand that he's the IGL. He's not supposed to be the one getting all those frags done. But so far has been the case where even IGLs have to step up as assaulters and have to deliver. And this is where this leads me into thinking, if Oasis is back into the roster, do 8-Bit experiment a little bit? Do they get Madre coming into play? Because last I remember, in fact, one of their players, Termi, I believe, it was Termi. So if they can get Termi to come into play, I know Termi's got that assault power. If Oasis can be the brains, he can get the job done. Because lately, even Oasis as an assaulter, you can see even the stats dictate that he's played lesser number of matches, still has contributed more in terms of finishes to the team. If they can sit back a little and go ahead with Termi, things could work out. But that comes at a cost. Experimentation is the key word. Are they willing to experiment? Are they willing to gamble here?
At this stage, with only 6 games remaining, I think it's way too much to ask for to experiment. Had they tried experimenting in the previous week, that would have worked for the cluster of 8-bit. Because if you remember, when Termi was playing in the roster, he was getting those opening frags. Statistically speaking, Termi was getting good amount of finishes as well. So that could have been a boon for the entire team of 8-bit. But I think experimenting at this stage with only 6 games remaining, I think Obeys should stick to the team, or as already they have got the synergy built up. So... and let's leave everything on luck.
I think that's a nice point that you brought up, that the synergy between these four is what led them to have such a nice run in the recently held official. So that could also come into account, and they know how to handle the pressure. Team Forever, or currently known as 8-bit, they had been quite stellar then. But things aren't really looking that great for them now. But another team that has not been facing any issues lately, or any issues at all during the SPS. They've had quite a smooth sail. Just look at those finishes on these men over here. S-Power, 60 finishes for this lad. Raiden, he has been such an underdog. He's been such a talent, and it's clear that he gets overshadowed by the likes of Somraj, Aquanox, and S-Power. But 45 finishes for this lad, he kind of has left Aquanox wanting for more.
Well, certainly. The entire team of VXT has been looking super confident from the very first game. Because if you remember, the very first game which they played was a map of Sanhok, where they got 31 points, total of 51 points, just one day. And that gave the morale boost, the confidence boost which VXT needed, if at all they needed. So that game definitely gave all that to VXT. And one thing which I like about VXT is they're never in the experiment zone. They always stick to the basics. They always go for the similar rotations. But recently, they have been going for the hunt against the players of Vasista. I'm sure Vasista is not going to be happy at all.
And, you know, we've got so many questions on mind, so many targeting being done, Versatile being targeted. Let's just head over to an interview with the Hindi desk where we've got Somraj with us.
का दिन थोड़ा हेक्टिक हो गया था आपके लिए. कल गॉडलाइक पीछे पड़ी हुई थी पूरा टाइम.
जवाब दो ना.
जवाब दो, कैसा कल क्या हुआ, क्या है?
खुद नहीं समझ में आ रहा था कि गॉडलाइक कहाँ से आ जा रही थी. मतलब गॉडलाइक का भी ऑब्वियसली क्वालिफिकेशन सिक्योर्ड है, हमारा भी सिक्योर्ड है. हम तो अपना अलग सा टारगेट कुछ कर रहे थे
पता है
टीम को, पर हम देख रहे थे कि गॉडलाइक भी आ जा रही कहीं ना कहीं से. मतलब वो तो ऐसे फ्री हैंड ही खेली थी, कुछ भी करे जा रही थी, कभी नॉर्थ, कभी साउथ, कभी ईस्ट, कभी वेस्ट. तो मेरे को समझ में नहीं आ रहा था और हमारा इंटरेक्शन हो जा रहा था.
यू नो सॉम, मैं एक बार ना वो ESL इंडिया का वो देख रहा था इंस्टाग्राम, उसमें एक फोटो थी तुम्हारी ट्रॉफी के साथ. तुम तो खड़े थे ट्रॉफी के साथ, 3 और लोग थे. मतलब गमला भी था, पुकार भी था. मतलब ऐसा लग रहा है कि दे मिसिंग द सोमराज मैजिक. बोल ना आराम से, आंखें बंद कर.
जो मेरे साथ चले उनका मैंने अच्छा सोचा, अच्छा किया है, और जो छोड़े और मेरा बुरा करना चाहे तो उनका भुगतना होगा.
और जिस तरीके से आप उनको भुगता रहे हो, बिकॉज कल कभी तुम 7 नहीं जाते हो, तुम्हारा नॉर्मल जो रहता है. हमने देखा हाल ही में एरंगल में यशनाय भी घूम रहे हो भाई, बीच बीच में चक्कर काटते हुए, वशिष्ठा को ढूंढते हुए. क्या हो रहा है ये?
हाँ, कल उन्होंने ब्रेन गेम्स अच्छा खेला. हमने पहला मैच देखा कि वो लोग यशनाय कूदे थे. फिर हम लोग तीसरा मैच ऐसा दिमाग में मेरा था कि इनको तो पता रहे कि हम लोग आ रहे हैं यशनाय, तो लोग चेंज करेंगे. और फिर आखिर में तो मेरा ही रिफ्लेक्शन है थोड़ा, तो हम समझ सकते हैं उसका माइंड. तो पचिंकी, आखिर में वो पचिंकी जाना था और वो पचिंकी गया. तो हम लोग तब भी एक बार चेक कर लिए, खाली ड्रॉप से नहीं. फिर आखिर हम लोग पचिंकी गए. फिर हम लोग देखे कि इतनी सारी टीम्स का फाइट हो रहा है उधर पे. हम लोग सबको इग्नोर करके हमारा एक ही जो टारगेट था उसको ट्राई किए सप्रेस करने का.
सप्रेस तो आपने काफी बेहतरीन तरीके से किया था कल. लास्ट एंगल में भी यू गाइस वर इन्वॉल्वड इन अ फाइट, फिर एक थर्ड पार्टी हुआ, यू गाइस हैड टू इवेड. लेकिन अभी विद योर क्वालिफिकेशन सिक्योर्ड, आपका क्या यही टारगेट रहने वाला है कि चलो ठीक है, लेट्स टेक द बिगर कंपटीशन आउट व्हाइल दे आर स्टिल डाउन?
हमारा ये था कि पहले अपना क्वालिफिकेशन सिक्योर करना, और फिर जो टीम्स हमारी ड्रॉप पे आती है, जो जिनसे थ्रेट थोड़ा सा भी रहता है, उनको हटा दो. सिंपल एंड क्लियर. क्योंकि फाइनल्स हमें एक कंफर्टेबल स्पॉट से खेलना है, जो हमारा ड्रॉप एक्चुअली में था। ये नहीं इधर से उधर हम लोग हर समय घूमते रहते हैं, डायनामिक ड्रॉप तो हमारा रहता ही है, वही वर्कआउट कर जाता है। पर इस बार था कि अपना जो मेन प्राइमरी ड्रॉप है उसको सिक्योर कर लो पहले।
गुड प्लानिंग। कोई एक ऐसी टीम जो कि आप चाहते हो कि फाइनल्स तक आए, जो कि अभी 16 के बाहर है एंड कोशिश कर रही है?
इसकी मीडिया ट्रेनिंग करनी पड़ेगी।
या ट्रू।
ट्रू। सो हाँ, अभी रीसेंट चैंपियंस RNTX का मैं गेम देख रहा हूँ और मैं देख रहा हूँ कि अगर वो कुछ अलग सा खेले, मतलब चैंपियन टीम है, एक्सपीरियंस है, अंडर प्रेशर अभी वो थोड़ा होंगे, तो इस प्रेशर को कैसे अच्छे से यूज करेंगे मैं वो देखना चाहता हूँ कि वो कर पाते कि नहीं। और अभी टारगेटिंग वारगेटिंग होगा तो मेरे को पता नहीं, तो मैं उनका गेम देखता हूँ, मुझे उनका गेम पसंद है, तो मैं चाहता हूँ कि वो भी आए।
Fair enough. I mean, but Somraj, thank you so much for this lovely interview. Best of luck आज के मैचेस के लिए। उम्मीद करेंगे एक बार फिर से आपकी टीम हमको नंबर 1 पे नजर आए, बिकॉज एट दिस पॉइंट आपका टारगेट तो मेरे को वही लग रहा है, फर्स्ट पे क्वालिफाई करना है। चलो बेस्ट ऑफ लक।
Thank you.
A man who speaks quite less, but I'm pretty sure that silence spoke in volumes there. A lot of bad blood against Vasista Esports, and I feel like he's taken it to heart that he's not going to let them see the days of the grand finals. But of course, some thoughts on Revenant X Park. I think, the grades respecting each other. He realizes that Revenant X Park are such an amazing team to watch out for. How do you feel about their sentiments of whether they're going to target Revenant X Park or not? Will they though, Shadow?
I think Somraj has a very clear target that they are going to target the players of Team Vasista and make sure they don't qualify. Because if you remember yesterday, in every single game, VXT was going up against the players of Team Vasista and Hero Extreme Godlike was going up against VXT. So this trifactor, I'm already loving it. I don't want Revenant X Park to also jump into this trifactor.
We had to be the gossip queens yesterday. I went in and searched around what could be the possible reason. And the only common link that I could find between Versatile and Hero Extreme Godlike was his power. And we know before all of this happened, all the switches happened, there were heavy rumors that S-Power might be heading over towards Hero Extreme Godlike. He did not go there. He rather chose Versatile. And could that be the case? Why Hero Extreme Godlike are going after Versatile? I mean, we do not know. Maybe we'll get to know once Hero Extreme Godlike makes it to the LAN. But what we do know is that we've got the schedule in front of us. And it brings me great joy to say that we're going to be starting off with Groups A and C. Now, when I'm talking about Groups A and C, in A, we have Hero Extreme Godlike, and in Group C, we do have Revenant X Park, Erangel, Miramar, Erangel. I think it's going to be a lot of fun tonight.
And also a little hope for the players of Revenant X Park, because yesterday they played on those off maps. So maybe there is a possibility of Revenant X Park to stage that comeback which they are looking for in the map of Erangel, Miramar or Erangel. That could be a possibility even for the players of Cincinnati Kids as well, because these three maps are a possibility for Cincinnati also to stage a comeback. But God's Train, Bot Army Esports are already looking so fantastic in the overall ranking. I would love to see even God's Train to go for the hunt, because they are not doing so.
Of course, we've got a little bit of those rivalries. We've witnessed God's Train actually trying to bully the players of Bot Army Esports. I would love to see Bot Army Esports answering back, because at this point, they also understand the gravity of the situation. God's Train, a rather more experienced team, and when it comes down to performing in LANs, God's Train has done that in the past. At least that roster of God's Train has already accomplished such feat. And when you look at Bot Army Esports, there have been multiple moments where God's Train have been going after them, have been trying to hunt them down, thwart them out from military base, and all of it. Today is the day where we would love to see Bot Army Esports answer back like they did in those initial weeks. Don't you think, Shadow?
I would love to see that. Even Team Jelly also used to chime in few of the times. If you remember, in the very first week, these three teams used to go up against each other. But we also have the plus of Team Wildfangs. And if you remember yesterday's game of Miramar, there were few questions being raised, because what was Trace God doing in the compounds of Team Tamilas, then Sef being there where Team Tamilas and Genix FN were also taking a fight against each other. So I had a talk with Sensei also, and Sensei told me that there were few communication issues. Sef actually went to take take a fight against the players of Team Tamilas to get that revenge. But eventually he gave a call which was being misunderstood by the teammates, and they decided to back off. And where the remaining teammates were there, they couldn't provide the necessary cover fire to Seth, and eventually he also got eliminated. So few issues are still there among the players of Wildfangs.
That doesn't matter. Whatever comms issue they have, whatever has been going on, it still is a matter of fact that they have secured that golden ticket. They've crossed over that 200 points marker. Unless and until disaster strikes, I don't see Wildfangs not making it inside of the grand finals. Unless and until all these teams bounce back, everybody crosses 200 points marker, which is very less likely to happen. So as things stand, Wildfang for now, they have made the cut. Nothing really troubling them. They could further go on exploring themselves a little more, even in the greener pastures right now. As folks, we head on to the first game of the evening, and that could say so much about what we are going to be expecting from today. A lot of those rivalries already brewing up. The biggest one, of course, has to be Hero Extreme Godlike going after Revenant X Spark. Now, this is something that we all want to witness as the flight path trajectory all the way from shooting range towards Susnovka military base.
I just want to see if anyone is going to change their drop location, because if that happens, that is going to make things so much interesting. I'd rather just go directly to the drop location of Hero Extreme God, like a Revenant X-Pac or any other team, and try taking a head-on fight from the very start of the game. But for now, we have the players of Team Red Ross. They are going all the way toward the side of Sivernus, and Skane and Esports are not there, and they're sitting this one out. Diesel Esports, even they are also struggling. For now, they are going to their normal home ground, which has been Zarki. But I want to see where Hero Extreme Godlike and Revenant X-Pac, they are heading.
Yeah, they are definitely heading, and at this point, it's going to be interesting to see what happens next, because for Revenant X-Pac, ideally, they would want to take over the Yasnaya Polyana region, and for that, they need vehicles. And the good thing so far is they have avoided any sort of an early skirmish, and they've found vehicles. But for Bot Army Esports, it's interesting because they have also dropped down right beside them. Ideally, we've seen them head across towards the military base, and they have been avoiding these fights. I think this also comes down to the fact that maybe they're preparing for the LAN. Maybe they're trying to do something different, because during the LAN, you would not want to be taking constant 4v4s right off the get-go against GDR, which is a team that has been performing so well. As for GDR, they are quite safe and dandy around the military base, but Hidden Ones could always be a mystery to them. Because Hidden Ones, there have been moments we have seen, they have sometimes just gone in for that direct slam in, they have been sneaky, they have been assassins. And this is what we had predicted. Look at that movement coming in for Hero Extreme Godlike. They want to bridge camp the players of Revenant X-Pac, and seems like an early collision is on its way, Shadow.
I really want Shadow to be anticipating that sort of a situation from the side of Hero Extreme God. Like, maybe they have a plan B. If not, then this is not going to go very well for the plus of Team Revenant X-Pac, because Hero Extreme God, like, they still have those basic resources, basic weaponry, which they need to take an early 4v4 fight against the plus of Revenant X-Pac. So I think Shadow is prepared for that, because if you look at the rotation which is coming from the side of Revenant X-Pac, instead of going directly to the bridge, they are going for a complete northern rotation towards the city of Yasnaya. But Bot Army Esports, even they are in a pickle against the plus of Team Reckoning Esports. As Monty is trying to find some sort of connection, but he is the one to be knocked out, and instant confirmation also coming in.
Oh yeah, this is lovely stuff. And this is what you're supposed to be expecting from a team like Reckoning. And they have unleashed themselves. They've got no fear. They've also earned their spot in the grand finals. So they might as well do whatever on earth they indeed do. Because at this point, for Reckoning, ideally we've seen them heading over a little towards those extremities of the eastern parts of the map. But this time, the flight path trajectory did not help their cause. So they do not care. Drop down at Georgie. Are just going hunting after bodies, but this is a fight that we have been talking about as Shadow opens things up. Punk already done and dusted. Hero Extreme Godlike coming in to take a fight, and seems like Revenant X-Pac so far have been the better one. Zap, he's been completely surrounded. You've got Joker from one side. He's inflicting so much of that hurt, so much of that pain, but seems like, there you go, Hero Extreme Godlike. They are being battered, they are being bruised, and now it is going to be an insult for the current table toppers as Zap. This looks, oh my god, so bad. They're going to put him down. Are they going to fist him? Oh my god. This Shadow, what is going on? The emotes, the disrespect is unreal.
It's just adding insult to the injury. Hero Extreme Godlike, yes, they're the table toppers. I just want to see how they're going to take the revenge of this, because a team like Hero Extreme Godlike is not going to take this so very well. They are going to go for the revenge in the next game. I'm very sure of that. But we have also situations still brewing between the players of Reckoning and Bot Army Esports. Both these teams are for sure qualifying for the challenge final. So this is just a normal fight for them where Gravity has been knocked out and Scary Jot is trying to get confirmation point. But Hero Extreme Godlike, I wonder how the remaining two players are going to, what they are going to do in the remaining game.
I mean, I'm starting to wonder what is going to happen in the next two games that are yet to happen. But for now, Bot Army Esports in a little bit of a situation over here as Devotee finds some means of escape, does manage to get that knock onto its Viper. As Bot Army Esports, they've already gotten that one finish, but Reckoning, the climb is going to be quite steep, and it is going to be filled with so much hurdles. As one after the other, everybody has been dismantled, and so goes Dionysus. As Bot Army Esports does not matter if it's not their drop, but they were the smarter ones. They took over the high grounds, and as a result of which, got tremendous advantage in that fight and capitalized on the situation as Reckoning departs from the lobby.
Certainly, Reckoning, yesterday they had such a fantastic day. They're already in the top 10 for sure, making it to the challenge finals. But this time, like you said, Bot Army Esports, they were trying to experiment something. They were trying to prepare themselves for the challenge finals. And that could be the reason for the change in the drop location. And this time, it did work out in their favor. Yes, they lost on to Monty because Monty was in a 1v3 situation, being in the same compound as the players of Reckoning. That didn't really go well with him. But all in all, I think Bot Army Esports, the plan which they had is for now working for them, as the circle is also benefiting the players of Bot Army.
Yes, it indeed is. Because now Bot Army Esports, they've gotten that early sport vibe. Pretty sure will instill them with a lot of confidence moving on ahead. And these are the fights they have to be prepared for, especially when the conditions would be quite different when you're playing your LAN. And I'm pretty sure it should be the first LAN that Bot Army Esports would be attending, and one of the biggest LANs of this year. So really excited to see them perform. But when you take a look at -40, got to feel little for them, especially a team that rightfully earned their spot from the open finals. They have been nothing but stellar. But so far, the challenge season has been too much for them. So it seems.
-40, yes, I do agree. The struggle has been there. But I still feel that Spider and Nishu, they are performing decent from the side of -40. The major struggle is from the remaining two players. But I'm sure next time, whenever we are going to see -40, they are going to look so much stronger. But look at that, what is really happening. Revenant X-Park is going for the hunt against the players of Team Hero Extreme Godlike towards the school apartments. The whole cavalry of Revenant X-Park is there. And Hero Extreme Godlike, they are outnumbered in this one.
Repaying the favor in kind, aren't they? Revenant X-Park, a team never really forgets, always remembers. They gotta clear their dues, they gotta clear their debts. If Hero Extreme Godlike did intervene their city, their drop location, surely now Revenant X-Park would want to answer back, and they want all the heads. Jonathan slithering through the rooms, and he's trying to find a cheeky spot for himself as Revenant X-Park just swarming through the apartment areas. And still, they're on the hunt, they're on the prowl. At this point, Revenant X-Park have no idea as to where Jonathan is. Admino will be quick in providing some aid. At least they have rallied their forces. A 2v4 situation for Revenant X-Park as they check every nook and crannies, building after building. But again, these areas are quite tricky. These areas are quite treacherous. One misstep like this, what Spray God's doing, could prove quite fatal. A grenade comes in. Pretty drop down a little bit low as Admino, he has to face the forces. He has to face the wrath of Revenant X-Park. 1 against 3 situation. Jonathan trying to provide that cover fire. Admino trying to lure them out towards the rooftop as the grenade goes sailing in. As Admino, he answers back, and so will Jonathan as well. And suddenly, piece after piece, Revenant X-Park, they're on the verge of a collapse. In the blink of an eye, Shadow, they are down to their final 2.
But there's still hope as Shadow finds a knock on to Jonathan. But wait a second, Admino also comes in, and Revenant X-Park on the verge of elimination. Spray God has already been eliminated. 1v1 between Admino. Let's see if Admino can clutch it out. Revenant X-Park, they came for the hunt, and seems like they're getting hunted. Hero Extreme got like that nade which came from the side of Jonathan was so pivotal and so important. What just happened to Revenant X-Pac?
Oh my god. A blunder. No other way to put this one through, because Hero Extreme Godlike, they have already qualified. But question marks on Revenant X-Pac, and all they have managed to get so far is just 3 points out of this game. Really isn't going to make the cut if they lay on their egos at this point. A 1v1 situation nonetheless, but such a well set up fight by Admino and Jonathan. One player luring the other out while Jonathan cooked up that grenade, as now Admino, surely the better assaulter amongst the two, trying to cut off any means of escape for Shadow at this point. And this is a stalemate situation. Who makes that first movement? And by the looks of it, Shadow barely has an HP to play around. Literally on 20%, and a little chip is enough to thwart him out of the lobby.
The main question is, was it required for the players of Team Revenant X-Pac to go towards the side of school apartments? Initially, they got 2 finish points onto the players of Team Hero Extreme Godlike. I think Shadow should have understood the gravity of the situation, and they should have played their normal game instead of going for the hunt. Because they are in dire need of those points. Hero Extreme Godlike, they have already qualified for the Challenge Finals. One wrong decision and Revenant X-Pac, maybe they won't make it inside the top 16, because this was such an important day for them.
I do not know what to make out of this situation. But so far, what it looks like is Shadow, he's back at full HP almost. Let me know, he's got that trend ready. Throws it out. To no avail though, as Shadow constantly switching places, constantly moving around, as Admino really unsure of where to throw that next grenade. He's got a lot of util to play around. He still has one Molotov, another grenade after this, but seems like he wants to get the job done with this one. Massive amount of damage inflicted onto Shadow, but Shadow, he's got to be the one rescuing his team. He's got to get as many points, as much as he can muster from this situation. As he takes a leap, jumps down from the window. Admino knows exactly what's up on the chase right now. As Shadow still playing around the wall, just hugging it to dear life. See those pixels coming out, and smart maneuver from Admino, trying to block Shadow's escape from one of that direction. And now that grenade lobbed into perfection, or maybe it wasn't. A little shy, but Shadow is completely surrounded, completely cornered, as Admino trying to toy around with his prey. Shadow comes out in the open, takes a couple of shots. Of course, Admino has got the better weaponry, and now they have to fight it till death.
Yeah, they have to. A cat and mouse chase is going on, as Admino is not leaving those hard covers, and Shadow is also trying to find some sort of connection onto Admino. It is so important for Shadow to clutch at this moment to win this 1v1 battle against Admino, but Admino comes victorious, and Revenant X-Pac getting eliminated on the 15th spot with just 3 points to their name, and Admino adding insult to the injury with that emoji.
Oh my god, take a bow, you young lad, Admino. What a play that was. What a moment that was, and lets the world know that this Hero Extreme Godlike isn't the ones to be phasing back from a fight. They are the ones that can rescue themselves from the worst of their nightmares and usher in to a phase of glory. This is what Hero Extreme Godlike have accomplished. Quite a bitter story for Revenant X-Pac. Must be fuming at this point. Huge errors being made, and Shadow at this point, I want to make this loud and clear. If Revenant X-Pac, if they do not make it inside of the grand finals, where does the buck stop?
This was so unrequired. It was not at all required for Revenant X-Pac to go towards the side of school apartments. They should have I understand that you're angry, you're getting targeted, you want to take that revenge, but first of all, qualification should have been your priority instead of going for that ego fight against the players of Hero Extreme Godlike. In Yasna, I understand Godlike came for the fight and you handled that situation so perfectly. But after that, going towards the side of school apartments was not required at all. I don't know, Revenant X Park, I really want them to qualify for the challenge finals, because if that happens, this rivalry is going to continue to the LAN, and that is going to make things so interesting for the entire audience and us casters as well.
Now that's the big question, right? Do they make it from here on? Right now at the 13th spot, and let me remind the viewers once again, a lot of the teams breathing down their necks. And for Revenant X Park, if they do not come out with a biggie in the next two, then it is pretty much done so. But we know what to expect. Hero Extreme Godlike will be on the hunt once again. Now the question lies, do Revenant X Park change their drop location? Do they go elsewhere? Or are they going to go back to their same ways as Hidden Ones, taking over the central compounds of Pochinki, and will go uncontested? As for Wild Fangs, they can do whatever they want on the face of the earth at this point, but still not over that fight we witnessed, Shadow. So hard for me to process why Revenant X Park would take such a risk.
Just imagine how it is going to affect their mental for the remaining two games. Because it was an outnumbered fight for the plus of Hero Extreme Godlike. Revenant X Park had the numbers advantage. How it is going to affect their mental? Can they cope up from that situation and start a new leaf, turn a new leaf for the next two games? Because if that doesn't happen, the entire day will be a waste for the players of Revenant X Park. They really need to stage a comeback. The next two games are super important for Revenant X Park, and I don't know, this was not required. I think even the players of Revenant X Park also regret their decision at this point. But coming back to the game, we have the players of Team Tamilas at this point. Even Team Tamilas are also struggling, and seems like their struggle is still continuing since week number 2. Week 3 also didn't go in their favor. It was only week number 1 where Team Tamilas performed decently.
Yeah, of course. I mean, at this point, given what has happened to Team Tamilas, it is safe to say that no matter how much they grind it through, this is a team that we're not going to be seeing. And no excuses can make up for it. It's not like they had just 5 to 10 games to play. They had freaking 36 games. And out of which they failed to show up in majority of them. They failed to show up in the ones that mattered. And they again need to rethink their approach. Officials also knocking on the door, so need that hard reset. As of now, Myth officials have taken some early casualty. Red Ross, another team that we will be on the lookout for, because even their qualification is on the line over here. A team that performed so well those initial stages of the tournament are now struggling, fighting against their own demons, doubting themselves. Really did not have a great day in the office yesterday, but still in the race. 177 points is where they're sitting at the 14th spot. Surely at least need around 8 to 10 points. Feel happy about themselves.
And I think they can easily get those average points in this game, because if you look at the position where Red Ross are at this point, they've got the entire Northern control. The only team which can be an ugly thorn for them could be the players of Team Myth officials. But Myth, they've already lost on to one of their players, so they don't have the numbers. But towards the Pochinki Church, we also have the players of Team Orangutan, and OG has been doing really well. They are super consistent since week number 1, and previously it was Veron who was playing with the team. Now it's again Atanki, and seems like the team is still doing decent. Not just decent, but really good at this point. And even Hidden Ones, they are also towards the side of Pochinki. For Hidden Ones, this game is important because OG, they've got nothing to lose. So Hidden Ones, they need to pick the battles very carefully.
They have to. For Hidden Ones, given the position, 148 points at the 20th spot. But imagine they pull off back-to-back chickens and suddenly they get themselves right back into the race. Anything is possible. And miracles also needed from Cincinnati Kids. Again, still a little bit crippled. Bodami Esports do not have the man advantage, but surely have the same fire. Already having eliminated Reckoning earlier on into this game, they look quite confident. But now they're quite smart. They realize that it's better to let the other team push rather than being the ones aggressing, rather than being the ones being proactive. They've decided to be reactive in the situation. Of course, Cincinnati Kids, they might have the numbers, but the form definitely not swaying their way.
Yeah, of course. Cincinnati have been struggling, but looking at the circle, it has taken a northern shift and it is favoring the players of Team Genix FM and Diesel Esports heavily. Even the players of Do or Die can also benefit heavily in this one because they're trying to migrate from the eastern side. They need to avoid the players of Team OG and just focus on a better position. But seems like OG is keen on picking that fight against the players of Team Do or Die. And if that happens, I think Edwina can also do a third party. Even Diesel can also do a third party. But for now, Team Tamilas, as they're trying to migrate inside the circle, seems like Myth are not giving them the safety. But what just happened? Just Wildfangs and Godson are also engaging in a fight.
Yeah, I saw Wildfangs getting a lot of those finishes there, and there you have it. Just as we speak of, God's Rain wiped off from Erangel already as they depart. As we take a look, Oxen, the final player surviving as Red Ross. They go in for the breach. They've had enough. They've done already heavy lifting, everything needed. And there you have it, Oxen. He's been dealt with, and Myth officials, they had to buy out. No other options left as Do or Die under heavy fire from the forces of the orangutans there. As they've managed to secure a couple of knocks, and one of them already finished off. Avnish, the last player alive, especially such an important game for DOD, where they could not afford any hiccups. They're almost stumbling down. The last player surviving, he will escape, but I think the deed is done. The damage has been dealt, and for DOD, no hope.
Of course, they were sitting on the 25th spot, and getting an early elimination is definitely going to hurt the players of Do or Die, because yesterday only they got a chicken dinner for themselves, and getting an early exit in this one is definitely going to hurt. I think one player still remains from the side of Do or Die, and he should go for the placement points, because if they get those average points also, there will be still hope for Do or Die. But we have the players of Team OG, where Vizgod was knocked out and seems like an easy revival. He's again back on his feet. But OG, they need to be a bit cautious from the side of Hidden Ones, as Hidden Ones, they do have an advantage. They have got the higher ground and position advantage in this one. And the circle is also favoring both these teams, so they need to pick their battles very carefully.
They certainly have to. No other options. Orangutan already having garnered enough points to see the days of Grand Finals. But now we've got Bot Army Esports in a little bit of a pickle against the players of Diesel. As Diesel, they've got nothing to lose. Deed has been done against Bot Army Esports. Scary shot. Could be a highlight moment for him. He's proved such a key player for his team. Did manage to secure that one knock, but that's all she wrote. As Diesel Esports, in their dying moments in this tournament, still survive the days, at least in this particular game. Just one player lost and a squad wiped out is something they would be happy with. But Red Ross out in the open. Lucifer, what was he even thinking? Going down, hunting the players of M40 as he gets picked off. Quite an unwanted push there. Quite finding himself in the middle of nowhere. As -40, they respond back with Red Ross really out of options. How do they remedy this hemorrhage?
Oh, they have to. Red Ross, even they have lost on to Lucifer. Like you said, there was a mistake from the side of Lucifer out in the open and taking the fight against the plus of -40. But for now, Beast is also trying to find some sort of connection with all that util, and Phoenix is going for the flank angle. -40, yes, I do agree they're outnumbered in this fight. And Red Ross, they have the numbers advantage. But Phoenix is trying to know exactly where Joker is. But somewhere else on the map, we also have a situation between Wildfang, Cincinnati kids, and seems like Cincinnati, they are on the receiving end. And Edmino is also going up against the plus of Diesel Esports. Seems like Diesel, even they are also on the verge of elimination.
I mean, at this point, Admino doesn't really care who he goes for, even if he just gets picked off or he just nades himself. He's done majority of the job. But Red Ross, they will be answering back. They still will be breathing inside this game. 6 finishes collected. Just one shot from getting that average, I'm pretty sure. Since 7 teams are remaining, if they even get picked off from here, they will get a decent amount of points, and that is all they need. They do not need those biggies. They need a couple of stable games. But Sav is in such a precarious spot, does not have a lot of HP to work around with as Cincinnati kids. They're staging their run. Mighty, not having the best of HP, is not quite healthy in that situation, as Cincinnati kids do have the luxury of that extra one man. Saif patching himself up from the high ground, still has that advantage and somehow redeems himself A beautiful spray connected on towards Aditya towards the end. And Wildfangs, look at this. I do not know how they managed to do it, but still alive. 8 finishes secured for the team. And Seth, he's going to be carrying Sensei on his back. Will be taking him along with that buggy. For a moment, I really felt like Trey Scott could have been the better option, considering they would want a little bit more eliminations. But Wildfangs, all good in the hood for them.
Yeah, 8 finishes strong, and Cincinnati Kids, this is going to hurt them. This was important for Cincinnati Kids. An early exit from the game is definitely going to hurt the players of Cincinnati Kids, as they were sitting on the 19th spot. And after this game, maybe they'll be somewhere towards the 20th spot. But we also have the players of Team Tamilas, and the circle is definitely favoring them. But after this shift, the circle is favoring the players of Team Orangutan and Hidden Ones quite a lot. And OG can get one more chicken dinner, but if Hidden Ones get this victory in their backpack, they can easily propel themselves in the top 16. But wait a second, we also have a situation as Mr. IGL is getting shots from the side of Genix FM.
Genix FM, an interesting team that had us on the edge of our seats in the past weeks, but by the looks of it, they have taken quite a mighty fall. Right now, sitting at the 27th spot, sitting at 130 points from the 6 games. They need to somehow get 70. An average of around 12 per game. My maths is done right. And Genix FM have been scared to death. So far, not even a single finish to their name. Really does not help their cause, but at this point, Orangutan pretty much having the free hand, even Hidden Ones. All these teams alive. A lot on the line for them, barring Wildfangs and OG. Quite safe for Red Ross, Hidden Ones, Genix FM and Team Tamilas. It's going to be a dance with destiny for them, with the circle being in no man's land, Hidden Ones being the ones closest to the zone, but OG having that high ground advantage could go anybody's way.
Oh, it certainly could. Daniel needs to be very careful, because if he gets knocked out, there are chances of revival are very slim in that situation. But for now, even the players of Team Orangutan are also locking horns with the players of Genix FM, as one of the players has been knocked out. So OG and Hidden Ones in sort of a situation as Daniel finds a knock onto AKOP, and Daniel also gets traded off, and AKOP confirmation is already there. Ataki needs to step up as shots are coming from here and there. Genix FM, they're also engaging the fight against the plus of Team Tamilas, and Team Tamilas, one player already down, and Genix FM, they also need to move inside the circle. This is not really looking good, as OG, they have the control of the circle, but they don't have the numbers. They are falling down like a pack of dominoes, and just only one single player remains from the side of OG.
Bodies falling down like flies. We love that. Aru, the last player alive, not anymore. As things stand, we've got the last 5 teams remaining in front of us, with still speculations over who walks away with the chicken in this one. Regardless, Genix FM, they've opened up their tally. They've gotten 2 finishes to themselves. Seth still alive, still kicking. Needs to patch himself up though. Out in the open, just has a thin layer of smoke. Just one bullet shy. Somebody sprays wildly and it connects. Seth is pretty much done for. But Seth, he's been such a phenom in this game. 7 finishes already to this young lad, as he looks forward to redeeming himself in this situation, as the final 3 remain. Wildfangs just with that one player, and Genix FM with the entire pack, with Hidden Ones staging that comeback with 3 of their players remaining.
Hidden Ones do stand a chance to get the victory. Seth, his position has not been compromised. Genix FM, even they also need to play their cards right. Yes, they do have the numbers advantage, but Matrix has been knocked out by the play zone. And seems like Genix FM, they also need to work around with 3 remaining players. Seth can reign on the parade of Hidden Ones or Genix FM. So much possibilities are definitely going to be there, as Genix FM, their entire focus is toward the side of Hidden Ones. Yes, the soft cover, the entire smoke cover is there for Hidden Ones, but the main question is, who is going to get that opening frag?
Pretty sure Seth might have wanted to meddle his toes in this one, but he's been dealt with quickly, as Hidden Ones, they snuffed him out in the open, really ran out of utility, or so it seems, as now it is going to be a 3-on-3 battle. Genix FM on one side, you've got Hidden Ones on the other. Both these teams massively struggling throughout the entire SPS, but this is where they could start redeeming themselves. Day number 2 has always been the days of comebacks. As of now, Vishu, he's got a different flank angle to play with. A little bit of a cover. If he can get towards that buggy, could cut off Hidden One's flanks. As from both sides, you could see utility being tossed out. All sort of smokes and grenades. And now Alien seems like he's got a slight idea of what Genix FM are up to. They know that there's somebody on the flanks. Even Shogun, he's going to slither his way. Ready one with the nature. Vishu cooks up that grenade. Does it hit its mark? Is the big ask. Shogun just playing around the bushes. 3 players in front of him. But everybody unaware of the exact position of each other.
Yeah, they don't have idea where exactly the foes are. Shogun is also trying to find some sort of connection with that grenade. This guy stood up yesterday big time, but seems like Alien is going to get the opening frag, and with that, an easy squad wipe also coming in. And it was such a stalemate situation, but that opening frag was it all that was needed to get that victory in their backpack.
I mean, that was all it needed. It seems like one glimmer of opening, one window of opportunity, and Hidden Ones were there to cash in on that. A beautiful chicken dinner to start things off with, given their position right now in the overall standing. Suddenly could propel themselves a little close to that top 16. And takes you back to the open finals, the final few matches that we had for us, right? Hidden Ones always had that spark. They always had that knack of coming back towards the very end. And they have managed to accomplish exactly that, even in this game. Now, with the overall standings completely opening up once again, so difficult for us to really tell exactly what's going to happen next, because at this point, Cincinnati Kids were supposed to perform. They failed. Wildfangs were their kryptonite. They denied them. For Genix FM, they wanted a lot of points, but did not have a lot of finishes to work with, albeit they'll be working around with the position points they have. But Hidden Ones, surely they had their backs loaded. They knew that situations were against them, and this is where they thrived under pressure, got some real good values. But this one fight, this one setup coming in, where Admino lures out the players of Revenant X-Park and Jonathan with those grenades, and then Admino, of course, he's the more reliant one. You would want to be alive towards those end phases of the game, and he has managed to accomplish that. What a beautiful game of Erangel it was, Shadow.
Of course, Admino after that went against the players of Team Diesel Esports and became a nightmare for Diesel as well. Wildfangs, they went up against the players of Team Cincinnati Kids, and Cincinnati, even they had to take an early exit in this one. Wildfangs, for sure, they're qualifying, but Cincinnati, this was a really important game for them. But Genix FM, they also survived for a very long time. They do have good placement points, but not too many finish points. But Hidden Ones, I think they can propel themselves in the top 16 because everyone above them, Revenant X-Park, Red Ross, they had to take an early exit. So there is a very high chance of Hidden Ones being in the top 16 after this.
I'm pretty sure they might have closed in on the 170 points plus marker. But the MVP does not matter who wins the game, right? It has to be this player. 7 finishes for him. And I'm pretty sure Seth wasn't really far behind also. He had also 7 finishes. And maybe it could be the finish contribution, 78%. And Admino, Slayer of Revenant X-Park. I do not know. Revenant X-Park might be biting their tongues at this point with what they really called for themselves, especially having such a great start. And Admino was there to do that smacking. Hero Extreme Godlike, they are flying high, and we're going to see so much out of this team even in the grand finals. And for the ones who have not yet booked their tickets, make sure you head over to Insider and be there on 31st, 1st and 2nd. And it's from the 31st to 2nd, it's going to be a gala affair regardless. But what it's worth, Shadow, I think the perfect start that we would have wanted into this game. Hidden Ones securing 17 points for themselves. Wildfangs getting 16 over here. Red Ross coming out with 10. So for Hidden Ones, Red Ross, this is a game that was much needed, and they delivered.
Of course, they definitely delivered. Red Ross getting those 10 crucial points and Hidden Ones total of 17 points. But Diesel Esports with just 5 points, it is not looking really good for them. Team Tamilas also with just 5 points. Genix FM 8 total points, but considering where Genix FM is there in the overall standings, I think just 8 points are not going to be enough for Genix FM. They need a big, solid winner chicken dinner.
They do. And there's no other way around it. Bottom Esports, I think, will be satisfied with the 4 they've collected. But Revenant, X-Park, Cincinnati Kids, 3 points out of this game. And to even make matters worse, you've got DOD, Myth officials failing to even secure 1 point. And with every single game passing by, their hopes pretty much looking quite bleak. As for -40, it's pretty much done for. Reckoning, God's Reign, they've done their bidding. They've already qualified for all these teams. They failed to show up in the first game. And next up is going to be Miramar. And now all teams have 5 more matches to play. Now, the big question that has been set up for all of us is
I'm 100% sure they're going to go up against each other, and this time Hero Extreme Godlike will for sure go directly to the drop location of Revenant X-Pac. If not the drop location, they're going to cut off the rotation and take a head-on fight, because what happened in the previous game, a team like Hero Extreme Godlike is not going to forget it at all. Yes, they got their revenge by winning that 2v4 fight against Revenant X-Pac, but I think the team wants more than that.
They do. And at this point, Revenant X-Pac, if I were in the shoes, the last thing I would want to do is satiate my ego. If Hero Extreme Godlike come after you, just run away from them. There's no chance that they're going to hold back. No stones unturned for Hero Extreme Godlike, and especially after that sort of pleasantries exchanged between each other, it's bound to happen for sure. Hero Extreme Godlike will be going after their head. So at this point, Revenant X-Pac might have to think about different spots to drop at and at least find a 20-pointer, because they're really not that far away from qualifying for the grand finals. One big chicken dinner and they're in. But the current run-off form of Revenant X-Pac does speak otherwise. So at this point, they will have to play on their toes. If the players, they're not in the form, they're not feeling themselves, does not matter. You have to showcase what you did in that second day of grand finals in the recently held official tournament. As we take a quick look at the overall standings, and the top 8 pretty much looks quite solid, with Wildfangs just constantly bouncing up the overall standings.
Yeah, now they stand on the 6th spot with total of 219 points. But this page doesn't interest me, because all these teams are just going for those ego fights and trying to propel themselves and be in the top first spot. Like Hero Extreme God, like VXT, they are also going up against each other just for those reasons. But the second page is where my interest lies, that who has made it inside the top 16. Revenant X-Pac, yes, they are still sitting on the 14th spot, but Medal, K9, they are yet to play their games. So Revenant X-Pac in the remaining 2 games, like you said, they need to change the drop location and go for that big winner chicken dinner.
Look at this. Red Ross now feel a little bit comfortable. 186 points. Revenant shy 1 point from 180. And we have been talking about the cutoff. 200 is that threshold. And Hidden Ones very close to that 170. Now, one more good game and Hidden Ones will be rattling that point standings there. They might just squeeze in through. But let's not also forget that Team Empires, Phoenix, and all of these others, even 8-Bit, they'll be coming into play later on. Myth officials, DOD, they had their chances, they let it slip by. And for Visista Esports, things aren't looking that great. With 128 points, really do not fancy their chances. Mathematically, yes, it's possible. With Versatile up next against them, I do not know how they're going to be faring off with BXT constantly being a thorn up their bums. So at this point, we'll talk about that a little bit later, but heading on into this matchup. What are the rivalries we're supposed to be expecting? One is Hero Extreme Godlike against Revenant X-Pac. The other could be Bottom Esports and God's Reign. With Reckoning coming in out of nowhere, being the catalyst, they could incite sort of rage and fuel in the other players. They could do whatever they want to do on Earth, is what I feel.
Yeah, Reckoning can for sure do whatever they want because they are already sitting in the top 10. But like you said, Bot Army Esports and God's Train, they might go up against each other, might not, because Bot Army Esports in the previous one also, if you notice, they are in the experiment zone. They're trying to experiment few things, go for different drop locations. So that could be a possibility. At least in the map of Erangel, they are trying to do so. Maybe they can try something different on the map of Miramar as well.
They certainly can, and they should at this point. But on a humble request to all of you guys, if you haven't really booked your tickets, because you know the sparks are flying, right? Old rivalries and new, everything has been incited, instigated, and we will see absolute inferno happening in Noida Indoor Stadium. It is going to be blazing hot, and we're going to see the best rivalries after so many years. You've got Hero Extreme Godlike making it inside of the grand finals, inside of SPS. You've got Aiku Soul coming in with such a prime form, and then you've got GDR. They're also hungry, and then you've got the defending champions themselves, Somraj and co. Of course, he's going to be joined along with a different set of boys this time, in considering how he played the past SPS, a different team, but nonetheless, the fire is still there, and it's going to be absolutely hot. So make sure 31st, 1st, and 2nd is where you got our dates booked. And there's also an announcement that as of now, there is no offline registration. So make sure you head on towards Insider app and book it right now. Later on, do not complain. Also, bring along your official ID cards so that we can verify you and have you joining us with all that fun. So coming up next is going to be Miramar, and it is going to be groups A and C once again. And this is this wild thought in my mind. What if Wildfangs hunt down Hero Extreme Godlike before they go after Revenant X-Pac? How do you like the ring of it?
I love it because yes, Wildfangs, they are feeling super confident. In yesterday's Miramar also, Sensei went for those position points, but I think Wildfangs have a bone to pick with the plus of Team Tamilas and Genix FM as well. So maybe they can go directly to the plus of Team Tamilas and Genix FM, because what happened yesterday with Team Tamilas, I think Wildfangs are looking for a revenge.
They are. Everybody wants each other's head, and we love it. Especially when you look at the grand scheme of things, these are the rivalries that we thrive on and we live on, and that makes the competition so much more intense. And imagine, these are just those online stages, the challenge stages, because what is going to happen in the grand finals, we do not know. Players will be playing with new devices. The crowd must be roaring, supporting their teams, and that is where your hands start to shake. You start to tremble. So all these teams are prepping up, but up ahead will be the desert of Miramar. And at this point, so difficult to speculate who emerges out as the victors. But of course, our eyes will be on Cincinnati Kids, Revenant X-Pac, Hidden Ones, Diesel Esports, and all of them, if they can get a chicken dinner out of this one.
I really want Revenant X-Pac to get a chicken dinner in this one. I want them to qualify, and for that they really need to change their drop location or something they need to do to avoid the players of Hero Extreme Godlike at any cost.
They certainly have to. They have to avoid all those drop collisions. And of course, after that exciting game of Erangel, which literally had us out of our breath, Shadow needs to catch it, whilst I've got Necro joining along with me on this one. And Necro, first question, you know what it is. What were your thoughts about Revenant X-Pac deciding to go after Hero Extreme Godlike like that?
Listen, whatever's going on, I'm loving it. Hero Extreme Godlike is playing to please their egos and their fans' egos. And Revenant X-Pac, for them, it's the fight for survival. Pretty much both the teams are now having a major rivalry against each other, and I'm loving that. The fact that now Revenant X-Pac's survival is on the line as well, and Hero Extreme Godlike, they've got nothing to lose. It's better for Revenant X-Pac to just back away and play for placements. We've been saying that from the start. Revenant X-Pac do not go for early game fights. Try and play for placement till the late game, but still they do the same thing, and they once again get slammed.
And the worst part is, initially they did get the better of Hero Extreme Godlike. What I'm still trying to fathom or get my heads wrapped around is the fact that why would Revenant X-Pac go hunting down for Hero Extreme Godlike, just kind of blindsiding themselves from the bigger picture? That is that doubt that creeps up in my head, because for now, Hero Extreme Godlike, they'll be setting sail towards maybe the northern areas of Tuesday Valley, or they could just get some basic weaponry and head off straight towards San Martin, because Revenant X Park, they are quite stubborn. They have decided not to go elsewhere, but Hero Extreme Godlike, they've got their own sorrows to deal with. It is against Board Army Esports.
Yeah, and that's going to be a great pick-off as well. Off the rip, taking down Admino, big threat neutralized from the lobby. Hero Extreme Godlike is, of course, going to be that constant threat, because right now, they're just going with the flow. Whoever stands against them, Hero Extreme Godlike is going to eliminate them. But once again, elaborating a bit more on this rivalry that's going on between Revenant Spark and Hero Extreme Godlike. Let's be honest, this rivalry hasn't really happened naturally. It's a rivalry that transitioned from social media in-game. And now this rivalry that's going on, both the teams are literally playing to please their egos and their fans' egos. And so far, Hero Extreme Godlike is doing a great job. It's not the first time they've done so. Even in the past, Hero Extreme Godlike has targeted many teams just to please their own ego. Even VXT was a prime example of that yesterday. VXT was getting slammed over and over again, and right now, Hero Extreme Godlike's focus is going to be Revenant X Spark. And of course, which makes a lot of sense, if you get rid of the competition early on, there's not going to be a lot of that competition left in the grand finals.
Look at this, even for Diesel Esports, in their dying phase of the tournament, they've still decided to take arms against a rather even more struggling minus 40, as the numbers keep on dwindling down. Just on the cusp, one player surviving. And for Diesel Esports, they've gotten their players back up. For minus 40, this tournament has pretty much been a struggle throughout, right from day one. Haven't really secured enough points, and now, just with the one last player, they've got no other options but to tuck their tails and run. Or are they going to fight valiantly back? Because Vodka, we've seen he's got those clutchy moments. But if he has to clutch out, I think the moment couldn't be bigger than this.
Yeah, the mentality is pretty simple. The stronger, they feed on the weaker. And that's what's going on right now. Team Tumulus is falling prey against the players of Hidden Ones, but still, Rico's trying his best to fight back. Eventually, Rico gets slammed down as well. And now it's down to just the two remaining surviving players of Team Tumulus. We'll make just one, considering it's just Mr. IGL now. It really blows the fact that Team Tumulus is getting taken out of this tournament in such a way. They're getting disrespected every single time, no matter what sort of fight they pick. They don't even stand a chance to win that fight. Mr. IGL on fire. He's pretty much going to be taken away to his death. Barely survives on sliver of HP. That bandage saves the day, but he's got no first aids to back himself up, and he's taken down to such low HP, he can't stand a chance on the fight anymore.
Big questions on this team. Pretty sure they must be moving ahead even to the officials with the same exact roster.
Yeah,
and
not
surely,
a lot of time left.
Yeah, rosters are pretty much locked in. The registration's just 2 days left, and Team Tumulus have been shaky as ever. It's just that 1 year, 2024, where we saw Team Tumulus redeeming themselves, and suddenly, after the recently held officials, they are nowhere to be found. The performance completely extinguished. It feels like it's a whole different Team Tumulus. Only if Mr. IGL might have to say something about it, as he answers back in kind. Already 2 players done and dusted, but still so much to go, and he does not even have a single amount of meds to really patch himself up with. He's still going to take his chances, but falls on his face. Valiant effort, but still, Hidden Ones get 4 finishes.
That's a great way to kick things off. And Hidden Ones as well, the previous game, they had a great start. The exact start Hidden Ones needed. And that's the way they like to play as well. They will be absent for a complete day, and then later on they just come through with a big chicken dinner and instantly get themselves back in the race every single time this happens. And right now you've got Reckoning Esports locking horns against the players of Diesel Esports. Diesel, first man getting knocked out. That's not a great start for Diesel Esports at all in this fight. And of course, Reckoning Esports, the Howling Wolves, they are hungry, and they will feed upon Diesel Esports with ease.
For Reckoning, it's just another day in the office. That is exactly the kind of mentality they've come out to play with. They've lost on their IGL, but it does not matter. They've already secured 4 finishes. Doing quite well in terms of the overall standings. A fight around Partona. Kyoya gets 3. I think at this point, it's all right if Reckoning come with the ambitions of having Kyoya get back to the form of his life. The one form that he showcased around in INKR, if you remember, whilst he was playing under Metal Esports. So We want to see that Kyoya, or even a better version of it, if Reckoning have their eye set at the trophy.
It definitely does feel like Reckoning Esports, they found that lost piece, and that was in the name of Kyoya. And the same thing can be said for Kyoya too, who was looking for a suitable roster. And finally, Kyoya found that roster for himself. He's able to shine through individually, and even as a team is doing a great job. But all they need to do is just make sure they're continuously playing like this, even in the grand finals, even on the LAN itself, and show the audience what they're capable of. Revenant Spark, qualification still on the line, not doing too bad in the overall standings. In the top 16, they can easily move on, that's not even a question, but still, just have that cherry on top of the cake right now. Revenant Spark, if they keep on taking early game fights, it's really not going to pan out that well. You've only got 5 more games to go, and in those 5 games, you just need to pin your spot down.
And at this point, it's so difficult for all these teams struggling at this point. Hidden Ones, they've had the right start, the right mentality. Get a chicken dinner in the first game and heading on forth. They will knows Necro that they also might stage a comeback, because even if you look at the past, even those final moments of the open finals, Hidden Ones bounce back right then. If they could trigger such a thing, that would be absolute joy for these underdogs, because we'll have a couple of them with us in the grand finals. So far, Bot Army Esports already qualifying. Wingod almost on the cusp of making it. But for Myth Official, they had a dreadful start in the first game of Erangel. 0 points secured. And not really having the best of start in this one also. Of course, they haven't gotten themselves in the thick and thin of fights. But I'm pretty sure their morals would be quite low.
Without a doubt. Myth, the way they played in Week 3, we're not even seeing a glimmer of that. Especially in Week 3, we saw quite a lot of those chaotic affairs. We saw so many early game fights. So many teams wanted to go off against each other, and that's one of the main reasons why we saw so many comebacks as well, because in the final few moments of the game, there were not a lot of teams available in the first place. That's why grabbing chicken dinners and placing yourself in a better spot was much more easier. But in sweatier lobbies like these, when there's so many teams available, even in the final few moments, it really does get tough to have that chicken dinner in your hands. There's so much randomness going on, so much random action that goes on. Phoenix Esports, or maybe you can't say Phoenix from Red Ross. He's almost on the verge of catching one of the players of CK, but no, instead, Flock. He turns the tide, and Phoenix gets knocked out. Unfortunate for this man. He had all the advantage in the world to try and take down Flock, but he was still barely able to scratch him. And Flock, beautifully done. He found that lifeline, and he instantly latched upon to it.
And such an important layer of land. You look at them securing these higher altitude positions. Of course, Red Ross should have had somebody providing that cover fire. But Cincinnati Kids come in with their forces, and Flock, he's been such an incredible player. Hasn't really found the best team to play with. Seems like with Cincinnati Kids would be the way to go. Albeit their struggles in these early phases of the tournaments, but we know Cincinnati Kids have seen days worse than this. Not really the best of starts so far. The first game of Erangel, but here they are, looking forward to redeeming themselves, because the way they are placed right now, at the very smack center of the circle, they get a couple of finishes from here on, and go on to get a chicken dinner. Even they might have their hopes heightened up.
Of course they will. They've got a great spot to play with in the first place. The only team that's going to be a big stop, or a big spanner in the works, is going to be Cincinnati Kids. That would have been a great start as well, man. Phoenix had every single moment in his hand. He had all the advantage you can ask for in that scenario, but he still whiffed all the shots. Only if he would have pulled out that DBS, then maybe things could have been different, but he still stuck to that M416. Not exactly sure what happened there. Maybe he panicked, and that's why now they do not really have that good of a positioning in the first place to play with. And Red Ross, on map, they've got a great place to play off with. But if you look at the terrain they're holding, it seems pretty risky. Red Ross, though, still, they want to make the climb. Arto, Look at the player. He's pushing on up. He's got the DBS to back himself up. And Flock is all by himself on the receiving end of things. But Flock has also got the backup of Aditya all the way in the back lines. So if anyone from Red Ross tries to make that pounce, he will be shredded with a lot of bullets. Arto eventually manages to force off Flock from that ending. And that's going to give the high ground control to the players of Red Ross. And they know exactly what's going on in the heads of Cincinnati Kids too. They're now pinning down Aditya as well, as Aditya's taken down pretty low. In my opinion, Flock shouldn't have given away that high ground like that.
He's like the battle for the Himalayas. At this point, as Aditya,
blunder.
He just gets blown over. Blown into smithereens, and Aditya should have been wary of that. And at this point, the question goes out. Can Cincinnati Kids afford to lose him? Such a spot. That's such a good position to work around with. And seems like they blew it up. For Red Ross, though, they're also on the verge of making a comeback. In the previous game, did garner so many points to themselves. Right now in a decent spot. 187 points is what they've secured. Should be looking to cross over 200 at the bare minimum. Given the intensity of these matches, and for Cincinnati Kids who have lost out on their star fragger, it's just insult to their injuries.
It indeed is. Cincinnati Kids, even though they've got the line of sight on each other, but still they feel pretty disconnected. Flock backing away from that spot, not a big fan of that in the first place. He gave the advantage to the enemy team, handed it over. And that's why now Red Ross, they feel a bit more dominant. Looking at the position of Red Ross in the overall standings, they're still in that danger zone from 12th till 15th. Red Ross is on the 12th spot. And with the way they're playing too, they're doing a great job so far in this game of Miramar. Dominating CK in that spot, taking that spot over. I love that brute force nature. And now Red Ross, they pretty much control the entire centric part of the circle. OG on the screen and looking at their spot. They're still all the way down south, slowly and steadily moving in towards the centric part. There's a few teams that might just clash against OG. Wild Fangs might just be one of those. But I highly doubt that's going to be the course of action.
At this point, it's a little bit of a standstill situation, to be honest. All these teams on the pursuit rather waiting for that hard shift to occur. Because we know, in circles like this, it has got those tendencies to bend a little towards the east. That is exactly where Gen XFM and Revenant X Park have themselves positioned with. And Revenant X Park finally realizing the intensity of the situation, they have decided to go a little bit defensive, focus a little bit more on getting a chicken dinner. But Shadow is trying to create a different angle altogether. And there is a storm coming in from the eastern sides. There is Hero Extreme Godlike closing in. As for Wild Fangs, they want to take their hands on the players of the orangutans. The apes not really playing in their natural habitat. As OG keeps circling around trying to find any openings, any crinks, any chinks around Wild Fangs, as Atanki, he's just going to reposition himself.
The circle centers on up, and Red Ross once again with the major advantage. Looking okay so far. Wild Fangs a little bit exposed, and OG in the front. Wild Fangs, they've got him in the sights. But executing the target sounds pretty tough. Bit too far away, OG is. And that's why Wild Fangs can't even do anything. OG, they escape the claws of Wild Fangs. And OG's going to go their merry way. Find a better spot inside of the circle, place themselves in that spot, and wait for the opponents to move on with that same tracing. But Wild Fangs, they might just have a different plan in their mind. Wild Fangs is one of those teams that's already doing great for themselves in the overall standings. And both the teams, I mean, pretty much OG as well, they have secured their qualification spot. The only team that is sort of on the verge of qualifying, or maybe you can say pretty close over here, is Hidden Ones. They're currently sitting on 17th spot. Had a lot of hopes as well from Diesel Esports, but considering they already got eliminated, I don't really want to say anything anymore.
At this point, for Diesel Esports, yeah, they were close. Did have a decent game in the first one, but for now, They're out. And this is just going to add on to their misery if there's anything left. Bournemouth officials, though, sitting at 145 points, already have been dealt with. Quite a lot of those shots coming in from Hero Extreme Godlike, where Jonathan did manage to knock out one of their players, but he's back up, so all good in the hood. But for Hero Extreme Godlike, they'll have to work this out without a star fragger adminer. Got picked up in the pretty early stages of the game. Army Esports really being a blessing in disguise for Revenant X-Park. As look at this, Punk. Seems like he spotted out, snuffed out Revenant X-Park out of their hiding. And this is where it gets also exciting, Necro.
Indeed. But I highly doubt Hero Extreme Godlike's going to try to place themselves right against him.
Look at the spread, Hero Extreme Godlikes.
They can afford to do that. They've got so much confidence. They've got so many points, a lot of confidence as well. So Hero Extreme Godlike, at this point, they can literally do whatever the hell they want. But taking a fight against Revenant X-Park in such a way is pretty much going to be gifting them 3 points. So Hero Extreme Godlike's going to make sure they have the maximum advantage before going for a fight against Revenant X-Park. They need to make sure that they're going to be the one to wipe out Revenant X-Park instead of them getting wiped out themselves. Even though you did 2v4 them, but you still cannot underestimate the fact that they're the back-to-back 2-time champion, that too in an official tournament.
Can't really take those accolades out of Revenant X-Park, but if you look at the current situation, it's quite dire for them. So many teams breathing under their neck. At this point, for Revenant X-Park, they have to be collected, they have to be calm, they have to be stoic with their approach. They cannot afford to slip up. So many teams on their tails, they've got a bounty on their heads. As for Red Ross, still having that King of the Hills position, spotting out the players of Army Esports, thwarting them off, but Army Esports, they're also quite stubborn. Just trying to form a different flank angle. That could have been such a close call for Scary Jord. But he somehow manages to survive. However, given his position out in the open, Red Ross have got a lot of intel to play with.
Yeah, backs away in the shack in the nick of time. It's going to be good for now. Red Ross, all the 4 players up in life, still holding that same terrain. And the next zone's going to pop up north. 2 of the players from the side of Red Ross still inside of the circle. And that's going to be a great thing too. Arto and Beast right next to each other. And now it's going to be the time to reunite. All the players called on the same spot. That's going to be the best possible thing for Red Ross. Have yourself a bit more of that security. God's Reign spotting out the players of Genix FM. A great way to kick things off in the fight. The second man as well gets taken down with no efforts. For God's Reign, Genix FM's not even a competition. Vishu and his teammate are still in the game, but what can they do? That's the real question. Especially against the entirety of God's Reign, it sounds next to impossible to survive. Vicious positions compromised, Steven Evil's positions known. Genix FM, they might just be on the verge of being eliminated.
Almost on the verge of a collapse. And God's Reign, they're not a team to be trifled with. At least at this point where they are enraged. But Justin, he's got to watch out. One little slip up and he might get knocked out as well. With so many teams eyeing out positions inside the zone. As there you have it, GDR going in for that breach. Trying to infiltrate through Genix FM. That one grenade will get the job done as Vishu wiped off the floor as GDR have got 4 finishes to work around with. Delta getting 3 out of them. As for God's Reign, they've got a nice position secured. But the next moment, still not out of harm's way. They've got the lads of Orangutan circling around them as Hero Extreme Godlike deal with the final player from Reckoning, as Reckoning also bow out of the server. No complaints from their side. They've also done their bidding. But this is where Hero Extreme Godlike also needs to rally up their forces as they are taking fights on multiple fronts.
Not yet fixes. Reckoning's still in the game with just a 2-man squad. So they can still play that major spoiler. If they want, they can definitely cut off the lifeline of Myth. They're right next to him. Hero Extreme Godlike from the top can definitely be a major threat as well. But right now, OG, they've got their eyes locked on Wild Fangs. I mean, looking at the fights in the overall standings, this fight seems pretty unwanted, but hey, it is what it is, man. Adding on the entertainment. OG looking forward to wipe out the existence of Wild Fangs in this game. Azaro unfortunately takes down Scout OP, and that's already going to be a big dent in the players of Wild Fangs. 3 players still standing safe, Trace, Scott, and Sensei, and everyone just wants to back away from this spot, but Sensei's left in the back lines. Does OG know that Sensei's still there? And the answer is going to be no. No one's got any sort of clue that Sensei's still all the way in the back lines, and Sensei's pretty much going to be the backstabber that Wild Fangs is looking for. This might just be a great strategy, but Zev catches 1 player. That's exactly what they were looking for. OG, unfortunately for them, they're also getting shot from the back lines. Even the Wall of Death is doing a lot of damage against Sensei. He was able to chip a few players away, but Wiscott falls apart. The play zone's not going to have any sort of mercy. Wall of Death, it's going to deal a lot of damage. It's going to take out chunks from your HP.
Look at this at this point. Revenant X-Park, they've also opened up their accounts. Fight between OG and Wild Fangs, and this is where Revenant X-Park will walk away with 2 finishes secured to their names. As Wizgod, he's still down on his knees as Train decide to chime in this fight. Wizgod already being taken down, and AKOP quite low. Cannot have himself in the midst of the battle as he also tucks his tails and runs for his dear life as the destroyer himself, Destro, comes chiming in. Atanki in front of him, lying down, splattered in blood. As of now, for God's reign, they will be squeezing in through, but Revenant X-Park cannot afford a slip-up. We've talked about this. Atanki already taken down. Spray God, he's got a different angle to play around. Sarang does not have the best of HP as Justin is going to take a shot against Spray God. Did manage to do some hefty amount of damage over there, but even for Revenant X-Park, they cut their own routes. They run away from this situation. They head over inside the zone.
I'm loving the fact that Revenant X-Park's qualification's on the line, but they're still not backing away from the fights. I do understand it's pretty stubborn of them, but that's what makes them Revenant X-Park. They do not fear anyone that stands in their crosshair. They will try to take him down. And even right now, they've got all the 4 players intact, so they can still go for that risk factor. They've placed themselves right behind the players of Hero Extreme Godlike. And the moment they find out it's the players of Hero Extreme Godlike, they will definitely make that push.
For sure, they will. Especially with Hero Extreme Godlike still guarding the zone. They still have some concrete covers to play around with. The only thing that puts them back is the loss of Edmerno in the earlier stages of the game. So, of course, for Revenant X-Park, the ideal circumstances would be somebody slamming in on Hero Extreme Godlike and Revenant X-Park go in to salvage whatever they possibly can, because this is a very interesting circle. All these teams almost having themselves in, staying apart. At this point, as Hero Extreme Godlike, a little bit of a push coming in from the sides of Hidden Ones, as they've got no other options. They have to inject themselves, and seems like Zap is almost ready. Grenade lobbed out. Needs to get something, some value out of this situation. Maybe Mortis, maybe Executor, even Daniel could make the cut, but instead, he decides to blow himself up. A big tragedy.
I mean, Hidden Ones was also catching hurt from Revenant X-Park from the far fray. They had to make this push. No other option. Hero Extreme Godlike from the top. They've got the advantage. For Hidden Ones, it's an uphill battle. But they've already found the knock that was needed. And that knock's going to find enough time for Hidden Ones to make this push. But they're still holding themselves a bit back. And I'm not exactly sure what's going on in the heads of Hidden Ones. They need to make the push right now. Hidden Ones, they're also taking a different fight against Revenant X-Park at the same time. If they go for the fight against Hero Extreme Godlike, that means Revenant X-Park is going to third-party this. Or maybe Hidden Ones wants to make sure that Revenant X-Park is going to fight against Hero Extreme Godlike, and then maybe Hidden Ones wants to go for the third party. At this point, Hidden Ones is trying to grab as much attention as possible. I do understand why they're doing this now.
At this point, even Hero Extreme Godlike, they've got their hands full. The only thing that's stopping Revenant X-Park from pushing in on them is that the circle has gone away. Hero Extreme Godlike, they've got to make a move, but Revenant X-Park, it's a golden window of opportunity. But they get to be the ones entering inside the circle, but the only bane for them in that situation is they've got no covers to play around. As Jonathan, he's still going to take a dig at the players of Hidden Ones. It's got to be very, very careful though. Punk revealing himself, trying to rattle down the players as Myth officials have got such a good position to hold on as one after the other. Maxi also, he gets his bidding done. He gets all those bodies falling down as Hero Extreme Godlike. They also decide to march in with Revenant X-Park looking for that right opportunistic moment, with Bot Army Esports also holding on to the doors as Red Ross gets some quick work out of Hidden Ones, as that grenade from Lucifer could prove so fatal. It's a team knock, and it's just not one but two bodies taken down.
It's fine though. They haven't really gotten that much attention upon themselves, so that's a great thing. Red Ross can easily get the revival on the fallen players, but Hero Extreme Godlike now also getting pinched from the back by the players of Revenant X-Park. And they're in such a big pickle, they can't even get out of this spot. It's a big sandwich at this point. Red Ross from the front constantly going for the shots as well. Hero Extreme Godlike now, they make the push against Revenant X-Park. Too many fights happening at the same time. It's hell-breaking moves. Zap's knocked out in the open. He will be confirmed by Red Ross. Hero Extreme Godlike's Punk. He makes that push happen against the players of Reckoning Esports, but unfortunately, he could not get the wipe.
Oh, look at this. At this point, we just have 4 teams remaining, and Zap was such a hero in that fight, reducing the forces of Revenant X-Park. And now Shadow, he's gonna try to take a push, take a fight against the players of Reckoning, hoping that he might wipe them off and could earn a little bit of those finish points, but Reckoning denying them that luxury, as Red Ross on route to get a chicken dinner. 7 finishes secured already, all the 4 players still alive. This is exactly what Red Ross were hoping for, and now it has been served on a silver platter. Of course, they had to fight for that, but now they are going to be relishing the victory that awaits them. But hold on. Do the players of Myth Official throw a spanner to their works? That's a big ask. Pinched in, surrounded from 2 different directions. But this is where Red Ross, they will have to play their cards right.
For Myth, survival seems tough. With just a 2-man squad taking down a 4-man squad of Red Ross, it sounds even more difficult. Arto from the back lines, it's got every single piece of intel that's needed. And even Arto is just waiting for the right moment to strike, the right moment to unleash himself in the playing field. Viper's behind that vehicle, still going for the constant med strat as well. Viper wants to secure as many points as possible, and Myth, they kick things off with aggression. First knock already found with that nade, but unfortunately Spear gets detected, and he instantly gets taken down by Arto. Even Arto will fall apart soon by the play zone. And for Red Ross now, it's down to just being a 1v1 in the end from Myth Official. But unfortunately, Myth, they get shut down. And Red Ross, they convert this game into a chicken dinner.
I mean, what just happened in that final stage of the game? One had an MK, the other had a shotgun. And for a moment, it felt like could be anybody's. Still difficult to say though. And Red Ross, yes, they will be the victors in this one. Myth Officials did bring it down to a 1v1 situation. It's 2 players alive, did enough of that heavy lifting. But Red Ross, like you said, Necro, will be the ones enjoying the fruits of their labor. Throughout the game, they had such a tough time around. Cincinnati kids constantly poking them, being a huge threat. But Red Ross making all those right calls. And towards the end, also having one of their players stationed outside the circle, just patching himself up, taking down Spear, really cutting off their flanks and really cutting off any sorts of support that enabled Red Ross. And this is a big chicken dinner coming in at such an important junction. Given the fact that we've got so many competitors for the top 16, we've been talking about Revenant X-Park, we've been talking about the others. Red Ross, yes, they had a very good opening weeks, but lately they had been struggling. But now with this chicken dinner, they might also close in on those qualification doors. With Revenant X-Park, still big question marks on them.
Red Ross, they've solidified their slot in the Grand Finals. Fixes, that's not going to be pretty much a question. They have pretty much done it. Red Ross is going to be moving forward. Revenant X-Park as well. They had quite a decent game in the previous one. A lot of elimination points to back it up. Yeah, the placement wasn't that great. Maybe got taken down on the 5th spot or something like that. But still, even Revenant X-Park had a lot of elimination points to work with. The real question is going to be lingering around Myth. Now, they were in the top 2, but they did not really have a lot of elimination points to back it up. Have they done enough to initiate a comeback, or they still need a few more points? That's my question.
For Myth Official, I think it's a little too late. Because honestly speaking, they might have had a good outing in Miramar, but if there were any chances for them to make it, they should have performed well in Erangel. Got away with nothing, and in this game, would pretty much just balance things out, but it's just not balanced points they need at this point. They need those biggies, right? And these are those end moments. But there was a heavy storm brewing out around the eastern side of the map, right? When Hero Extreme, Godlike, Revenant X Spark, both of them were almost on the verge of a collision. And this is where I have to point it out because, of course, we weren't shown glimpses of that fight. But I was checking out at the map feed, in fact, the finish feed, where we saw Zap getting such valuable knocks because Revenant X Spark had all their players in place. They had all 4 players alive, and suddenly Zap decides to take down 2. Completely dismantling any endeavors, any ambitions of Revenant X Spark trying to clinch a chicken dinner. For Shadow, then there was nothing else really remaining in that fight. He had to go for a death push, and we all saw how things crumbled down. So somebody from Hero Extreme Godlike constantly stepping up, but nonetheless, nothing taken away from Red Ross. A much needed game. If they've crossed over the 200 points marker, they might start celebrating already.
No, hands down, they have solidified their slot in the grand finals because at the start of the day they were on the 12th spot in the overall standings, and after this game now they've got 21 more points. So I think they've pretty much done the job, they've done the deed, but still we need to have a look at the overall standings for a clear picture. The match rankings right now on the screen: Reckoning Esports 2 getting 14 points. As I mentioned, Myth, they did have that second place in the game, but not a lot of finish points to back it up. Just 10 points from that one. Myth still stands a bit of a chance to make the comeback, but the upcoming games, they have to be the same way week 3 was. Myth cannot afford to let lose even one single moment. If they do, well, they will be taken out of the tournament. Latter half of the board is on the screen. Cincinnati Kids, the woes for them keep on continuing. Wild Fangs unfortunately not able to perform. Team Timulus, they're done for. Genix FM pretty much on the same boat, and the same thing can be said for M40. They're not going to make it inside of the tournament anymore. They're not going to make it inside of the LAN finale. But the real conversation really revolves around Revenant X Spark, right? With the way they were trying to get inside of the circle, Wall of Death closing in. There was also Hidden Ones on the sidelines, and Hidden Ones as well. I do understand what they were trying to do there. They were gathering a lot of attention upon themselves. It's because they wanted Hero Extreme Godlike and Revenant X Spark to lock horns. That's one of the main reasons why they were doing so. They were able to find those knocks with the nades, but they were not going for the push because they knew as they go for the push from the backlines, there will be another team making that push happen at the same time, and it will be a third party. And of course, the team that third party's has the major advantage. So for Hidden Ones, they could not get out of that one easily. So that's why Hidden Ones did not really want to make that push happen. But at the end of the day, the Wall of Death, as we know, it's not going to have any sort of mercy. It kept them moving up. Even Hidden Ones, they went for that dive in the end. It did not really work out for the boys.
But again, one of those important pointers I have to put on forth is finally we see fear striking the players of Revenant X Spark. Because the Revenant X Spark that we've come to know would have any day gone after Hero Extreme God, like the moment they were picking a bone against the players of Hidden Ones. But they decided to stay put. And of course, so much to talk about that particular fight. But for now, folks, we'll be heading for a short little break. Right after that awaits another game of Erangel.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the Falcons thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't never do the Falcons thing.
फाइनल सर्कल 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार। नहीं आता। क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह। अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे। यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता। नहीं आता। अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ। वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार। आता है। नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया। आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर। यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले। चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर। ओह यस।
777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never to lose. Just know that you'll be winning, cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is soul vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all? Horse let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed on, make that thing rev. Foot on the gas, so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was so low.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over to the bell goes ding. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over to the bell goes ding.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Welcome back after that short break, and after Red Ross securing their spot in the top 16 and pretty much moving on forward towards the LAN Finale, still a few more slots are left and a few more teams in the danger zone. Shadow, what do you think? Which teams can be kicked out now and which teams are going to move up? I think so Revenant Spark has done it. They had a decent amount of points in the previous game too. Yeah, the first game, not a lot of points, but Revenant Spark, they're still doing pretty good in my opinion in the overall standings.
See, let's be honest, they are sitting on the 14th spot and total points which they have accumulated today are total of 10 points, and I don't think they are enough to solidify their spot, because if that continues, I think Revenant X Park will be on their toes till the very last game. They need a big chicken dinner. They need more than 10 points in a day if they want to for sure solidify their spot in the top 16, because one bad game and Revenant can be out of top 16.
I do understand that, but I'm saying they're in an okay spot. Like, they can easily make a comeback from the spot they are right now. Yes, they're in the top 16, and all they need is maybe even 10 points per game, and they can easily move on forward, and they can easily make the comeback happen too. The way Revenant Spark played that previous game of Miramar, just avoiding a lot of those early game fights and surviving till the late game, that's what exactly I want to see from Revenant Spark. They were taking those fights, but those fights happen in mid-game and late game. And that's the exact way Revenant Spark should play this upcoming game of Erangel too.
See, here's the thing. All the teams who are below Revenant X Park, like the players of Team Hidden Ones, they are stating a comeback. Hidden Ones are having a fantastic day number 2 of this week. And if this continues, Hidden Ones can easily propel themselves in the top 16. Because at the start of the day, they were sitting on the 19th spot. Yeah. And now they were on the 17th spot. So there is a chance of Hidden Ones making in the top 16. Even Myth Officials in the previous Miramar also fared off really well. So that's the main concern. Yes, Revenant X Park, they're doing okay for now. But if the teams who are below them, they get a big victory, Revenant can be pushed out of top 16. That's my main concern, that all other teams are doing better than Revenant X Park.
The sword's still on top of their neck. Yes, nothing taken away from that. And as you mentioned, still a few more names like Myth, maybe even Hidden Ones, they stand a big chance. Hidden Ones actually stands a major chance in making that comeback, right? The previous game of Miramar, not exactly the ideal game Hidden Ones wanted to have because they were stuck in such a bad spot, and even the Wall of Death started to move up. So Hidden Ones had to make that dive, and they did so as well. But unfortunately, while they tried to make that rotation late game, 2 of the players got caught out in the open, and they could not really survive for too long in that game as well. We've got the overall standings on the screen after the previous game, and here Extreme Godlike still at the top with 291 points. I guess they've got a goal of crossing 300 points marker, and then you've got VXT on the second spot. The top 5, not exactly something we would want to look at, but this is the page where everything lies. And as I mentioned, after that previous game, Red Ross, they have secured their slot in the top 16, and they're pretty much going to be moving on forward towards the LAN Finale. They've crossed that 200 points marker. CG's there with 194, but the danger zone really starts from 12th till 16th. Revenant Spark is right now sitting on 13th spot with 186 points, and that's what I'm saying. They're in an okay spot, not doing too bad.
Yeah, for now they're in the okay spot, but Hidden Ones, they are doing really good with 170 points, and if they keep continuing the same performance, they can be in the top 16 because already they have taken a certain jump in the overall ranking. Myth Officials also did fairly well in the previous Miramar. Cincinnati Kids, they are still having their ups and downs, but Team Empire is also one of those teams. If they start making a comeback, they can be in the top 16. But this is a page where I don't have much hopes because let's be honest, -40, Ledger, Team Tamilas, RGC, things are pretty much done for all of them. Do or Die, yesterday they got a chicken dinner, but on this day, day number 2, even Do or Die, they're not having the best of the time.
Last page at this point, they need to pull off a Bot Army Esports. That's the only way they can stand a chance to make any sort of comeback, including Team Tamilas. The only way they can stand a chance to come back is by pulling off chicken dinners every single game that's left over. They've only got 4 more games to go, and Team Tumulas at this point in time, we pretty much know for them it's done. For M40, it's done. They can't really make the comeback anymore. Gen X FM as well, pretty much on the same boat. All the teams on the last page, I don't think so a comeback is possible. Maybe from Vasista Esports, there's still a bit of that hope. Maybe they can pull off the chicken dinner, but considering Vasista Esports is not really playing in these groups, so we don't really need to speak about them right now. But what do you think, Shadow? Who do you think from the last page actually stands a chance to bounce back?
None. To be honest, none. Because let's be honest, they need more than one chicken dinner. If you're on the last page, you need so many points if you want to see yourself in the top 16. Yes, Vasista can be that big name, but considering that VXT is also going up against the players of Vasista, it's not going to go very well with Vasista in every single game. And getting multiple chicken dinners is something Vasista needs at this point. And since we will be playing on those 2 off maps, that itself makes it very difficult for them.
And once again, we're going to move on towards the map of Erangel. In the first Erangel, we saw storyline unfold in quite a weird manner. Revenant Spark and Hero Extreme Godlike locking horns off the rip. First Hero Extreme Godlike moving in towards Yasna Poliana. Revenant Spark bullying them a little bit, but then later on, when they try to hunt down the players of Hero Extreme Godlike, they got 2v4'd. And yes, that was the exact salt on top of the wound moments that was needed for the fans as well. And I'm mentioning this from the start. Both these teams are literally playing to please their egos and their fans' egos. And Hero Extreme Godlike has been doing that since such a long time. Even yesterday, they targeted VXT. Today, it's Revenant Spark. Tomorrow, it might just be someone else. Before now, the game puts up on the screen as the plane fly path's also going to be there, starting all the way from Norupnoy towards Primorx.
Yes, we have a southern flight path, so all the teams who love going towards the side of Kameshki, Stivani, Yasna Poliana, they do have a long journey up ahead. But like you said, Hero Extreme Godlike, they have been going for those ego fights. But here's the thing, Hero Extreme Godlike can afford those ego fights because they are sitting so comfortably in the overall ranking. Revenant X-Park on the other side, they can't afford those ego fights. They need to be very cautious. They need to pick their battles very carefully. And the mistake which they did in the previous Erangel, they need to avoid such sort of mistakes. They can only do that towards the last game when for sure they have qualified for the challenge finals. At this stage, Revenant X-Park can't afford it. But wait a second, Hero Extreme Godlike going all the way towards the southern side.
I know what Hero Extreme Godlike is trying to do here. Drop all the way down south, maybe thinking that Revenant Spark is going to drop in towards Norupnoy, but that's not going to be the course of action this time around. Revenant Spark, they're playing it pretty smart as well. But Hero Extreme Godlike, they can instead switch their targets and focus on Hidden Ones, because even Hidden Ones is in a really bad spot in the overall standings. So Hero Extreme Godlike can definitely disrupt their flow too.
Yesterday it was Gen X FM who kind of rained on the parade of Hidden Ones because Shogun was in the compounds where Hidden Ones executor was, and this time, like you said, Hero Extreme Godlike, since they just want to have fight, be it anyone. So Hidden Ones could be that team that Hero Extreme Godlike decides to go up against. But such a mature decision coming from the side of Shadow of Revenant X-Park. Had they gone in towards the side of Norupnoy, they would have to face an early fight. But seems like Diesel Esports in -40, they are in sort of a situation as Nishu OP is trying to knife the players of Diesel Esports. But seems like the cavalry is there and Nishu has been knocked out.
Revenant Spark, no matter what, they will need to face an early fight because the place where they've dropped right now, there's Reckoning Esports right next to him. And focusing on this fight for now, M40 versus Diesel Esports. Diesel Esports is one of those teams that can still maybe stand a chance to qualify, but M40, they deny that. Diesel Esports, lifeline stolen. And with this wipe, Diesel Esports now does not stand a chance to qualify to the LAN finale because they're going to move all the way at the bottom of the page. And this is going to be a big blunder. They're now on the last page officially. Diesel Esports, that lifeline stolen by a team that did not even stand a chance to qualify in the first place, which was M40. This has to sting. But once again, speaking of Revenant Spark, the place where they have dropped right now, there's Reckoning Esports right next to him. And even Reckoning Esports is one of those teams that's already qualified. So Reckoning Esports, if they want, they can definitely go for this threat. They can definitely go for this fight. But Revenant Spark, they cannot afford to fight Reckoning Esports because Reckoning Esports, they've been feeling at the top of their game from the start. DOD, they take a fight against the players of Red Ross, and actually, they find the opener too, taking down 2 players off the rip, and Phoenix gets confirmed as well. What's going on? Red Ross is getting picked apart.
Oh yes, they certainly are. Do or die, Red Ross, they're locking horns with each other. Even we have got the players of Team Wildfangs and Gen X FM in a close proximity. They can decide to do a third party in that scenario. But seems like Red Ross, they've decided to back off from that situation. And Do or Die with 2 finishes, a good start. But the chances of Do or Die making it in top 16 are very less. They need one more chicken dinner if they really want to be in the top 16. But like you said, Revenant X Park, they could have gone against the players of Team Reckoning. But seems like Reckoning went all the way towards the side of Georgiapool City. And that is where we have the players of Bot Army Esports. And for now, Reckoning and Bot Army, they are locking horns with each other. And Revenant X Park, they're sticking to the complete western smaller compounds of the Erangel.
Indeed. I mean, the way Reckoning Esports rotated from that spot, they were right next to Revenant X Park. And now they're moving all the way towards Rozhok. Or maybe even Yasna Poliana. I'm not exactly sure what the final stop is going to look like for Reckoning Esports, but whatever it's going to look like, I want them to start hunting right now. Wildfang's already kicking things off against Hero Extreme Godlike. And Hero Extreme Godlike, I'm not exactly sure if this fight is on purpose or it's happening randomly. But Hero Extreme Godlike dropped in such a spot we did not really expect him to drop in the first place. Red Ross once again constantly getting picked apart by Do or Die, and I'm not even exactly sure what's going on here.
See, here's the thing. Hero Extreme Godlike that saw that Revenant X Park is not in the city of Novoripnoi, so they decided to go all the way towards the side of Yasna, and in the process of doing so, they clashed against the players of Team Wildfangs, and Fixes was already talking about it. Imagine, Wildfangs go up against the players of Hero Extreme Godlike before Godlike decides to take a fight with Revenant X Park, and seems like that is happening as Trace God finds a knock onto Jonathan. Zap is already down, and Edmino is the last man standing.
Yeah, he's the only player standing, and Zeph is going to be in the front lines. Who will be on the receiving side of the spectrum? Seth tried to run over the player, but what a beautiful drive-by that was. Seth puts that final nail in the coffin as Wildfangs, they wipe out the existence of Hero Extreme Godlike. Hero Extreme Godlike did not even have that much loot to play this fight with in the first place, because Jonathan did not have any helmet. Even Admino was not really having that good of a helmet in West in the first place, so Wildfangs clearly had the advantage.
Well, certainly, they had the advantage because they had all the resources which they accumulated from the city of Milta. But for now, even the players of Bot Army Esports are in such a close proximity to the players of Revenant X Park. But looking at the finish feed, I'm sure there is someone who is going to have a big smile on their face. And those are the players of Revenant X Park. That Godlike has been eliminated. So that means there is no one in this game who is going to stop the players of Revenant X Park and go for that ego fight. So Revenant can play their natural game in this one, maybe aim for that big winner chicken dinner for themselves.
But I guess for Hero Extreme Godlike, they've done their job. They've wiped out Scout. If you know, you know.
Yeah.
Bot Army Esports on the screen, and Monty, he's the casualty. For Bot Army Esports with a 3-man squad, it's completely fine. They're already someone who's secured that spot in the Grand Finals, in the Challenge Finals. And we've been mentioning so much about the Challenge Finals. There will be a little pop-up at the bottom of the screen soon. You scan that QR code and confirm your tickets for the LAN Final, which will be happening in Noida Indoor Stadium. So make sure you're doing that as quick as possible. But once again, moving back to the game, you've got Gen X FM right now up against the players of Do or Die. For Gen X FM, they're a bit too far away in the overall standings. I don't think so they can stand a chance to qualify. And Do or Die as well, pretty much on that same boat. But they can definitely play to sharpen their own skills and maybe be better for the upcoming SPS.
For sure, they can definitely try to leave a remarkable performance. Gen X FM, Do or Die, they are on the struggling side, and chances of them making it in the top 16 are very less. But looking at the circle, I think Revenant X Park can also do fairly well in this one if they head over to the city of Yasnaya, because this is their circle, this is their home ground, and they are aware about every nook and cranny of Yasnaya and all the nearby areas. So Revenant can definitely do really good in this particular game. But for now, Gen X FM seems like they are eager to pick a fight against the players of Do or Die. Shogun, Vishu, along with the remaining 2 players, they need to be a bit careful, because if a knock comes on to Shogun, the revival is going to be a bit tricky. But do or die, they need to defend this compound with their tooth and nail. Kind of a stalemate situation as the two players of Gen X FM are going for those flank angles, but -40 and Bot Army, even they are also locking horns with each other as Joker has been knocked out.
Once again, moving back to this fight though. Not a lot of movement happening so far. Both the teams just playing it put. They've got their own individual slots to play with. And right now, both of them, they seem pretty good. Gen X FM, looking at the way they're placed as well, it does seem like on paper, Gen X FM, they've got the advantage in the fight. But no one's looking to execute. No one's looking for that first knock. Both of them are too comfortable in the spots they've gotten, which I'm not a big fan of as well. But looking at the circle and how it's panning out, there's not a lot of teams still accumulated towards the centric part. Everyone's just waiting for the stage 2 to hit. And as soon as the stage 2 pops up, that's when they're going to try to drive a better pathway in the circle. And the stage 2 is going to be tilted a little bit on the northern side. There's so many compounds up for grab, and Myth Official can definitely be one of those good teams to go in the circle and put themselves in a better spot.
Of course they can, because in the previous Miramar also Myth had a decent game. Yesterday was not really a good day for the players of Myth Officials, and considering they were so close to being in the top 16, they are trying again. And if they get a victory in this one, there is a chance of Myth also to close in that gap. But so many teams are still going for the late rotation, just like the players of -40, Team Tamilas, Bot Army Esports. They're still taking the brunt of the blue. Even God's Reign, they are also out in the blue. Cincinnati kids, they need to be very careful, because the way Cincinnati has been making the rotation towards the southern side, they might directly head over to the cluster which is forming. But for now, like you said, Gen X FM and Do or Die, kind of stalemate situation. The men of the players of Do or Die are going to come out in the open. I think Gen X FM will be ready to strike, and that is exactly what Vishu is trying to do at this point.
Indeed. They've got him locked in the sights. Pinned down in the crosshair. And looking at the way the game's shaping up as well, there's going to be so many teams moving from that southern side up north. The centric part's going to be accumulated by a lot of teams soon. And I really wanted Myth to move on and secure a better spot, be in the smack center. But Myth is still playing around the school. They're in the school apartments. That standoff between Gen X FM and Do or Die has been going on for days at this point. And no one's really executing that. Both the teams needs to understand they're pretty much playing these fights to try and improve themselves in the game so they can be better in the upcoming official tournament. Both of them don't stand a chance to qualify anymore. They're a bit too far back in the overall standings. Looking at Bot Army Esports on the screen for now. Bot Army Esports on the way towards a better spot inside of the circle, which they are soon going to find. DOD. Finally, the ice is going to be broken in half. Gen X FM, a bit on that receiving end of the spectrum. Maverick falls down. And does Gen X FM want to go for the revival on the fallen comrade? Hovercraft spotted. Spray was taken against that, but no confirmation yet. And Gen X FM, finally a man closes on up, wanting to get the revival on the fallen player. The revival will come through as well, but Cincinnati kids, they're a constant threat. And Gen X FM needs to watch out from CK.
Oh, they certainly need to. CK is also one of those teams which has been struggling in the overall ranking. Currently on the 20th spot, they need to be very careful, and Spider out in the open has been spotted down by the players of Team Tamilas. And -40, even they have suffered casualty with only 2 players remaining. -40, let's see how this game is going to turn out for them. But -40, one thing I have to say, yes, they are not going to qualify, but the way this team has improved their 4v4 fights, that is commendable. Ever since the last week, I think -40 has been looking so confident in those 4v4 fights.
Yeah.
So yes, they are on the right track. Maybe next time when we see -40, they are going to leave a remark, and maybe they'll qualify for the LAN Finals as well. But this time, yes, the improvement is there, but it came too late.
Indeed. They're pretty much playing pressure-free. They've got no pressure now. They know their back's against the wall. They're pretty much going to be eliminated from this tournament no matter what they do. So it's better to go out with a bang, right? And M40 making some rash decisions, but still surviving with that slam. They're going to find themselves in a decent spot. Not exactly the best, considering that spot is already accumulated by the foes. And Myth now, their attention's grabbed towards this one single apartment. I'm not exactly sure why Aiden backed away, because he needs to back Maxioso up. But everyone from Myth is actually going to let the opponents have that place to play with. They're respecting the opponents, and I'm not exactly sure why Myth is doing so. Myth, they've got the man number in the school apartments. If they want, they can brute force the fight, but they still don't want to do so. Myth struggling with confidence, self-doubting themselves. There's even Red Ross in the same compound. And Red Ross's players is now getting charged on. Myth, they have managed to isolate that player. This entire apartment area. There's so many foes in the same compound. Beast in the front from Red Ross, and he's now getting punished. He's now getting pushed on constantly. UMP 45 on the receiving end of the spectrum, but against a shotgun, the UMP can't really do a lot.
And with that, Red Ross, they have also been eliminated on the 14 spot. 2 finish points towards the side of Myth officials is definitely going to help their case. And that's the reason that Myth backed off from that fight against the plus of -40, because I think they got the call that someone is there in the same apartment, in the same building. And Myth, they decided to go up against Red Ross first. And after that, maybe they'll decide to go up against the plus of -40 once again. But even if they don't go against -40, I think they are in the safety of the circle. And Myth is also one of those teams which is in dire need of those points. So
Exactly.
maybe they can take that extra sweet time to engage in a fight, just like what Godstrain and Vingod did yesterday in the map of Vikendi. Even Myth can also try to do the same thing.
No, in my opinion, they should go for the fight right now. The smaller the circle gets, the longer the opponents live, they will be a bigger threat. If you eliminate -40 right now, you are not going to have that constant thought of a foe in the same compound. But if you do not get rid of -40 right now, Myth official, there will be this constant threat lingering in the compound. And Myth, their movement will be limited. Myth, they cannot even play with a free hand with M40 being around. And that's why Myth should force a fight right now, because if they do force a fight right now, there's not going to be any sort of third parties. But hold on to that thought. Godsreen getting charged up by Cincinnati Kids, and it's not even a struggle as they wipe out Godsreen from this game.
Well, certainly Godstrain, they have also been eliminated, but it is not going to hurt them because they are already in the top 5. But bottom esports and Wildfangs, even they're also locking horns with each other, as both of them are trying to get the southern control for themselves. As one of the players from the side of Wildfangs has been knocked out, and Trace God and Sensei, they're going for that longer flank. Seems like it's a lost cause. Seth won't be getting any help, any rescue mission. But wait a second, even Reckoning and Revenant X-Park are also locking horns with each other as per the Finnish feed. And Revenant X-Park, this is such a crucial fight for them.
It indeed is. For Revenant X-Park, it's going to be a crucial game. It's one of those critical standpoints. A critical scenario in a tournament. And Revenant X-Park is put in those. Bot Army Esports on the run, on the move. And looking at the place where Bot Army Esports is playing from, backs against the wall of death too. It's something you cannot really trust for too long. And a lot of teams have already learned the lesson. Looking at the elimination feed, finally Myth, they make the push happen. A few casualties taken upon themselves while they make the push, but it's completely fine. It was just a knocked player. Not any sort of confirmation. And I love the fact that Myth, they realized the same thing that I realized. The longer the opponent lives, the threat's going to be even bigger. And Reckoning Esports, they pick a fight against the players of Revenant X-Park. It's not going to be a good fight for Revenant X-Park at all, but they're still Sarang at the top and can constantly rain down death and destruction. And Reckoning Esports is going for the revival. Does Sarang have the line of sight? That's my question. He's going for the shot, but unfortunately does not have any line of sight on the revival that's coming through. Sarang now finally breaking his silence as he wants to make the push happen up close and personal. But Reckoning Esports, they're already in too deep. Spray Gotti can still stand a chance to convert this fight and save the day for Reckoning Esports. But Revenant, even they can flip the odds and flip the tables. The floor is lava for Kyoya. He's got his hands on the P90. He wants to make the push happen against Sarang, but all it takes is one single shot. And Kyoya gets slapped down. There's still Dionysus in the same compound, S12K to back him up. But Reckoning Esports, with just one man standing, I'm not exactly sure how much they can pull off, but the damage is done. Dionysus confirms the man, and he will be taken down eventually by Revenant X Park, but in that fight, Revenant X Park lost out on their main key soldier, Sarang.
Well, Sarang has been eliminated, but 4 finished points are going to help Revenant X Park to stay in the top 16. But the main thing, Neeraj, here is, if you look at the circle, everyone is trying to have that southern control. Revenant X Park is the only team who is having the northern control of the circle. They can potentially rain death and destruction from the northern side. And it is going to be so important. This can be a good game for the players of Revenant X Park if they play all their cards right, because the only threat they had were the players of Reckoning, which they have already eliminated. So the entire northern control is with the players of Revenant X Park at this point.
Indeed it is. The next zone's going to pop down south, and I'm not exactly sure if they can rain death and destruction right now. The zone's moved away from them. And now OG is going to be the Guardian Angels. They can be backstabbed by Revenant X Park and even Myth. But it's OG we're speaking of. Orangutan, the Apes, they're quite experienced. They know exactly how to deal with such scenarios. Myth, they're constantly taking a duel against the players of CK. But CK, they've got no interest as CK back away from that spot. And even they focus on the placement in a better spot in the circle. Myth, they need to do the same thing as well. Place themselves in a good spot in the circle, and then maybe try to pick some fights, because they need those elimination points too.
Now, what Revenant can do in the situation is, instead of having that northern control, they can go for the eastern control of the circle. Because in that scenario, they only have to deal with the players of Bot Army Esports and Wild Fangs, which itself is a big challenge. But since they both are locking horns with each other, Revenant can take the benefit out of it, as Bot Army finds one knock onto the players of Wild Fangs, and let's see if they can get the confirmation. But like you said, OG is having the entire northern control, and Bot Army Esports, they need to go for the revival onto Devotee, because Wild Fangs, they are on a hunt, and seems like there is no chance of a revival coming in, and Scary Jot has to make that mature decision to leave the fallen comrade bleed to death, as Sensei gets a confirmation onto Devotee. And now, even Bot Army left with only 2 players remaining. Wild Fangs, they are doing everything right. They are feeling so confident. Yes, this team was struggling in the initial few weeks, but since week number 3, I think the improvement which Wild Fangs have showcased is tremendous.
Indeed it is. I mean, they've pretty much secured their spot, right? They've pretty much qualified. 219 points on the board, and whichever teams cross 200 points marker, in my opinion, they're more than safe. Even Red Ross, after that previous game, they found themselves in that safe threshold. Looking at the desperate teams and the desperate names, Myth, Hidden Ones, Revenant X Park. These 3 teams, they need to be the opportunistic ones. Grab as many eliminations as possible, especially for Revenant X Park. They just need to place themselves in that safety zone. That's it. Cross that threshold of 200 points mark. For Cincinnati Kids, they need a chicken dinner here, nothing less. But with just a 3-man squad, it sounds really tough.
Yeah. Not having the numbers is definitely going to hurt the case of Cincinnati Kids. This team showcased few signs of aggression, few signs of revival, but suddenly those ups and downs which CK has been facing since day number 1 is not helping their case. But for now, Bot Army Esports, it's one of those teams which is feeling so confident, especially after those 3 big chicken dinners. They're looking so promising, and for now they are, like you said, they are engaging in a fight with the plus of CK, but they also need to prioritize the rotation, as the circle has taken a shift and it has gone all away from the plus of Bot Army and even Wild Fangs, and it is favoring the plus of OG and Gen X FM heavily.
The next circle's gonna shift out in the open, and what a knock that was from Scary. Sensei did not even know what exactly hit him. But now OG, they've got a few more foes approaching them. As I mentioned, they're going to be the Guardian Angels on the northern side. They've got the experience. They know exactly how to deal with those. But it's 2 different foes on 2 different spectrums. How can they deal with 8 players at the same time? 4v8, can they make it happen? And OG, right now they're picking a fight against the players of Myth. Myth have found a few isolated players for themselves. Are in the back lines, is trying to provide that cover fire. Gather a bit of that attention upon himself. And maybe he's successful as well doing so. Maxioso finally finds the first engagement as he shuts down AKOP. Athenki in the compound as well gets taken down by Iden, and Myth is slowly and steadily clenching their fists in this fight. Aru closes on up but gets greeted by Spear as Aru is taken down super low, and Spear is going to shut down Aru in return. OG is trying their best to fight back in the fight constantly, but Myth, they've got two players standing against just the one man surviving of OG. And WizGod, he can't do a lot. And here comes the third party from IQ Team Tumulus. Rico gets slapped across as Oxen, he's the man constantly punishing the players of Team Tumulus as well. Eventually, Team Tumulus, they come in with the third party, wiping out OG and even Myth.
I think one player is still surviving. Actually, two players are surviving from the side of Orangutan. Athenki is again back in the game. And this can go either ways. Because Team Tamilas, yes, they have the numbers advantage, but a team like OG do know how to clutch it out. So there is still a possibility for the players of Orangutan. If Team Tamilas win this one, they're definitely going to have too many points in their backpack as WizGod has been knocked out and Athenki is the last man standing and Manti deals with him as well. And Orangutan has also been eliminated. Team Tamilas, 7 finishes and they're feeling so confident. Even Genix FN are also going up against the players of Cincinnati Kids.
Oh, Genix FM for them. They've got the advantage off the high ground. For Cincinnati Kids, unfortunately, an uphill battle. I'm not exactly sure what Cincinnati Kids was thinking before they went for that fight. But Genix FM right now with all the advantage, they're definitely striking against a few more teams. And right now, they're taking a fight against the players of DOD. Avnish in the back lines, maybe he can't strike a few players down, and he does get the first strike. Taking down Reaper, Genix FM down to just one man, and that's going to be Evil. Can't even clutch it out for his team. The same thing can be asked for Avnish as well, and Avnish is able to connect the majority of the shots as Evil gets taken down from the back. Oh man, third parties after third parties. And at this point in time, even DOD is on the verge of being wiped out from this game. But unfortunately for DOD, they get third-partied by Team Tumulus. And the way Team Tumulus is playing, only if they would have played the same way in the first opening weeks, maybe we would have seen a different Team Tumulus. Maybe we would have seen them in the top 16.
Of course, this is what was needed from the side of Team Tamilas. Pure domination, the confidence which they are bringing on the second day of week number 4. This was supposed to come in week number 2 or week number 3. Maybe it's too late, but at least they are leaving a remarkable performance. Cincinnati Kids, Flock being the last man. 3 finishes already in their backpack, but they need more than that because Cincinnati is also one of those teams which is trying really hard to be in the top 16. Flock is keeping an eye towards the side of Hidden Ones. At the same time, he's aware about the players of Team Tamilas. The best scenario for Flock at this point is Hidden Ones and Team Tamilas. They go up against each other. In that scenario, Flock can aim for that 6 placement points.
CK needed a chicken dinner, nothing less than that. And unfortunately for CK, I mean, it just blows the fact that Flock is out in the open like this. Team Tumulus, the aggressive approach so far has been working out pretty well, and maybe even Flock is going to fall apart. The way they're able to isolate the duels, I'm loving this from Team Tumulus. Know exactly where they need to charge. And maybe they can also secure the chicken dinner with the same momentum. They do not exactly have the man advantage in the final few standoff, but they can definitely stand a big chance to convert this chicken dinner. They're going up against Hidden Ones. And speaking of Hidden Ones too, they do not really have a lot of elimination points to back it up. But Hidden Ones, today's day has been phenomenal for them. First game, chicken dinner. Second game, decent points. And the third game as well in the top tier right now with all the 4 players standing. And they've got a big shot at winning this game. But unfortunately, the zone favors Team Tumulus. With TT having the major advantage, now the fight's taken down to a 3-on-3. Hidden Ones with 3 players and Team Tumulus with 3.
22 points already Hidden Ones has accumulated today, and then they are looking for more. But Mr. IGL finds a connection onto one of the player of Hidden Ones, and Hidden Ones left with only 3 players as they get a knock onto Rico, all thanks to Mortis, and Alien gets a confirmation and the second knock, and Hidden Ones getting 1 more in the backpack.
What a comeback from Hidden Ones. Today's day has been incredible for them. First game, chicken dinner. The last game, chicken dinner as well. What else do you want if you're Hidden Ones fans? I mean, today's day has been an absolute banger. And with this day, they've also initiated such a major comeback. It's not an initiation. They've pretty much done the comeback. They've made it in the top 16, but still not in that good spot. They're still going to be in the danger zone, but they need the constant points to survive. Now they need the average of 7 to 8 points per game, and then Hidden Ones can pin that spot down and keep on moving up in the LAN finale. Still 3 more games to go for these two groups, and anything can happen. We might just see even the Mighty fall down. We might just see Revenant Spark fall apart. Once again, anything can happen. But we spoke about Cincinnati Kids. They needed a chicken dinner. Unfortunately, the last man got snuffed out by Team Tamilas, and he got taken down.
Main question is, where was this Team Tamilas the entire previous weeks? Because the way they were accumulating those finish points, they should have performed like this in the previous few weeks, because the confidence was completely missing from the side of Team Tamilas. But finally, they are back in the form, and maybe in the upcoming official tournaments, Team Tamilas will perform really good. This is going to give them the confidence boost. But the main thing is, Revenant X-Pac, the way they have changed their play style, they're going for the passive approach, and this time also, they were taking the brunt of the blue when Hidden Ones eliminated them. But the problem is, yes, Revenant is going for the passive approach, but all the teams below Revenant, Myth officials, even the players of Hidden Ones, they're going for the aggressive approach. They're getting the placement points and the finish points as well.
Hidden Ones is not exactly going for the aggressive approach. They're just taking the fights that are being forced against him. And Hidden Ones is not someone that likes to back away from those fights, right? And the crazy fact is, they're actually able to convert those fights in quite the positive trade-off as well. So as long as it's working out, keep on doing the same thing. Hidden Ones, they were always known for their inconsistency, because sometimes they would get quite the good days, and sometimes a day would completely fall off. But this time around, they performed when it was needed. All 3 games quite consistent. First game, chicken dinner. Last game, chicken dinner. What else do you need? And pretty much the last game was spoiled by so many big names, right? We saw so many early game fights, so getting that chicken dinner wasn't too tough for Hidden Ones.
Well, of course, it was not easy, because we had the players of Team Tamilas, Gen X FM, so many teams. Even the players of Wild Fangs and Watch Army Esports were also trying to migrate inside the circle from the east and southern eastern side. That is exactly where the players of Hidden Ones are also placed. So yes, Hidden Ones did defend their area, did defend their position with all the tooth and nail, and did accumulate good amount of finish points. But looking at the starts of the match, we have Mr. IGL, as he was going all out with 6 finishes. The best companion is going to be Steph from the side of Wild Fangs.
I mean, stars of the match, pretty much expected. Team Tamilas finally stepping up massively, but it's a bit too late in the competition now, considering they can't really initiate a comeback at the spot they've got and the amount of games they've got. They cannot get the comeback done. It's not even possible mathematically. 18 points from that previous game for Team Tamilas. Hidden Ones getting the chicken dinner. 15 points consistency on the board. Do or die, even they try to go out with a bang. They got 9 points in total. You've got Cincinnati Kids 2, 8 points secured. At this point, Cincinnati Kids, the average is not going to cut it. They need to push themselves to the extreme. Latter half of the board is also on the screen. You can see Revenant Spark 8 points. Revenant Spark is consistently having the average in their hands, so it's all good in the hood. Revenant Spark is going to keep that spot pinned down.
See, the total points which Hidden Ones have got today are 37. On the other side, Revenant X-Pac, they have got total of 18 points. That's my concern, because everyone below Revenant X-Pac is doing exceptionally well. Even Myth, this time they have got 5 points, minus 40. Well, they are just playing for their impact. 4 total points to their name. OG with total of 2 points, but nothing concerning, because OG, they are pretty much qualified, and so are the players of Reckoning. Red Ross, yes, in this one they have 0 points, but the previous 2 games did go really well in their favor, so nothing to complain about. Red Ross, they have pretty much solidified their spot already in the top 16.
Exactly. It's not even a question. All the teams that have crossed on over that 200 points barrier, they've pretty much done it. Reckoning Esports and Revenant Sparks' fight, I'm not going to lie, it sort of sparked a bit of that concern for Revenant Esports, considering can they really confirm their slot in the top 16? Can they constantly get the points? But luckily enough, they did have 8 points on the board. So I guess as long as you're getting 7 to 8 points on the board, if you're in the top 16, you're pretty much going to pin that spot down. And right now, Revenant Spark seems pretty okay. But still, you cannot really rule out the fact that 2 more groups are going to step in the upcoming games. And anything can happen over there as well. We might just see even bigger comebacks.
Yeah, K9 Carnival Gaming, they can definitely stage a big comeback. There is a possibility, because K9, they are also not shying away from all those fights, and then feeling confident in those 4v4 fights. So if K9 gets a big winner chicken dinner, K9 can solidify their spot, and Revenant can be pushed out of top 16. So many possibilities are still there. I'll still say that Revenant, they need a chicken dinner, because if they keep getting those average points, they'll be up on their toes till the very last game.
And let's be honest, right? The 2 groups that are still yet to play, they can look at these previous games and know exactly how much intensity they're going to be facing in the battlegrounds, right? If you're trying to compare the first game till the last game, first game, we saw so many teams playing for the survival. Second game, pretty much the same thing happened. We saw a lot of teams in the final few moments. But the third game, it was the complete opposite. We saw so many fights happen off the rip. And I guess one of the major part of that was also the plane fly path, considering it was so down south extreme. That's why we saw so many fights happening. We saw Diesel Esports clashing on against M40. Even Reckoning Esports almost crashed on towards Revenant Spark. Pretty much a lot of fights happen off the rip. So in the final few moments, there were not a lot of teams to sort of stop the teams from going for the consistent approach, and that's why Hidden Ones and Cincinnati Kids got a good game in their hands.
See, in the final week, I think the survival towards the first few minutes, first few circles of the game is going to be more challenging as compared to the survival in the last few circles, because everyone is trying to engage in a fight at the very start of the game. So many teams are also trying to experiment and change their drop location, which itself is making a comeback for all the bottom teams more difficult. So these are all the things which every team who is somewhere between the 13th to 20th spot, they need to consider.
Yeah, exactly. But you know what? We've been mentioning so much about the LAN finale. We've been mentioning so much about the challenge finals. And here it is on your screen. Scan that QR code and claim your seats now. Starting all the way from 31st January till the 2nd February. So what are you waiting for, man? Go right now and claim your seats. Because trust me when I say this, it's going to be fully packed soon. So you better go and claim your seats right now before they run out. Once again, Shadow Moon back towards the conversation. Now, as we know, 2 more groups are going to step in. And in those groups, as you mentioned, there's CG, there's even K9 Esports. A few more names are going to be there, including 8-Bit, who did initiate a big comeback yesterday. And 8-Bit now, all they need to do is just nail it down.
Of course, 8-Bit is also one of those big names, but this time, 8-Bit and all those teams who are in Group B and D, they are playing on those off maps, Sanhok and Vikendi. And Sanhok and Vikendi are very unpredictable. It's not easy to stage a comeback. But Phoenix Esports is one of those teams which do fairly well in the map of Vikendi. So there is still a chance of Phoenix Esports also propelling themselves in the top 16.
Exactly. Just look at these teams and just look at the amount of desperate teams that are going to be there even in the upcoming competition, right? You've got 4 Miracles, you've got 8-Bit on the verge, you've also got K9 Esports super close to that top 16, Carnival Gaming as well. For them, the qualifications on the line, not exactly doing too hot in the top 16. They're in that danger zone too. Every single team, if they do want to find themselves in that comfort zone, they just need to place themselves more than 200 points. That's it. That's going to be the average threshold you need to achieve, and as soon as you cross that barrier, you will be in that safe zone.
40 points. If Team Empire and Phoenix Esports, they do manage to get those 40 points, they can easily be in the top 16 and they'll qualify for the challenge finals. That is itself making the competition so difficult, because at this point, Team Empire, they stand with 159 points, Phoenix Esports with 151 points, just 50 more points in the remaining games, and they can be. And Phoenix can definitely do that, because if you remember, yesterday, Phoenix Esports, they did get a chicken dinner for themselves.
They popped off. Phoenix Esports was doing great. And if you remember from the start, I've been saying this, Phoenix Esports, no matter how much they struggle, I still, for some reason, think they can easily initiate the comeback. Now, a big name that is still all the way outside of the top 16 and not even close to qualifying is Vasista Esports. And that's definitely been a major surprise for us, a big letdown as well, considering in the past, Vasista Esports was also known as Carpadium, and they were doing much better when it comes to the firefights. But right now, Vasista Esports, they're just nowhere to be seen. Beat the placement point, beat the elimination points. Vasista Esports, they're struggling with confidence, and they're self-doubting every single decision they're taking.
Yesterday, they got just 1 single point. In the entire 3 games, just 1 single point. And we don't expect such kind of a performance from a team like of such capability. Yes, I understand that VX3 is trying to go up against Vasista and they're trying to engage in a fight with them. But there's still an option. You can disengage. You can go for a different drop location. You can opt for a different rotation path. There's so many possibilities which Vasista needs to do at this point. Because if they want to make it in the top 16, it's already too late, I'll say. But still, there is some hope. And they need to get a big victory for themselves.
Do not forget about the rivalry between VXT and Vasista Esports, because that's definitely going to come into fruition as well. You cannot really forget both these teams are always out for blood against each other, especially VXT targeting Vasista Esports. It's happened so many times on the map of Miramar and Erangel, and maybe it might just happen on the map of Sanhok as well, because that's going to be the best possible place where you can try and take your rivals down. Now you move on the conversation towards GT. It's another one of those teams that is on the struggling phase as well. GT's not doing too hot in the overall standings too. You cannot forget that.
Yeah, Gujarat Tigers, the dip in the performance is certainly there. Yesterday also they got only 12 points, but they were standing at the 12th spot in the overall ranking, so nothing to complain about as long as they keep getting those average points. I think Gujarat Tigers can stay in the top 16, but Neeraj needs a little bit of the breather after the previous game, and joining me on the panel is Fixes for this map of Sanhok. And Fixes, what are you expecting from Group B and D?
A lot of carnage, a lot of madness, with a little bit of a tinge of those third parties into the mix. As we begin setting sail in the game of Sanhok, of course, we'll be eyeing out for that epic showdown between Ikusol and K9, but that's been avoided for quite some time. Eyes also gazing out at where the circle forms. This time, it's going to be an Eastern one at that. Like you guys discussed, a very important game for Phoenix Esports, and look at who's right beside them. It is going to be Team Empires.
Well, certainly both the teams, one who was on the 17th spot and the other one who was on the 18th spot yesterday. Super important game for both these teams. Even Vasista is also towards the side of Cow. And for these three teams, this is a very important game. And the circle is already favoring them. But Phoenix Esports, the kind of split which they're having at this point, where Phantom is all the way far away from his teammates towards the side of Team Empire, he needs to be very cautious and careful, because if Team Empire realizes that there's someone all by himself, all the four players of Team Empire will charge towards him.
Indeed, they will. And for Phoenix Esports, they cannot let loose even a single point. Of course, have to keep their forces tight, do whatever it takes to win this one out. And we've seen those tendencies of Phoenix Esports. They get a chicken dinner the next game, literally wet the floor. So this time they have to break that curse. The time is nigh and they will have to step up. But for legit esports, things are looking quite murky at this point, Shadow. So hard to gather around the fact that if they can really qualify, unless and until they pull out a rabbit out of their magic hat, I don't think they're making it to the grand finals.
Even the chances for Vasista are very less, considering they are sitting on the 28th spot with just 128 points. Even Vasista need to do something similar. Because all the teams who are on the last page of the overall ranking, the chances of them making it in the top 16 are very less. Even for 8-bit, yes, they had a decent day yesterday. They accumulated decent amount of points also, but still, because they are on the 24th spot, it's not going to be easy for the players of 8-bit as well.
Of course it won't be. But for 8-bit, they've been having a little bit of a steady climb. Sooner than later, eventually they'll have a lot of fights to deal with. But the circle really does not help their case, considering it's gone quite opposite to where they have dropped down. So they have to really play their cards right. One small mistake and everything could go falling down. Have to be aboard on that momentum train they built up yesterday. I think could be the best day that 8-bit has had so far this entire tournament, as Ikusol, another team that is quite safe in Jolly and Sound, they would be looking down to hunt down K9. And all in good spirits. I understand where Ikusol are coming for, especially in order to make sure that they have their lives easier in the grand finals. Taking down K9 right here, right now, would be such a blessing for them and their fans.
Of course. Let's see if they can try to do so. But for now, Legit Esports seems like they are on the receiving end, as the players of Team Genesis are also locking horns with each other. E0 gets one knock, and it seems like the entire team of Legit Esports has been eliminated. Genesis, yes, a very good start, but Legit Esports, what just happened?
Oh, in the blink of an eye, they're done. Of course, a little bit of a collision around contention for the central positions of the game, and there you could see an accident occurred and a mishap followed. Genesis walking away with all the frags there, doing quite well for themselves. And the big question, have they lost any player? No is going to be the answer. So everything, all good in the hood for Genesis. They also did stage quite some comeback yesterday. Still, a lot needs to be done. If they can pull off something like what Hidden Ones did earlier, then you could also count them in. But for what it's worth, this game is all going to be about how well can 8-bit perform, how well can Phoenix Esports stage that comeback alongst with Vasista Esports. anything less than a chicken dinner with good amount of finishes for Vasista Esports, I think we could already call the curtains on them.
Just imagine if K9 go up against the plus of Team Vasista and Team IQ Soul do a third party, because all these three teams are somewhere towards the northern side, and if K9 and IQ Soul decides to go all the way towards the side of Khao, this could be a possibility. But for now, Gujarat Tigers, along with that Genesis, Medal, these three teams are eyeing for the center of the circle, and seems like Gujarat Tigers, they're aware about the presence of Medal. So Clutch God needs to be very careful, because even Gujarat Tigers were struggling, and Clutch God finds a perfect knock onto Legit and looking for the second one as God gets the confirmation onto Legit, and now Medal left with only 3 players.
Even question marks on Gujarat Tigers qualification. Really so close, but yet so far. But this time, Sanhok is quite sunny, or so as it seems, for Clutch God and the troops of GT. Already having secured that one finish, they're looking quite dandy. And going on ahead, I think all these teams are really competing for that central spot. We all know how the switches can be in Sanhok, how the curveballs do hit. This looks like an Eastern one, and Phoenix Esports have themselves right at the prime position. They've got all 4 of their players alive. They've got to play their cards right. But for Medal, not really too far away from the central position. However, they have to exercise some caution, Shadow, because you've also got 8-bit right on your west. On the southern side, you've got Versatile pushing in. And Versatile this time have come in with Troy, I believe, who's apparently their sub for this tournament. So they've given some rest to Equinox, considering his recent run of form.
Well, certainly they have. But Genesis, like you said, a good start for them, and the circle also takes a sudden shift, and it is favoring the players of Team Wingod and VXT quite a lot. Even Wingod, they've also faced their ups and downs, but they are sitting comfortably in the top 16, so nothing to complain about. But yes, this is one of those games where Gujarat Tigers can come victorious, as they are still in the center of the circle. Phoenix Esports, they need to play as a pack, as a unit, because every single time I see that Phoenix Esports, they are playing too separated. There is segregation between all the 4 players, and that won't help their case. But finally, they have decided to regroup with each other. Even Carnival Gaming, they were also struggling in the previous week, but for now they are taking the brunt of the blue and taking their sweet time to move inside the circle.
At this time, it's so uncertain who makes the cut, who misses out, especially with so many teams who are beyond the top 16, them staging their comeback. At this point, even Carnival Gaming have to be on their toes, sitting at 194. Of course, the target has to be crossing the bars of 210. But the miseries for Phoenix Esports continue, as they've lost on their IGL quite uncomfortably over there. And this time looking forward to answer back against Team Empire. Hunter, he's been laden down with a lot of bullets, not enough to put him down on the ground, as Phoenix Esports, again, I feel they're in such an uncomfortable spot as of now. Exposed from multiple different angles, surrounded by so many sharks in the ocean. Everybody wants their blood. Everybody's going to take their chances at getting it. Because look at Phantom. He's one with the nature. He's not moving a muscle. Doesn't budge. But if he gets spotted out, if he gets snuffed out, this could be absolutely disastrous. This is what I was talking about. Phantom, how could you afford to do this? Comedy of errors for Phoenix Esports. And again, they've lost all the wins in their sail.
It's such an important day for the players of Phoenix Esports. Yesterday only they got a chicken dinner for themselves, and losing already onto Phantom and Venom is not going to help the players of Phoenix Esports to have that confidence to go for those 4v4 fights. And if you look at the stats also, I think Phantom and Venom are quite underperforming as compared to Alto and Fury. Every single time Alto and Fury are able to bring those opening frags. Now the pressure is upon the shoulders of Alto and Fury once again to have those average points in the map of Sanhok. Because if they don't, I think Team Empire can propel themselves, and Phoenix Esports might have to face a downfall in the overall ranking. But for now, Team Jelly is also trying to find a better spot for themselves, and seems like Sam and Jelly are aware about the position of Wingod Esports at this point.
Even Team Jelly haven't made the threshold yet. Sitting at 190 points. They would also have a target of crossing that 210 marker and spotting out Wingard, just peppering them down. A couple of pot shots. Nothing really connecting. At this point, the entire argument or the entire case of Phoenix Esports comes crashing down. They're trying to play the center with just 2 players alive. I think that's the worst thing that they can do at this point. Pretty much have to hunker themselves down to the edges of the map, try to collect as many meds as possible, do whatever it takes, at least collect 7 or 8 points, the bare minimum, given that sitting at 151 points. And now Fury, he's not got a lot of options to work things around with. As the circle slowly squeezes in, even IQ Soul infiltrating inside the zone, and it would be K9 right ahead of them. And they're going to be the watchdogs over here. They're going to sit there and wait for K9 to take arms against maybe RGC or Team Empire. Because talking about the DNA of K9, we know they're always itching for a fight.
Oh, they certainly are. And seems like even the players of IQ Soul are also itching for a fight against K9. Because just look at the way IQ Soul is trying to migrate inside the circle. They're heading directly toward the side of K9 Esports. Even the players of VXT and Carnival Gaming are also so close to each other, as both of them were going for the southern rotation, where we have the players of Team Jelly as well. So these 3 teams might try to lock horns with each other. But wait a second, Vasista and IQ Soul, even they are in some sort of a pickle, as IQ Soul is trying to scuttle back to the safety. But Vasista, they have made their presence known to the players of IQ Soul, and this is not a good news.
It isn't. Because at this point, at least for IQ Soul, they wanted to have stealth on their side, but positions compromised still. All good in the hood, at least for IQ Soul, right? Sitting at 227 points, but for K9 Esports, really cannot afford that luxury. They know about that looming threat right on top of them. And one little mishap, one little mistake could be costing them quite heavy. Could also cost their qualification, because for K9, we know they've also been one of those infamous members of the Notorious crew, especially back in their Global Esports day. The only change is, of course, Omega instead of Mavi. But for now, K9 Esports, they're taking things slow. They're not really having that hasty approach. They've got a little bit of a spread playing around. A 1-3 split, as it looks like. Everybody just slithering on the floors. Not giving an inch of space, because we know if IQ Soul spot them out, they can easily thread the needle.
They certainly can. But we also have the players of Team Empire in the mix. So there is a possibility of a third party or fourth party happening in that situation. And Sanhok is one of those maps which is known for all that scenarios. So K9, yes, they need to defend their compounds, and seems like Omega is aware that someone is in the close proximity. But the next circle shift is going to determine that how everything is going to pan out. If it goes a little south, it is going to favor the players of Medal and Gujarat Tigers. But if it takes one more northern shift, then IQ Soul, Team K9, Vasista, even Team Jelly, they'll be in such a prime spot. And look at the rotation which Jelly is bringing in. He was all the way towards the southern side of the map, and now he has gone for the northern control, where exactly we have the plus of Team Vasista. So Jelly and Vasista can also lock horns with each other at this point.
Lately, we have noticed that Team Jelly, they have been indulging in a lot of these fights. They've been finally forcing these 4v4 situations. They've been going up against the big dogs, but this time they've made their presence felt. Of course, Ninze just making his position visible over there, and now Fierce knows it. He has to channel his inner demon, and at this point, Vasista Esports, for sure, if you look at the surroundings, they've got an upper advantage. Considering that little high ground they've got to play with, and the abundance of information, the positions of the players of Just Jelly, it's just going to make matters worse if Just Jelly decide to infiltrate Vasista Esports at this point. But they decide to part their own ways and trying to execute a very long rotation, and this is where things might come crashing down, as Fierce is not the one player who kind of tends to mess up his praise, does he? One of the finest assaulters, and has finally stepped up when it mattered the most.
and landed a big blow to the players of Team Just Jelly. They were just trying to make a quick escape and move into the safety of the circle, and Fierce strike at the right moment. And now Jelly and the team is left with only 3 players remaining. For now, even Vasista, they're also trying to migrate inside the circle. But just look at the position of Some. So close to the players of Team K9. If K9 spots him out, it's not going to be really good for him. But now we have VXT and VE also going up against each other. Trace coming back and forth, and Toy is trying to get some confirmation with that grenade.
Look at this. Versatile have completely enshrouded the players of Vasista Esports, leaving no paths of exit as one after the other the bodies are starting to fall, and Pukar helpless, lamenting in all that sorrow. As his power, he is gonna toss that death blow with that grenade. As Vasista Esports, again a huge collapse. But for now, Vasista, they will have to say adieu to the lobby. But Versatile still not out of the woods yet. 2 players already down on the ground as Phoenix Esports, they wanted to capitalize on the situation, but Troy, quite alert, quite stout in that situation, will save them from the agony. But still, Medley Esports constantly on the prowl. They're on the hunt as Cyrex ensuring the backlines are clear. As Wingod, they also decide to chime in.
Everyone was just trying to have the eastern control of the circle, but seems like VXT, they have got the control, and they've eliminated the players of Team Assista, and even although from the side of Phoenix Esports, but we also have quite a few teams trying to migrate from the northern side, as we have K9, RGC, Aiku Soul as well. So many teams trying for the northern control. Amidst all this, Gujarat Tigers, they have one of the best compound to hold on to, and all they have to do is just defend the compound with all the tooth and nail. And Metal Esports, speaking about this team, seems like they're aware that someone is there out in their blue as Wingod. They're also locking horns with the plus of Carnival Gaming.
Oh, look at this. Gujarat Tigers up against for Miracle Esports. Blink it and you miss it. As GT successfully annihilate 4M as quite a hasty push initiated from their side and now has left their flanks open. Gujarat Tigers quite exposed, quite vulnerable as 8-Bit decide to launch a frontal assault on them as Omega constantly just rattling them down with bullets. Gujarat Tigers need to recuperate and they need to do it fast. As of now, GT have somehow managed to tuck themselves inside those compounds, but 8-Bit looking quite relentless in this situation, Shadow.
Yeah, their backlines are completely clear and they want to take the control of the compound that Gujarat Tigers is having. If they do manage to do so without facing any casualty, 8-Bit will be looking so prime and can go for the big victory in this map of Sanhok. But for now, Gujarat Tigers and 8-Bit, kind of a stalemate situation where 8-Bit is trying to find a better spot for themselves. And they're just backing off, taking their sweet time before striking against the players of Gujarat Tigers. But even the players of Team Genesis, they do have a decent spot for themselves as they've got the entire western control of the circle for themselves. Seems like a good position for the players of Genesis, but Clutch God and Metal Prince. Prince was not even aware that someone was there in the compounds and they got punished.
Always check your corners. Fundamentals 105 and seems like Manly Sports need to revise that strategy, but Clutch God being quite sneaky. It was murder in broad daylight for GT as they somehow keep their troops tight. But for now, what it's worth, Team Empire were trying to lurk in the shadows around that murky smoke, but eventually was snuffed out by Dope. Put down to ground as RGC Esports, they launch a frontal assault, trying to take over those compounds, and Dope playing all his cards right as RGC to storm through the forces. As K9 right in front of them, they know they've got no time to breathe, no time to rest. There's so many teams around them as the circle keeps closing in. It's going to be that 6 stage that forms pretty soon. And that is where Genesis have got themselves such a good position inside the circle.
Oh yes, they certainly have. This is their game to lose if they play all their cards right. Genesis, they can have one more winner chicken dinner for themselves. But RGC, even they're also eyeing for that spot. Genesis hero finds a knock onto Mafia. 8-Bit, this is such an important day. And already lost onto Mafia, and Playzone plays its part. And Phoenix Esports Fury also has been eliminated by the zone. But K9 Esports also trying to pick a battle against the players of Team RGC, and Gujarat Tigers. K9, they're picking battle on the multiple fronts and winning every single one of them. Beast is trying trying to find something with that grenade, but a 1v2 situation right in front of him.
Look out of Utils, and he goes charging through. You've got Beast on real low HP as RGC. They respond back. Of course, not in kind, mercilessly just destroying Beast over there as Dope constantly peppers them down, and he's getting a lot of knocks there. Versatile left on their knees as Omega. I do not know how is he still surviving. How is he still breathing? As all these teams, especially RGC, they've made a case for themselves. 6 finishes collected already without having lost even a single player. As now, they also have marched in successfully inside the circle. A 2-2 split going in for themselves, but 8-bit, they are men on a mission. They're on the prowl. Gujarat Tigers absolutely out of options. As Zeref, he's got no other options but to go for a heal battle.
Oh, he has to. Like you said, no other option, but 11 first aids towards the side of Zeref, and for now he's going for the heal battle. They have got decent amount of finish points, so Gujarat Tigers definitely had a decent one in this particular one, but 8-bit, they have got 3 players alive. They have the height advantage as well, but the circle is favoring the players of team RGC heavily, as even Genesis is also trying to pick a battle against the players of RGC. Always being knocked out, and Ash has to go for the rescue mission, but a nade from the side of Sanchit marks an end for the players of team 8-bit. Now we have left only 2 teams, RGC and Genesis. We also have Gujarat Tigers, where the last player, Zeref, is going for the heal battle.
Indeed is. Now, can put him out of the battle for now. It is going to be a 3-on-4 situation. Genesis having the driver's seat, but it is going to be the players of RGC that have the better of the circle. As Fragger, he's managed to sneak through, but Dope spots him out, snuffs him out of his hiding. Grind gets taken down. Trades coming in once again as Fragger gets a knock onto it. Sanchit, RGC really limited with their options. Have Dope and Rishi as Sanchit crawling back to safety, trying and forcing a revive comes out from his other teammate who's still breathing there, as Fragger and Sketch trying to play in tandem with each other. Sketch, maybe a bait and switch strategy comes in from RGC, but this grenade is going to be absolutely catastrophic for Genesis and their endeavors, as Hero also falls down. As RGC, they are looking for a biggie there. As 3 players still alive, still kicking. As Genesis, they've been dealt with. As Sketch, the last player standing, he still has so much hurt to put out. As now Zeref comes out of his hiding, but Rishi snuffs him out. Will deal with him. Sketch in a 1v2 situation. That's a crossfire going on. But look at this, Sanchit, he does not have any grenades to work things around.
No util, no first aid, nothing at all towards the side of Sanchit. All RGC has is the position advantage and the numbers advantage. If Sketch clutch this one out, I'm going to be a big fan, because it's a situation where he's pretty much stuck. If Rishi or his teammate Sanchit had just one more single grenade or Molotov, they could have easily eliminated Sketch. But kind of a stalemate situation, where Rishi knows exactly where Sketch is and just waiting for him as the blue. The wall of death also start closing in, and Sketch gets a knock onto Sanchit, gets a confirmation point, and now a 1v1 battle which he is going to lose, and RGC, they come victorious in this map of Sanhok.
What a beautiful start for RGC Esports, especially considering the fact that they were pretty low in terms of the overall standings, and this one is definitely going to lift their morals high up. I mean, considering how that entire situation really played out, felt like Genesis could have done much better. Got a little ahead of themselves, and towards the end, you could see the circle being away from both these teams, and it had to be Sanchit who had to be the one closing in. RGC had those numbers to play around, so they had all that time to wait it over. But Sanchit did not have that luxury, but still, he managed to get a knock and finish before he bowed out of this game. And again, Sanhok being one of those unpredictable maps where anything could happen, and RGC Esports clinched themselves a chicken dinner. But when you talk about the teams that we had to look out for, Gujarat Tigers did have a ball in this one. Zeref absolutely gaining quite a lot of those position points, courtesy to him surviving till the very end. 8-bit, they were looking so good up until those final moments where they were pincered down and those grenades doing the deeds. But really feel bad for Vasista Esports, because, you know, when you are in a group with Versatile, every single time you come into play, you know your kryptonite is there. How do you escape?
There's no way. No matter where they drop in, eventually they will go up against the players of Team VXT, or should I say VXT goes up against the players of Team Vasista, and this is not really working in the favor of Team Vasista. But I have a question, where was RGC the entire time? Because this is the way they were performing in the Open Finals, but the entire challenge season for the entire 4 weeks, RGC was completely missing, but seems like they're back in the form. But isn't it too late for them to stage a comeback?
Of course, it's a little bit of a war cry from their side, just to reassure their fans that they're doing whatever it takes. I think they took a lot of time to condition themselves. This is the RGC that we had witnessed in the Open Finals, where they were actually forcing fights, where they were in command of every situation, and that was their go-to way. Heading on inside the challenge season, that is where they took too much pressure on their heads. I think overthinking was what led to them having a really bad time throughout, because better late than never is what they say. Maybe you want to valiantly walk out of this tournament, but whatever the case is, they're still fighting for it. As Dope, he secures his MVP, and RGC well-crafted chicken dinner. Honestly, it's not like it was served on a silver platter for them. They had to engage in multiple fights, deal with a lot of foes, even for Team Empires, who were looking good initially, especially after them dealing with the players of Phoenix Esports, 2 of them. And Phoenix Esports, man, what are they even thinking? They look lost in the rainforests.
Of course, they were completely lost. First, it was Team Empire, where they lost on to 2 of the players, Phantom and Venom. After that, 2 players remain, where VXT striked, and Alto was also eliminated, leaving Fury all by himself. So definitely, Phoenix Esports, they were looking completely lost, but they need to buckle up, because there's still a hope for the players of Phoenix Esports to make it inside the top 16. The next Vikendi, where Phoenix Esports tends to do fairly well, is a map where they need to stage a comeback once again. So looking at the match ranking, we have a clearer picture that RGC, they got total of 23 points, Genesis getting a 15 points, Gujarat Tigers getting those 14 points, which is definitely going to help Gujarat Tigers to stay in the top 16.
Yeah, it is going to soothe their nerves for sure. At the same time, the groups that have played earlier, they're going to start trembling. Even for 8-bit, 7 points, I do not think it's what they were aiming for. Could have clearly walked away with their chicken. We could feel that hesitance from their side. There were multiple openings that they should have capitalized upon. Aiku Soul, they were also the ones who were constantly on the prowl for K9. And a little too much of a delay from their side, and eventually were picked off whilst they were trying to enter inside the circle. For K9 though, a decent game, not a lot of points secured, but they need to start pushing through, man, especially considering so many teams across that top 16, they're starting to bounce back. K9 cannot lose that flow, they cannot lose that momentum at this point of the tournament.
Yeah, of course, K9, they were in the top 16 at the start of the day, and they need to keep maintaining those average points in every single game, because everyone is trying to stage a comeback, especially the teams who are out of top 16. They're not thinking before taking in a fight. They're just going aggressive, be it the players of Team Genesis Esports. Even Genesis this time was really having a good outing. The way they migrated inside the circle, they had the complete western control of the circle, and they kept themselves away from all that commotion and traffic. And when all the bottom teams are performing really good, so it's really important for the teams who are in the top 16 to maintain that consistency.
Yeah, heading on into Vikendi, it would be such a stormy affair, because few of the teams that we were actually expecting would show up, they failed, and few of the teams that we had no expectations from, they are starting to thrive. Now for Genesis Esports also, it's going to be such a good bounce back, especially if you're looking at just week 4. Yesterday's day was completely stellar. And this time, off to such a good start, they've already secured 15 points. I'm pretty sure if they keep on this momentum going ahead, if they get on those 10, 12 points every single game, you never know, Shadow. We might have another surprise waiting for us in the top 16, because things are looking so tight at this point. I want to see how many points have Genesis secured for themselves in terms of the overall standings, because adding on that 15 to the tally would definitely be quite helpful.
See, they were sitting on the 24th spot at the start of the day, so I think Genesis, they need few more good games, and after that we can say that there is hope for them to be in the top 16. But for now, Team Empire and Phoenix Esports are the ones I am eyeing for the next map of Vikendi, because that map is going to be super important for both these teams. Phoenix Esports, yes, Sanhok didn't go entirely in their favor. It didn't go the way they wanted it to go, even for the players of Team 8, because 8-bit was also sitting on the 20th spot with a total of 148 points. So 8-bit, Phoenix, Team Empire, the next two games are going to be so critical and so important for all these three teams.
Yes, but of course, before Vikendi begins, we'll be cutting in for a short little break. We'll be right back. You guys don't go anywhere.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never to the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't never to the Broncos thing.
कब तक हम ऐसे डिफेंसिव खेलते रहेंगे?
तो नूब नहीं है।
नूब नहीं। टाइम आ गया है। सीधा उनकी स्क्वाड पे स्लैम करेंगे। नेक्स्ट शॉट! हेडशॉट! हेडशॉट!
तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट। तेरे साथ मुझे करनी है कैंपिंग ऑल नाइट। डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट। डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट।
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ। मैं नूब नहीं हूँ पापा। नूब नहीं हूँ।
मेरा बेटा नूब नहीं है।
तेरी आंखें M416 ग्लेशियर का हथियार बेबी। हो गया दिल के आर पार बेबी।
टीपीपी पे जा। एफपीपी। टीपीपी। एफपीपी। काम कर, टीपीपी पे जा।
कौन? ढूंढ रही ना सर। विनर चिकन डिनर।
कौन कहता है इंडिया फन को सीरियसली नहीं लेता है?
Ding ding.
Why you just have that look upon your face with the underestimation? It is so yesterday. 'Cause baby, I can fly without you by my side. I can do a whole lot more than just look pretty. I know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight so. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never till the bell goes ding. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't never till the bell goes ding.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Two games remain before we call the night to such an exciting day so far. Once again, welcome back, folks. You are watching the Snapdragon Pro Series. This time, of course, I'm joined alongside with Necro. And Necro, Sanhok had been quite an interesting affair, so as to speak, because the teams that we were really expecting to bounce back, they did not. But the teams that we had no expectations from, they really did shine out.
At least GT was doing pretty good for themselves, right? Had a lot of elimination points to play with, and also one of the players was surviving till the end. And as you mentioned, a team that we did not expect at all to perform, which was RGC, they did pretty good for themselves, getting a decent amount of points and also pretty much securing that chicken dinner. So RGC was definitely someone who did pretty good for themselves. And as you mentioned, real expectations were there from Metal Esports, Phoenix Esports, 8-Bit, but we did not exactly see a lot from them.
Phoenix Esports, we have to call this one out. This was a throw, to be honest, from their side, considering the fact that they had been blessed with the zone. They had the center of the circle. They had everything to work around in their favor. And still somehow to lie down so much in the open kind of baffles me, to be honest. But, there are so many rivalries building up. It all ends in Noida Indoor Stadium. Watch it brew live. So ensure that you've got your tickets booked for the 31st to the 2nd of January. All you're going to do is scan the QR codes. And now why am I telling you to do it ASAP? Is because this time Hero Extreme Godlike is going to come into play. And we know they've got the biggest fandom. So make sure you book your tickets before they sell out, because there's no on-spot registrations as of now.
Exactly. And also make sure to follow the pages. Maybe a few tickets will be given away too, and you can be the lucky one to get your hands on those tickets. But you know what? Once again, moving back to the conversation, a few more names we had expectations from. Genesis is also one of those. And Genesis, look, they still do stand a chance to qualify. They're not doing too bad in the overall standings. They just need one big game, just like 8-Bit and Instaleave, and they can propel themselves in that qualification bracket. They can be super close. But the real threat for those teams are going to be teams like Phoenix Esports and Team Empire. Even K9 Esports, the previous game, they were just able to get 1 point. K9 as well is one of those teams. Now they need to buckle up. We do understand K9 Esports, they like to pull off those weird shenanigans. They like to go super aggressive in the games. But now it's time to take things a bit more serious and maybe play for the placement, play for the survival, because you're starting things off with the off maps. That can actually affect your mental quite a bit.
Yeah, for K9 Esports, Vikendi has to be a blessing. They have to go big in this one, because we know that they've also got a target on their heads, and constantly Aiku Soul being on the prowl. We saw they kind of prolonged. They did not care about the game at this point. All they wanted to do was just throw a spanner to the works of K9 Esports, and eventually even Aiku Soul bowed out. But that's nothing to really flinch or worry about. But for K9, yes, their worst nightmares are starting to awaken. This game, they got around 4 points, and from moving on here forth, they're sitting somewhere around 182, 183 points. Whilst Gujarat Tigers had such a good game, they did cross that 200 marker. So many teams have gone past that 200 marker. And this is where I think we need to revisit. Necro, what do you think the cutoff is going to be? Because you were of the opinion less than 200, but seems like we're going far it.
I think it's going to be 185. No, I think so. It's going to be 185. I don't think so. It's going to be more than that. We're definitely going to see a major vacuum coming in soon. All the teams at the top, they're definitely going to start going for a lot of those fights to the point where the teams at the bottom, they're not going to be able to get a lot of points. We will barely see a few points separating the teams from 12th till 16th, and even the teams on the latter half of the board. There's not going to be a lot of points separating that. So I still think that the cutoff is going to be somewhere around 185, somewhere around that.
At this point, I feel like it is quite a statement if you come up with 185, because even yesterday we had this interview with Infinity. He was of the opinion it's going to go past 220, considering how many teams are really starting to rise up the ranks. And given that a lot of them have already crossed past 200, I think merely 3 or 4 teams just inching in close. They've already hit that 190 marker. So I feel like 185 might already be out of the books. But heading on with new hopes and aspirations into the frozen tundras of Vikendi, this is where it all comes boiling down. K9 Esports, Phoenix, 8-Bit, all these teams in the mix. Even Josh Shelley, as a matter of fact, is not completely safe.
Speaking of K9 Esports, they're currently sitting on 174 points, tied up with Metal Esports on 16th and 17th spot. So K9 Esports, if they've got 174 points, I generally think so it can be somewhere around 185, man. I don't think so it's going to go more than that. Because, as I mentioned, there's definitely going to be that vacuum. And considering tomorrow's going to be the last day, the teams at the top will definitely try to make things super tough. So there will be a major vacuum in the overall standings.
I mean, I don't know. I can't really wrap around that. I still am of the opinion it's going to go past 200, but it's okay.
Yeah,
you're entitled to yours, and yeah, it's all good in the hood. It's all coming down. All we want together combined is a good game of BGMI in that final one, deciding who's going to be making the cut. But for what it stands, K9, that is atrocious. Look at that split, Necro. Omega on the northern shores. You've got Beast and Ninja Boy taking on Cosmodrome. Slug somewhere around Pudvosto, and Castle has been taken by Josh Shelley. So for K9, is it safe to assume that they might be resorting to a little bit of a contingency plan going for the healing battles in this one?
I'm not even exactly sure what K9 Esports is thinking at this point. If they're going to go for the med strat off the rip, then it's something that's going to be pretty uncharacteristic. And it can also point a lot of fingers on K9 Esports' confidence moving forward to the LAN finale. K9 Esports has always been one of those teams to opt out for fights, to be aggressive. But hold on to that thought. What is this circle fixes? I just see 40% of land area to play with while the rest is in the water.
We've seen one of these redonkulous circle
worse.
even in the past, right? Just once.
This is worse.
This is worse, but I think I was on one of those watch parties, was hearing Osmim out, and he was of the opinion where he went on to say that a lot of these teams nowadays do not really care about the circles. They're anyways going to find some good ground, some houses to hold on, because look at those small scattered compounds, right? You've got so many areas to play, and that is enough to give enough of that shade or a little bit of a warmth for all these teams. But timing, I must say, is going to be of absolute essence.
Yeah.
Once again, the BGMI gods have blessed Phoenix Esports with a circle. Surely they do not bottle from here.
It's all about getting a good spot, right? And Phoenix Esports right now off the rip, they've got a great spot to play with, as you mentioned. Blessed once again by the gods. And Phoenix Esports, look, for them, they know soon enough these grounds are going to be filled up with a lot of foes, so they just need to make sure that whatever stance they're going to place themselves in, make sure they're able to funnel at least a decent amount of elimination points. At the end of the day, just winning the game's not going to matter. Phoenix Esports is one of those spots that they need a lot of elimination points as well, backed up with a chicken dinner. That's the only time Phoenix Esports can be super safe in the overall standings. There's CG right next to them, Legit Esports on the northern side, but Phoenix Esports right now, they're in quite the isolated grounds. Usually Vikendi's supposed to stretch to stage 4 where we see the first fight ever to happen, but in these type of circles, it might just be stage 3 itself.
At this point, we're going to have a very slow game of Vikendi. That's all I can say at this point. Even the last time when we had the circle going on to the extremes, that was pretty much the case. But yes, 8-bit, Phoenix Esports, they've got a golden opportunity. Even same goes for Carnival Gaming. Like you said, all of these teams need to find that right sweet spot. This is where the prediction games have to be strong. This is where the circle heads out to. And if they are wrong in their reads, this could blow up. So at this point, none of these teams are really in contention engaging against each other. The only teams that we might see getting into a little bit of a scuffle would be Team Empires going up against Genesis. But even they have also parted ways. So I think it has to be time where we rekindle or reawaken our good old podcast days. So what is going to be the topic about today?
Vasista Esports, maybe. Because Vasista Esports, at this point, we can pretty much say that they're not going to qualify, right? Just 130 points. The only way Vasista Esports can't stand a chance to qualify is if they pull off a Bot Army Esports back-to-back 3 games. But that sounds next to impossible looking at the track record of Vasista Esports so far in this challenge season. What do you think, though?
And adding salt to their injury at this point, Vasista Esports share the same group as Versatile.
Exactly.
It's not even another day where Versatile is not playing against them, and they're always playing together. And even in the past game, we saw that it was the players of Versatile who went after the heads of Vasista Esports, and Vasista Esports was no answer. At a point, you got to feel for Pukar, because I feel like Pukar has been the only player that has performed from their side. Because even for Fierce, he's got a lot of potential, but he's been caught napping so many times. Vasista Esports have always needed a hero, and barring Pukar, nobody seemed to have stepped up to the occasion.
For Vasista Esports, it just feels like it's a complete different lineup. The fact that they've just switched names, it's just Carpadium to VXT, that's it. But still, for some reason, it feels like the performance that we saw in Carpadium against a team like Versatile was much more better. And now look at Vasista Esports against Versatile. Vasista Esports does not even stand a chance. No matter beat the firefights, no matter beat the playstyle as well, Vasista Esports, they're just falling short. If you're trying to compare them to Versatile, Versatile seems much more polished. Hell, even talk about the individual performance of these teams, right? Vasista Esports is just nowhere to be seen, even in the individual performance. Vasista Esports is pretty much right next to the teams that are supposed to be the undergods. And that's a big concern, Fixes.
And we were talking about a new era where it's time for a lot of these old guards to step down and let the new boys take over the show. And too early. Still, Vasista Esports have got a lot of young guns, but the fire still not ablaze. Especially even with the org and knowing all their owners quite close.
Yeah.
To me, they've constantly been changing their rosters every tournament after tournament, and I'm kind of in a mix if we get to see something like that happen once again after Snapdragon Pro Series ends. Because with the officials also knocking on the doors, I do not know if they can still have the same faith on this lineup, on these set of players, because you have high expectations when you've got Kamla Boy, you've got Pukar, and let's not forget all these players were the defending champions last time.
And you cannot forget Fierce too, a man who added on so much firepower in Carpadium. But it feels like as the time keeps on passing by, these guys just keep on getting worse. And that's not a great thing for a banner like Vasista Esports, a renowned team. Metal Esports is on the run as well in the front lines, and I'm pretty sure Vasista Esports, they've spotted the tracks of Metal Esports, and they pretty much want to follow the same pathway as well. Genesis, a team that still stands a chance to qualify. They need a big game in their hands, and nuclear performance needs to be on the board. Can Genesis pull that off? That's my question. They've got a decent spot to play with, at least for now. Not exactly in a center spot, but they're still playing with the off-center. Vasista Esports finally spotting out the players of Metal Esports. I'm not exactly sure what Fierce is doing in that spot. He's quite exposed. He needs to back away and reposition himself, as he's going to try to patch himself up for now. Taking a fight against Metal Esports, I'm not sure if it's going to pan out that well, but Rage God's able to find the first opener. And Metal Esports, unfortunately, they're falling short in this fight. Metal Esports getting picked apart like this by the players of Vasista Esports. I never even saw this coming. Vasista Esports is one of those teams that is struggling with firepower, while Metal Esports, they're doing much better compared to Vasista. But still, Metal Esports is falling short. Down a man with just a 3-man squad now, wanting to take down the entirety of Vasista Esports. That sounds impossible.
This is what we wanted from this roster. To amp up on that aggression, to let loose. To have that little bit of a free hand and Metal Esports. That's such an uncomfortable spot over there. As Vasista Esports respond back in kind. Metal Esports having no other options but to elope and evade this situation. Because this has not gone their way. Now for Metal Esports, they must be the first ones to be crossing over Volnova. Get themselves injected inside the zone with Versatile. Maybe staying on guard would just make matters worse for them, because now you could see majority of the teams have started clustering up around the center. You could see all those splash of colors. Everybody has found some real estate to play around with, barring a couple few. K9 this time, I think it's more evident than ever that they might resort to a little bit of a healing battle, because they're very close to breaching in through that top 16 and even go beyond, because 4K9 sitting at 177 points. Yes, they have that 16th spot, but surely they would be looking for a couple more 200 points marker. But look at this, Genesis exercising absolute caution and showing all those gutsy moves against the players of Miracle Esports. Already Dragon down on his knees. Hesperos and Poco, they have to piece this one out together. They have to save them from the wrath of Genesis.
Genesis is looking so clinical in this fight. It feels like they've just flipped on a switch, and now they're a complete different beast. Sketch is taking the fight up close and personal. There's a man in the front lines as well, and he's the only player surviving in this compound for now. There's still one more of his teammate in the other house, and he will be taken down as well eventually. As for Miracles, they've been wiped out of the game, and what a flawless squad wipe that was too from Genesis. Not even breaking a sweat in that one. And Sketch getting a nice 3-piece out of that.
Genesis seems to have woken from a long slumber, since seems like they're done pretty much from hibernating. They've finally woken up with all sorts of dreadful thoughts. When qualification is on their door, they surely give a lot of their teams a run for their money. But when you look at for Miracle Esports, it can't get worse than this.
Yeah, it can't.
It's happening once again, even in Sanhok. they got dismantled. It was, I think, Gujarat Tigers, if I'm correct. And this time also, posing no threat whatsoever inside the lobby. And amidst the tournament, they again did fire their staff, the coaching staff, in fact. And we haven't seen any improvements from Formerical Esports.
Indeed. It just keeps them getting even worse. Metal Esports on the screen. It's such an awkward spot to be in. K9 Esports in the front line. Ninja Boy could have fallen prey. But still, for some reason, Cyrex did not pull the trigger. But it's fine. His teammate legit's going to find the knock. Ninja Boy knocked out and confirmed, as Cyrex is going to be the one who nailed that player down. And Metal Esports, too, losing out on the man number equally. It's not looking good for either of these teams in the end. For Metal Esports, legit's down, unfortunately. Prince, he misplaces that nade, but luckily enough, it was not cooked to perfection. If it was, Prince would have been knocked out to his own nade. Beast is still there up close and personal against Cyrex, as Beast finds the knock, and that will be the confirmation as well. Metal Esports down to just one man. It's going to be a 1v1 between K9 and Metal. Beast versus Prince, the IGL of Metal Esports now. He's going to have a lot on his shoulders. He needs to get the revival onto legit, which will be tough to find in the end. And look at who's in the fray. It's all to the players of Assista Esports who pull off a third party. Rage God will hand out a death blow to legit. That's going to be few free scrappy points that Assista Esports get their hands on. K9 Esports' Beast now will need to keep his position anonymous. Assista Esports, they have engulfed this compound. They know exactly where Prince is placed to. And they also know that it's two individual players for two different teams. So Assista Esports, they're not going to hold anything against anyone. It's not the time to hold back. Assista Esports, they need to unleash themselves like the beast they are. And Bakar comes in and puts the final nail in the coffin.
The captain leading the team from the front. This is what was needed from Assista Esports. Finally could witness those sparks where they put their bodies on the line, take those risks, because either way is playing for points, playing for position, has always led to their demise. And now K9 Esports really out of option. Another game squandered. We know Vikendi is one of their stronger suits, and this time, just 1 point secured from that fight against Metal Esports. Both these teams, 16th and 17th, is where they find themselves at. And Assista Esports, at this point, pretty much they might want to go in for the breach. Fierce just trying to circle around, trying to pinpoint Beast's location, because we also know history has been a testament that Beast, given the situation, he also possesses those abilities to go for those 1v4s.
Indeed he does. And right now, Beast, he's hidden. He does not want to let his position get snuffed out by the foes. For K9 Esports, they've got a lot to lose, a lot on the table. But if Beast somehow pulls this clutch off, that can also be the revival that K9 Esports needs. It's the second game of the day, and after this, they're just going to have one more in the hands to try and make a comeback. What sounds too less, in my opinion, and Beast has already found the first knock. The opener the man was looking for, and just like that, even the second one hits the deck. And now Beast wants to pull off a first aid, which sounds pretty tough. And what's going on? Assista Esports is choking big time. 3 players down, and Beast now to nowhere. He swings back to life. All by himself, striking 3 foes down. Beast, he's taking advantage of every single mistake the opponents are making. A nade tossed out, which is going to suppress the sound of the opponents for a while. As Beast pushes up, all he needs to do is connect one more shot. But Bakar steps up big and saves the day. But Assista Esports can still be brought back to life.
Hold on, we need to gasp for our breath at this point. Because Beast, we know, we called it, right? Almost on the precipice of pulling off that clutch, but Bakar and his sheer resilience somehow pulling through, keeping their hopes and dreams of Assista Esports alive. Oh my goodness, that could have been an absolute blunder. Assista Esports could have been sent home packing. They barely survived by the whiskers, Necro. But all good in the hood for now, as Fierce. At this point, Assista Esports have already gathered themselves 5 finishes to work with. Stage 3, so no problems trying to get inside the circle. As a lot of these teams are starting to take and engage those fights as the circle further shifts. It's going to be a little bit down south. So Phoenix Esports, Necro still have such a good position to play with, but Beast, man, he's a player built different, just barely missing out.
I feel bad the fact that he knocked out 3 players and got 0 eliminations out of that fight. It's got to be a blow. At least K9 Esports, if they would have gotten those 3 elimination points, maybe it would have been something in the overall standings. At least a little bit of that support was needed for K9 Esports. But unfortunately, not getting any of those points just makes it even worse. All of those efforts down the drain. Beast, all it took was one more shot, man. He was so close to clutching it out. But you know what? Valiant effort. For now, you've got IQSOL on the screen, though. Wingard Esports, they take a fight against IQSOL. And Knuckle, he needs to watch out. Manya pushes up a little bit deep against the players of Wingard. Infinity's taken down pretty low as well. What an 8 that was from Manya. As soon as he finds the opener, he pushes up deep even more. Infinity patches himself up, and now for Wingard, they've got 2 different teams they need to worry about. IQSOL from one side and CG from the other. For CG, everything's on the line as well. They know their qualification's on the line in the first place. For Wingard Esports, they're not that far back. Infinity gets blown up to smithereens as LeBron and Yesh still standing. LeBron in the back lines, he's going to try to save the day for his teammate, but no, instead, it's every man for himself. Wingard Esports currently disconnected. They need to fight for each other, or else they're going to keep on getting bombarded like this from IQSOL. Someone needs to go on the aggressive page, but this nade is going to find the final confirmation that was needed. And just like that, Wingard Esports, they get wiped up in a sheet.
Look at this, IQSOL still not out of the woods yet. As Carnival Gaming, they were lurking in the shadows and finally will make their presence felt. At the same time, they need to realize that IQSOL have not lost their men in that firefight against Wingard. And yes, there was a discord between the players. Could not really put it together, and IQSOL, being a wrath of nature, dealt that death blow. This time, however, already securing a lot of these points for themselves. But Carnival Gaming, it will be kept at bay as of now. But IQSOL, they do know that there was somebody lurking around them. Given the fact that they dropped quite close to each other, IQSOL quite aware that it could be Carnival Gaming as the circle is about to take another shift, Necro. And it goes down south. Gujarat Tigers in such a good position, but Carnival Gaming this time line the players of IQSOL up. Neo comes up with a beautiful trace there. And suddenly IQSOL find themselves in troubled waters.
Carnival Gaming. Viper is a bit too far back. He's still got the intel to play with, but CG now they need a step in the white line, which will be the safe zone. And for CG to do so, it will be easy, but finding a good spot to play with, it might just be a little tough. IQSOL spotting out the players of CG, making that rotation. A few more teams in the front in the name of Chess Jelly. A lot of foes now starting to stack up, including Team Legit, who step in the playing field. And Legit's too exposed, but they still somehow get away harm's free. One man is still out in the open. Maybe he can be knocked out right now, but Ronnie, return pain was inflicted onto the player. Luckily enough, Ronnie instantly squeezes himself back in that cover, so he's going to be safe for now. But IQSOL, Vasista Esports, they push up against him. And for Vasista Esports, I'm loving this aggressive characteristic they're showcasing. This aggressive personality from Vasista Esports, that's going to be the one to save the day for them. Vasista, they realize they need big games in their hands. After that, maybe they can stand a chance to win.
Look at them all unleashing themselves, but getting a little carried away as Some gets one finish already secured. Gamla Boy already dealt with as Vasista Esports. This time, they've been dealt by the players of IQSOL. But IQSOL also need to be watchful as Vasista Esports. Oh, there you go. Ronnie threads the needle beautifully. Finds yet another knock. IQSOL now in the driving seat in this matchup as... wow! That was some nice flick and a hit coming in from Some's side as Fierce, the last player surviving, struggling quite a lot. And he shall not be spared. For Fierce, he has to run for his life. He needs to survive as Team Empire also wrap him around. As now Team Empire, they're looking quite ambitious, going up, picking a fight against IQSOL as Empire is going to be carrying the torch while the rest follow. Ace and Hunter from different sides as Manya. He's going to be put down on his knees as IQSOL, even their numbers are starting to dwindle.
Yeah. Ikusol just shaking away the players of Assista Esports like they were dust. Mechanically better, that's all you can say in that fight. Team Empire, even they want to press on the charge. Third part of this entire scenario, but it's down to just Ronnie. It's not even the Clutchmeister Sama this time around. For Ronnie, it will be super tough. CG, they step in the playing field, and Ronnie finds a free knock. And also the confirmation, at least before getting taken down himself, he can have that 1+ point to add on to the tally. And Team Empire from the back is going to put that final nail in the coffin for Ikusol. But CG, they step in the playing field as well. This third party from CG to try and capitalize on the playing ground, to try and get a better spot. But unfortunately, this spot is outside of the circle now. It's going to be useless. But it's still the fight for the survival. It's still the fight for the points. Both the teams are quite desperate to get any sort of points in their hands. And Team Empire right now, they seem pretty unaware of the fact that there's someone up close and personal. Predator gets knocked out. Team Empire unfortunately starting to get ruled out mechanically from this fight. Hector and Neo, the last two remaining players from the side of CG, as they look to face off against Hunter and Ace, as Hunter falls down by Hector. And now it's just Ace standing in the back lines, and Neo's making that push.
Look at Neo, he barely has any HP to work around with. As of now, he has to be the one putting his body on the line. Does patch himself as both these players storm through and will get the better out of the final player standing from Team Empire. Ace being dealt with. Hector is the one who gets that final nail in the coffin. But for Carnival Gaming, a long path awaits them as Josh Chelly, this time, they've gone for the breach. They are almost engaging in a fight. Chelly down on his knees. It is a fight against Legit, who have been pretty much struggling throughout this entire tournament. Choco quite alienated from Zeus and Proton at this point as Josh Chelly, they decide to recuperate, rally their forces once again. And look at those smokes. That indicates that they might go after Choco next.
They indeed will. Team Legit, they've been treated like free points every single time. Only against a few teams they've been able to flip the switch, but right now it's going to be the time where Team Legit steps up. They don't stand a chance to qualify, but at least they can go fighting. Zeus and Choco, the last two remaining players, and just Jelly slowly and steadily picking them apart. Team Legit, it seems like they're not going to stand a lot of chance in this fight, but at least they can try and fight for the crown. At least they can try and fight for the pride. There's still one more man in the upper floor of Team Legit who's keeping his position anonymous constantly. And just Jelly, somewhere down line, maybe they know there's someone in the upper floor. In the name of Choco. Legit is holding every single possible corner in that house.
Just literally camping to death over here for Legit Esports as they look for some sort of an opening as Choco, he gets surrounded.
Oh no.
Swarmed in by the players of Josh Chelly. Gets engulfed as now the only surviving member from Legit. He has to look for means to escape as the circle has also shifted away from them. But Josh Chelly, they're not done yet. They want to go for an entire wipe. Zeus, his position compromised. His location already revealed as Jelly. He goes for the march in. Kyolamau and the rest want to follow up. But Zeus, this is a nice strike. Takes down the danger man, Sam. As now even Jelly, they will have to think twice before initiating that push as Zeus. He needs to take command. He needs to take charge. He needs to find another knock if there's any chance for Legit to come out of this alive. Yes, it's an impossible task. Now his position absolutely given away as Josh Chelly. They keep charging on. Ninze and Jelly, they will have to piece this one out together, working with those Molotovs, but quite unrequired as Ninze, he gets that final blow and Team Legit, they're out of this game.
Legit taken out and Just Jelly getting 4 eliminations so far. Looking pretty good. And they've also got all the 4 players standing, so that's another going to be added bonus. GT up against the players of Genesis, while all the other teams were fighting for the elimination points. 8-Bit and CG, they prioritized the circle and placed themselves in a good spot. Look at 8-Bit, all the 4 players intact, and they've got the only cover to play with, the only compound available in the circle. And 8-Bit's going to be unshaken. You asked me a question, where's Phoenix? I guess they were evaporated in thin air between all of that chaos that was going on.
And this looks so bad. But now, as we move on ahead, we've got 8-Bit. This time, they're going to be locking horns against Genesis as they wanted to get inside the zone. But 8-Bit really in no mood to give them that luxury. 2 players done and dusted. And for Genesis, it has to be grind. who has to do that healing battle there. As for 8-Bit, they've already secured 5 finishes, but Gujarat Tigers, such a good position, wanting to get inside the circle, just around the edges. They have to reveal themselves. Now, this is the position where 8-Bit could really capitalize on the situation, but look at this. Neo from elsewhere, he gets a couple of knocks for himself, and just like that, Arman, he's also been dealt with.
Yeah, CG's gonna try to be the opportunistic one. And that's what they're exactly doing. Third partying all the way from the back, securing a few elimination points. Just get the cherry on top of the cake. GT does not exactly want to fight too deep. Instead, they're just trying to poke from the back lines. Let the opponents do their job. But third partying this right now can be the best possible thing CG can do. 8-Bit's got all the 4 players, and if they manage to wipe out GT without taking any sort of damage, then it will be tough for the players of CG to convert a chicken dinner. Someone needs to try and make some sort of play happen. Maybe someone from CG can try to flank, and that's exactly what Hector's doing. He's trying to wrap all the way from the sidelines, trying to take as much control as possible inside of the circle, considering it shifts up a little bit on the northern side, favoring the players of CG a bit more. And 8-Bit, they're still not able to find any sort of cure to this problem, as GT now slowly and steadily getting picked off, and Hector with this off angle is able to punish the players even more. GT is getting picked off, and they will be wiped out, as Hector's going to be the one to wipe him off completely. And now they need to face off against 8-Bit. 8-Bit's got all the 4 players on the board for CG. It's just the final 2 surviving.
Hector does fall down, but he falls down valiantly. He's done enough for his team, as now Neo, a lot of burden on his shoulders, as 8-Bit swarm in at his way, his position quite in the open, as 8-Bit have him surrounded. Neo barely gasping for breath, and Owace will be there to deal that death blow. As 8-Bit, they stage their comeback, they finally get a chicken dinner, albeit not with a lot of finishes though, 7 to their names, and could walk away with 17 crucial points. But for Team Jelly, 4 finishes, and now they will be walking home with maybe 6 or 5 position points. So around 10-11 points is what they're really looking forward to. Make it 9 or 10, as even for Genesis, back-to-back consistent games, this time they also have 5 finishes to work things around with, and all these teams rising up to the occasion, and seems like the overall standings, we're going to see a lot of stirring up over there.
Indeed we will. CG had 14 elimination points, by the way, in that game. It was
incredible.
A big game from CG. They were picking every single fight they could, and they were able to secure a lot of elimination points as well. Third-party Iku Soul, third-party Team Empire, they were able to thrive in that chaos. But still, the chicken dinner goes to 8-Bit, the deserving ones. What a comeback it's been so far in the week 4, especially when the sword was right on top of their necks. 8-Bit, they perform. And this is what the big minds can really have. Maybe not a lot of firepower, but the big minds can thrive in pressure.
And at this point, it's so difficult to comprehend what are we really looking forward to in that final game. Because 8-Bit staging a comeback, I think week 4 so far has been the best for them. They lost out on a chance to get the chicken dinner in the previous one. This time they ensured in such a tricky circle, they're present, they are available, and they took the right decisions. But this could have gone either ways. Could have really backfired even for 8-Bit for a moment, it felt like. Because if Hector had not meddled in that situation, because 8-Bit were also scared to death, because Gujarat Tigers were posing such a threat to them. The moment they decided to back off from their situation, suddenly out of nowhere, Hector comes in, scoops in multiple frags right in front of their faces. So that sort of enabled 8-Bit to get that free hand to go after the 2 remaining players. But Carnival Gaming, for me, was the best team out there inside this game. Especially all those fights they indulged in. They showed so much of valor, so much of courage, and that has paid off. Like, they were around that 194, 195 points, but getting around 20 plus points in this one, I'm pretty sure they have gone past 200, 10 or even 50.
And we also saw an almost a 1v4 from Beast. But
Yeah.
unfortunately, that final man, Pucar, saved the day for his team. But let's be honest, Vasista Esports, they made a lot of mistakes while they were approaching on that staircase. They whiffed a lot of shots as well doing so. Nothing taken away from that. Only if those shots were connected, Beast would not have stand a chance to clutch that out in the first place. But a lot of the shots were whiffed, and that's why Vasista Esports were almost on the verge of getting 1v4'd. And imagine if they would have been 1v4'd, that would have been even worse for their mental.
Did they lose their cool there in that situation? Because Beast was holding on to a very tucked up compound. It was very small,
Utilities,
right?
man, simple.
All they had to do was throw a couple of grenades, throw a couple of mollies, and that would have pretty much flushed him out. And them failing to do so, question marks again on Vasista Esports. They really were riding on that momentum trade. Yes, you are all amped up, adrenaline coursing through your veins, but seems like Vasista Esports have to take a page from Hector's book, as he is going to be the MVP. And boy, oh boy, Hector stepped up big time this time, especially that fight against Aiku Soul and Team Empires combined. The way they inflicted those blows one after the other. Hector was such a key element in all those fights.
The only reason why Pucar got the best companion is because he recovered his team from that wipeout, or at almost an wipeout. He saved the day for his team. That's why he's got the best companion over there. He revived 3 of his teammates in that scenario. Then you've also got Omega being the finisher, considering he was the one who got the final blow against the enemy. But in general, Hector definitely being the IGL, still doing so good for his team, getting the most amount of elimination. And as I mentioned, CG had 14 eliminations at the end of that game. And considering they did not even place themselves on the second spot in the previous game, but they still placed themselves on the second spot in this match ranking.
Yeah, both these teams did not fare off really well in the previous game and have redeemed themselves. But one team that has been quite consistent is Genesis. Games after games, they are collecting so many points for themselves, but misery continues for K9 yet again. Previous game, Just for this time won, and it's not acceptable. For Versatile also, I think nothing much to really sweat around. They're just having a gala time. But for Wind God, things are starting to look a little windy, a little shaky, because this is one of those games they literally dropped the ball without having any answers to Aiku Soul and their relentless aggression. Wind Gods, I'm starting to feel a little shaky about them. This has happened to them in the past. Infinity is aware of that. They missed out from 6 points, and they're so close to that 200 points marker. At this point, it's so difficult to say if they can really make the cut with so many teams on the chase. Wind God, they need a big one. They need a chicken
They've
dinner.
still got one more game to go, right? And that's also going to be the classic grounds of Erangel, so maybe they can make the comeback happen. Considering we started things off for this group specifically on the off map, so maybe that's why Wind God Esports wasn't able to get the wind in their sails. But in the upcoming game of Erangel, maybe they can get the classic map down. But once again, speaking of the teams like K9 Esports, Metal Esports, exactly I want to speak of Metal Esports over here. Getting taken down by the players of Assista Esports in such a manner, I genuinely did not see this coming. I thought Metal Esports, at least if you try and compare them to Assista Esports, they're much better. But no, instead, Assista Esports, when they flipped the switch and when they went aggressive against Metal Esports was completely shaken.
But again, it was a fight divided into 2 halves, if I believe. It was initially one of their players being taken down, but then later on, Medal had to deal against K9. That is where Vasista Esports third party. But I completely get you. This is the point where Medal Esports need to understand that so many teams have already staged their comeback and they're starting to blow a lot of steam away. So they have to recover. Still 1 game to go. But before that, folks, we're going to be tuning in for a short little break. We'll be right back. You don't go anywhere.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the broken thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. Say never to the bell goes ding.
Hey, किधर मिलता वो कलेक्टर? तो तुम आई कलेक्टर?
हम आए कलेक्टर, गन्स का कलेक्टर, अटैचमेंट्स का कलेक्टर, हेलमेट्स का कलेक्टर और इन सब का स्किन्स भी कलेक्ट करता है BGMI लैब में।
M416 की है,
M249 की भी है।
गन्स, हेलमेट्स सब मिलेगा फैब इन द BGMI लैब।
मैं भी कलेक्टर।
Steady jump to slide. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump to slide. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump to slide. Think I know
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never to the bell goes ding. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. Ain't never to the bell goes ding.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Welcome back after the short break, and yes, just one more game to go for today's Day in Shadow. As we know, the way the storyline is functioning right now, it's definitely adding on a lot of the spice in the overall standings. A lot of the confident teams now starting to self-doubt themselves, including a team like WinGod Esports, who was dominating from the start of the challenge season. Now even Metal Esports is starting to self-doubt, considering we're not really seeing the confidence in the fights anymore.
Yeah, yesterday also we saw that WinGod was shying away from all that fight, all that action. We also had an interview with Infinity and he was also talking about it. And Medal Esports, yes, the main problem with Medal, I believe, is it's only one player who is doing the majority of the heavy lifting, where else the remaining three players are struggling in those 4v4 fights. That could be the reason for Medal to not go for that aggressive approach.
Yeah, and I mean, in general, focusing a little bit more on the mechanical aspect and on the 4-on-4 fight, especially if you try and take a look at the previous fight that happened against Vasista Esports. Metal Esports, in my opinion, had a clear-cut advantage, especially outside of the blue zone. Metal Esports should have taken that 4-on-4 fight, considering Vasista Esports in the first place wasn't really placed in that good of a spot. If Metal Esports would have reunited and went for that fight in a 4-on-4 manner, in a much more confident manner, in my opinion, Metal Esports could have been the one to come through victorious, because Vasista Esports, they were pretty exposed in the open fields and they were not placed that well. But as soon as Metal Esports, or as soon as their opponents, Vasista Esports, found a bit more time to adjust in that scenario, they started to pretty much clinch on their feasts and pretty much take down the opponents. I mean, in the overall standings, we've got the second page too. Of course, the struggling names, we've been looking at them since the start of the entire day. You've got WinGod Esports now entering that danger zone. Just Jellies, just getting the constant average, keeping themselves on the edge, keeping themselves on the safety line.
Oh yes, Team Just Jelly, they're just doing whatever it takes to stay in the top 16, but K9 Esports, they need to be more cautious. Hidden Ones, even they are sitting on the 15th spot, but they had a really good day today. Metal, like you said, they're trying to shy away from all those fights. They need to have that confidence and go for the little aggressive approach, at least in the good fights. 8-bit, they just had a chicken dinner and they've already taken a major jump in the overall ranking. They need to continue doing the same thing, because only then they can propel themselves in the top 16. But Genesis, this is a team I want to talk about, Neeraj, because let's be honest, the highest anyone has accumulated points is 51. That was Versatile in week number 1. That's the highest. And if Genesis, they get 8 more points in the next game, they'll break that record.
Ooh, so Genesis is on the verge of breaking a few records, and also maybe on the verge of cracking in the top 16 just by the span of 3 games. Genesis is definitely making a lot of big statements, and let's just hope they're able to back it up with consistency in the upcoming 4 games that are left over. In today's day, they've only got 1 more game to go, and that's going to be the map of Erangel. One thing is for sure, we might just see a lot of that early game action, but teams like 8-bit and Metal Esports, they just need to make sure that they're going to keep their heads tucked down and not really be a part of that action. They do not need a lot of points to place themselves in the top 16, while teams like Phoenix Esports at this point in time, they've been throwing a lot of games. Even the previous game was a prime example. Phoenix Esports had the circle to play with from the start till the end, but they still choked. I do not even know exactly what happened to Phoenix Esports, because they were evaporated within seconds.
strong. I think Genesis happened with the players of Phoenix Esports because Phoenix was also trying to move inside the circle from the same path where the players of Team Genesis were there. And if you go and take a head-on fight against such a team who is already running on high on confidence, that thing tends to happen. And although Phoenix was outnumbered also in that situation, so Phoenix, they really need to buckle up their shoes because a team like Phoenix Esports should be in the top 16.
They should be, but you know what? Without wasting any more time, we straight up jump in the upcoming game of Erangel as the plane flat path's going to begin all the way from Georgiapol towards Yasna Poliana. Now, this plane flat path is heavily tilted up north. If the teams do want to move down south towards the Sanhok military base or even Norupnoi, it will be a tough stretch. I would love to see if we're going to see any sort of drop clashes, and also I would love to see an aggressive start to this game. There's so many desperate names, including Phoenix Esports, including Vasista Esports, and the only way a few teams can stand a chance to qualify is by getting back-to-back chicken dinners in all the 4 games that are left over from which one of those games is being played right now. And that sounds next to impossible. But hey, as you said, Shadow, even impossible says I am possible, right?
Yeah, of course, that is possible, but look at the amount of cluster towards the side of North Georgiapol. We have the players of Team Jelly in quite a segregated approach. Then we also have the players of RGC who just had a chicken dinner and they are also running high on confidence. And we also have Genesis. Even 8-bit is also towards the side of Zarki. This is going to be such a chaotic fight if it tends to happen. Even Gujarat Tigers can also chime in.
8-bit is someone who likes to move all the way down south, right towards Fair Pier, but considering the plane flat path wasn't exactly favoring that spot, 8-bit decided to drop in towards Zarki. But as they were moving towards Zarki, they realized there's already someone over there. But look at this, Versatile and Vasista Esports. They once again lock horns. It's a big ego clash that's happening. And Samraj clearly mentioned in the interview as well, he's not even trying to deny the fact that he's targeting Vasista Esports, and we've seen that happen time and time in the games as well. In my opinion, the major hand of Vasista Esports not qualifying is VXT.
Could be the reason, because VXT every single time either the head-on fight towards the drop location of Vasista or somewhere else during the rotation clash, VXT always tend to find the players of Team Vasista. Vasista in the previous weekend did win a good fight against the players of K9 Esports, but the main thing is, can they do it once again? Because VXT, hey, let's be honest, they've got nothing to lose, but Somraj finds a perfect knock onto the player Gamla Boy. A great opening for the players of VXT.
As usual, VXT is supposed to dominate this fight on paper, because of course victory currently is coursing through their veins. VXT is doing pretty good on paper. Even in the overall standings, they've been dominating, and Samraj is going to be the one to break the ice first. Vasista Esports, a team that is way more than desperate, but I guess Vasista Esports themselves knows that at this point, there's no god that can save them from the brink of death. Raiden, though, still gets picked off from Picard. That's a great knock, considering Picard found that from such a far away space. Toy still alive, who can try and save the day for Raiden, but sounds a little bit tough. Considering Vasista Esports now, they're just rushing down the knocked out player. And they're going to try to hand out the death blow to Raiden. Without any problem, they will do so as well with these. Fierce is the one to put that nail in the coffin, and with that knock, the situation's taken down with 3v3. For VXT, they've got nothing to lose. Even if VXT gets taken down by just wiping out one player of Vasista Esports, they've done their job. They've pretty much spoiled the game for Vasista Esports. And I guess with this entire moment, we can finally put the cherry on top of the cake and say Vasista Esports is not qualifying for the Grand Finals.
Yes, they are not, because they are sitting on the 28th spot, and already Sanhok and Vikendi didn't go entirely in their favor. So when day number 1 and day number 2 didn't go in their favor, it was bound to happen. And even if Vasista, they do come on top in this particular fight, the chances of qualification are very, very slim for Vasista. And Toy being so close to the player, Rage God and Fierce is not looking really good. Toy needs to be a bit cautious. At the same time, Pukar is also providing all the backline support which his teammates need from that rooftop angle. But just look at the players of VXT. They're not overcommitting in this fight, and they're just waiting for the players of Vasista.
They indeed aren't. I mean, both the teams playing it super patiently. The fact that even VXT is not making a lot of moves on the board just makes me think that VXT wants to win this fight pretty bad. And I guess, as I mentioned it, at the end of the day, it's also an ego clash, right? So yeah, Somraj would want to make sure that he's bagging this victory. There we go. Finally, the silence broken down, and Picard knifing Somraj to death. Oh, a little bit of the salt on top of the wounds, but considering Vasista Esports isn't even making it, so they're completely fine with that. Even Wingod Esports panning one of the players of legit esports. What's going on there? A few scrappy fights breaking out. It's not really a big action, though. Just a few individual players being picked off here and there. Even on the small screen, you can see Aiku Soul locking horns against 8-Bit. And I guess Aiku Soul, they really want to make sure that 8-Bit does not qualify here. I'm not sure what's going on. Aiku Soul is targeting 8-Bit.
No, man, because both these teams, they dropped in towards the side of Zarki, and 8-Bit decided to go all the way towards the side of Primorsk, and Aiku Soul, they were in a hunt. They were chasing 8-Bit, and Ash already down. The trades are coming back and forth, and 8-Bit, they have been wiped off from the server.
What is this rivalry we're seeing? So many desperate teams. For some reason, it feels like they're locking horns with the top teams for no reason. And we're seeing so many unwanted rivalries. Man, if you're someone on the struggling side of the spectrum, this is a prime example for you. Do not pick a bone with the team that's doing good in the overall standings. Just don't do it. Always try to be in their good book. Simple.
If you leave things for the 11th heart to be in the top 16, these things tend to happen. Every single time, in every single tournament, we witness such sort of scenarios. And Rage God on the other side, well, he has also been knocked out. Pukar was doing the majority of the heavy lifting in this particular fight, but seems like Vasista, once again, they are being dominated by the players of VXT. VXT left with only 2 players, and now Vasista with just only 1 player, Fierce, because 2 of the players are already knocked out, and there is no chance that Fierce can go for the rescue mission onto the fallen comrades.
For some reason, it feels like 8-Bit is once again back on the same spot they started things off with. On the 18th spot. When can things stop getting worse for 8-Bit? Oh man, that too against Aiku Soul. Out of all the other teams, Aiku Soul is the one to lock horns against 8-Bit. Oh boy, I would love to see what happens on social media after this, but we've got Vasista Esports. Fear standing still. He's the only man standing for now for Vasista Esports, and at this point, even Vasista Esports, they're pretty much going to be playing with a clear mind. They do not care about the world. They're just here to fight against VXT. That's it. And Versatile, they're just here to wipe out Vasista Esports. Clear goals. They've got their goals set.
You know, Neeraj, I think Aiku Soul is not yet done. Because look at the position. They're somewhere towards the outskirts of Pochinki, where we have VXT and Vasista going up against each other. So maybe Aiku Soul can also head over to Pochinki and pick a bone with the players of team Versatile at this point. Or maybe CG, because if you go a little north, you will find the players of CG also trying to migrate inside the circle. There's so many possibilities. It's just the main question is Aiku Soul going for the hunt? Because if they are, there's so many fishes they can hunt for.
They indeed can. I mean, 3 elimination points I can see right on my screen. But still, a fight like Pochinki seems too risky in my opinion. There we go. Fierce able to find the first knock. Also chips the second player pretty low. He needs to connect one more shot, but Toy, he denies Fierce. And with that shot of shotgun, he will also wipe out the existence of Vasista Esports. Not just in this game, also in the LAN finale that will be happening in the future. And there we go, Aiku Soul with the third party. All of that commotion, all of that sound has attracted a few more beasts to the honey. And that will be in the name of Aiku Soul. Here to grab those remaining scrappy points.
Aiku Soul, they never shy away from the fight, especially when they are in the top 5 and they are looking for those finish points. They're hungry for those finish points, and VXT could be the next victim. Even the players of Legit and Carnival Gaming, Wingod, they are also somewhere towards the outskirts of Pochinki. So Aiku Soul, I think they are in the prime spot if they want to get more finish points. But for now, Ronnie along with his teammates is literally searching for the remaining 2 players of VXT. But out in the open, even VX can also strike because Manya and the boys are not even aware where exactly S-Power and Troy are.
Yeah, they don't know. VXT is not even moving an inch. They're going to let the opponents pass away just like that. And even the players of Iku Soul did not exactly want to be a part of Pochinki, considering it is quite risky, and they do not know where the opponents are, so there's a big chance they can be 2-week forward. Hold on, though. Legit Esports, they had a field trap set up outside of Pochinki. We're just waiting for someone to walk out of Pochinki, and this time it will be Iku Soul who do so. Unfortunately, Manya falls down. He drops dead. He's still ticking away to his death. Manya can be saved only if Iku Soul convert this fight, which on paper seems pretty possible. VXT as well from the backlines can definitely pull off a big surprise against Iku Soul and third party and backstab them. And seems like that's what is on the verge of happening. Spursh is able to connect a few shots against Knuckle, but Knuckle instantly tucks back into cover. Iku Soul, they've still got all the players surviving. And Manya needs to be rescued, but S-Power now from the back is taking shots against Ronnie. Ronnie instantly gets that cover fire from his teammate, so Iku Soul's going to be safe for now, and even Ronnie can be rescued. And that's what seems like the game plan is for Iku Soul. They toss out a smoke and instantly try to evacuate that area. Considering Manya was knocked out, getting Manya back up on his feet was the main primary job, and they do so perfectly. Man, the survival instincts on Iku Soul, they're so good.
Yeah, of course, they do realize that this was not a good position to pick a fight with the Plus of Legend Esports, and immediately they have repositioned themselves. Mana and Some are still very close to the Plus of Legend Esports, but seems like Iku Soul will be looking forward to find a better spot for themselves. But wait a second, Some is still keeping a close eye onto the Plus of Legend Esports, and no, Iku Soul, they have not backed away from that fight. They're just looking for a better position because the remaining two players, Knuckle and Ronnie, they are going for the flank angle towards the side of Legend Esports. As Some is still keeping the attention towards Legend, but they also need to be careful from the side of VXT, as Zeus is with that buggy is also trying to back off from this situation because Legend, even they need those points, and Iku Soul, Ronnie finds a perfect knock onto one of the players. Even Siege and Gujarat Tigers, they are also locking horns with each other.
Choco can still flip the tables, but maybe now is going to be the answer. The table still left unturned. Iku Soul constantly just hammering against the players of Team Legit. And now Spursh as well is getting challenged. He's getting pushed on by Ronnie. Ronnie's got an S12K pulled out of close and personal, and Spursh, I highly doubt he's going to be able to back away from this spot, and he will be eventually knocked out and finished. And just like that, Team Legit has been eliminated from the game too. Iku Soul is here to just have fun and go with the flow.
7 finishes already, and they are not yet done. Iku Soul, this is not the first time they are doing something like this. They always tend to do a situation, tend to go for the hunt when they feel comfortable in the overall ranking. But seems like VXT, even they are also keeping a close eye onto the Plus of Iku Soul. Seems like VXT want to pick this outnumbered fight where Ronnie is surviving on a sliver of HP, but finally Toy takes him down, and Ronnie has been eliminated from the server, and Iku Soul left with only 3 players where a perfect nade from the side of S-Power takes down Some.
Incredible connection. And Some knocked out. Iku Soul now down to just a 2-man squad. Firepower cut down to just 50%. Manya, the IGL himself, still seems a bit safe, but the 2 remaining players of Versatile are constantly pinning him down, constantly applying that pressure. Some can be recovered though. He can be revived, and that's what Knuckle is doing. Closes on up towards that shack. Revival comes through, but S-Power's looking to toss that nade in that shack as well. No, misplaces it. Unfortunately. But still S-Power slowly and steadily moving up. Is making that move, but Manya from the far fray finds a few connections onto S-Power. And Manya himself now needs to move back into cover because the players of VXT, they're moving quite quick. Even Toy's on that flank now in the back. And Iku Soul needs to be updated on the position of VXT because both the players are on the complete opposite end. Yep, I knew this.
Toy, the perfect flank came from his side, finds a knock on to Manya, and the revival is going to be a bit challenging because look at the position where S-Power is. if anyone from the side of Ico Soul goes for the rescue mission, I think S-Power is going to have a clear line of sight, but somehow Knuckle do manage to go all the way towards the fallen comrade, but Toy finds one more knock onto Some.
That suppressor plays a massive role, and Some had no clue where the shots came in from. Some was still looking against S-Power, considering he had no clue that Toy's in the back. And that's why VXT, they're able to convert this 2-on-4. But Ico Soul can still make it a 2-on-2, considering the knocked out player still taken away. But eventually, S-Power denies the possibility. Now Knuckle trapped in a corner. He's completely getting choked to his death. 4 bullets in the shotgun, and what a jump shot that was! S-Power! He finishes things off in style against Ico Soul. A 2v4 executed to perfection.
S-Power, this lad never fails to impress anyone, always going for those style points, but we'll come back to that. We also have a situation between CJ and Medal Esports, where Medal they have lost on to Servit, and Legit is directly slamming onto the compounds of Carnival Gaming along with his teammates Prince, and Prince with a grenade is trying to find some sort of connection as they're trying to breach into the compounds and look for revenge, but at the same time they need to be careful from all the foes who are trying to traverse from the nearby vicinity.
And Medal Esports needs this fight desperately too. This fight is for the placement in the circle. This fight is for the elimination points. Both the teams super desperate, and CG slowly and steadily getting ripped apart. CG's previous game was incredible. That's why CG can't afford to lose this game. It's completely okay. They're still pretty close to that qualification bracket. Still pretty close to nailing their spot down in the LAN finale. But Medal Esports needs every single piece of point they can get. And look at what just happened. I guess CG got wiped out by Just Jelly from all the way in the back. It was a third party, but the last elimination has been collected by Just Jelly.
It's not doing just Jelly, it's Vingod as well, because Vingod is also doing a fourth party, and they took down one of the players from the set of Medal Esports. I think Legit was eliminated. So many fights can brew up over there, but we also have got Gujarat Tigers right in the same compounds. We have VXT, and VXT, they are running high on confidence. 8 finishes already, and Gujarat Tigers, Gods has been knocked out, and Toy, this guy is doing so much today along with his S-Power, and Gujarat Tigers, now they have been wounded, but a perfect nade from the side of Zeref takes down S-Power.
S-Power knocked out. Utilities tossed up. For Gujarat Tigers as well, just 2 players surviving. And it is another one of those desperate teams too, by the way. Even GT needs these points. Luckily enough, they do find those 2 elimination points, but unfortunately, Gods and Clutch God not in the game. It just makes the survival possibilities even tough. Medal Esports up against 4 Miracles. Spirit Baba is the only man standing in the front. And for Medal Esports, they've already managed to convert 1 fight, you could say. But now, 4M, as they stand against him, how can Medal Esports take him down? It's just Beard Baba in the front, and Prince is the only man who is stepping up close and personal. Not a big fan of this single approach. Prince needs to be backed up with his own teammate. And maybe Prince needs to have a bit more of those patience, because Beard Baba is placed to perfection. He's just waiting for Prince to walk up those stairs and get taken down.
They also need to be careful from the side of Infinity of Vingod Esports, because he's already aware about the players of Medal, and he's looking for the third party or fourth party, and his teammates are also there to provide all the backline support. So Medal, it's not only 4 Miracle who can be that ugly thorn, but also the players of Vingod at this point, as Beard Baba is trying to survive in that situation, and Infinity from far off uphill angle is trying to annihilate the entirety of Medal Esports. So Medal, they need to be in the hard covers. Otherwise, Infinity will be the one to mark an end for them. But Beard Baba breaks his patience and deals with Prince in a close frontal battle. And Cyrex is the last man standing from the side of Medal. A 1v1 situation.
Medal Esports. Cyrex is now moving up. I mentioned this too, man. Giving the isolated duel to the opponent, especially making it a one-on-one. When he's got the advantage, it's even worse. Medal Esports challenging the fight 1 after 1. It's not working out. And now Beard Baba, he suddenly just swings back to life. He's catching too much hurt from the top, and he will be eliminated eventually. And Cyrax finds the confirmation too. But oh man, at the cost of what? Losing out on 3 of his own teammates. For Cyrax, survival now seems even tougher. But considering he's got a decent spot inside of the circle, if he manages to hold down this spot, if he manages to hunker down this compound, maybe things can be better. But Cyrex, he also needs to replenish his utilities as well. He does not have any first aids nor utilities.
Look at the amount of teams who are trying to migrate inside the circle. From the western part, we have Team Just Jelly, then Gujarat Tigers, Vingod. So many teams are there. And all of this, I think Team Empire and RGC, they've kept themselves away from all that commotion. This game is super important for Team Empire and for Phoenix Esports. And Phoenix, speaking about them, they are picking a fight with the players of Team Genesis towards the northern side. But they need to be careful from the approaching team of K9 because K9 can do a third party.
But it's the stage 4 and there's only 9 teams alive. If any of these teams manage to survive till the late game with all the 4 players, there's a big chance they can be the one to come through victorious, and that's what K9 Esports is doing. Just try and keep your numbers intact till the end. And Phoenix Esports right now is falling prey against K9 Esports. Taking a fight against K9 at this point on time seems like a bad choice for Phoenix Esports. They've already been doing pretty bad in their 4-on-4 fights. Phoenix just needs to make sure that they're playing for the survival, that they're getting the rescue mission done on Venom. And that's what seems like the game plan is going to be. Phoenix Esports is there to get the revival on the fallen comrade, but K9 Esports, even they're getting a little bit too ahead of themselves. K9 Esports definitely do want to get the elimination points secured for themselves, but how can they? There's a few smokes blocking the vision, and K9 Esports does not have a proper confirmation.
Of course, they're looking for that confirmation and they need to find a good spot for themselves. Even Phoenix Esports are also looking for that northern control of the circle. But Genesis, they are towards the eastern side. They also need to be careful from the approaching team of Team Empire. Even Gujarat Tigers, Zeref is also in the close proximity to the players of Genesis. So much is also happening towards the eastern side. But like you said, only 9 teams and 28 players remaining. So I think everyone can find a good piece of real estate for themselves. Even the players of K9 can hold on to those ridges towards the northern side. But the fight between Phoenix and K9 is going to be super important because both of them are trying to be in the top 16.
Yeah, so many teams over here are trying to be in the top 16, right? Wingod Esports, Just Jelly, Team Empire, Gujarat Tigers. You've also got Metal Esports, K9, Phoenix. Pretty much every single team that's surviving in this game is not confirmed to move on in the top 16. Everyone's desperate in this lobby, including Wingod. This will be an interesting game. All the desperate ones let loose in a single game. Let's see who's going to be the one to get the chicken dinner. The gods of BGMI just get even more cruel. But Wingod Esports from the top is now looking to rain down death and destruction against Just Jelly. Just 3 more players surviving on that lower ground. An uphill battle for Just Jelly, something they would like to avoid, and that's what they exactly do. Because Gujarat Tigers, they make the rotation happen. They're not too much in the safer shoes, considering just on the back is also going to be the players of Just Jelly. And Just Jelly is a constant threat that can stab you in the back.
Of course. But Jelly, the entire team is playing like a pack, like a unit. But Gujarat Tigers is also that ugly thorn in the path of Just Jelly, where Zeref is trying to get all the information. One single grenade can be so deadly for the players of Team Just Jelly. Either from Gujarat Tigers or Wingod, they need to pick their battle. But Arman, surviving on a sliver of HP, he needs to patch himself up. But look at the amount of smoke which has been used by the players of Team Jelly. But despite that, Q Lamar finds a knock onto Arman and leaving Zeref all by himself. But at the same time, Jelly needs to be careful from the side of Wingod Esports.
Arman, he's backing away from that spot. Considering he's knocked out, he wants to get the revival upon himself by Zeref, but Zeref is also someone who cannot really go for an extra bit of risk like this. Just Jelly closed on up. Zeref is the man up close and personal. 3 players against Zeref. He finds the first strike, but that's all he's going to find. Just Jelly in a decent spot inside of the circle as well with that Vipe.
Just look at Cyrex of Metal right in the center. BGMI gods are definitely favoring Cyrex, and all he needs to do is just stay super silent and let all the other teams fight amongst themselves. Wingod, they do have a certain height advantage onto the players of Team Just Jelly, and they're just waiting for Jelly and the boys to be out in the open, and that is when Wingod might strike. but they also need to be careful from the side of RGC. But Phoenix and K9, like I said, are fighting amongst each other towards the northern side, and seems like one of the players from the side of K9 has been knocked out. Slug out in the blue. There is no chance of a revival or rescue mission coming for him.
I'm not even sure what Slug was doing all the way in the back like that. But Omega is still trying to get things under control. Phoenix Esports, they lose out on the player. Slug gets confirmed by the play zone. It's a big question mark what was Slug doing all the way in the back there, but fine, I guess as long as K9 Esports, they're able to convert this fight, everything's going to be good in the hood. Backlines are clear. The only possible threat's going to be Phoenix Esports. If they manage to thread the needle, if they manage to wipe out Phoenix Esports right here, right now, things can be better. And Beast knows exactly where Altu is. He knows that general direction. Now finally spots out Altu. Goes for that spam. Not the confirmation that Beast was looking for, but maybe this Molotov can put the icing on top of the cake the man's looking for, and that will do the job. Beast takes down the last player before he gets knocked out. That well-placed Molotov's going to do the deed. As Team Empire now, the backlines don't seem too secured. Genesis Ashiro is doing a lot of hurt. As eventually Empire will wipe out Genesis from this game too.
Well, certainly Genesis, they have also been wiped out with just 2 finishes. Vingod Infinity, he's also picking a fight with the plus of Team RGC. They do have the numbers advantage, but just look at the circle. It is favoring the last player of Medal so much. Whereas Vingod, they're aware, they have got so much information, not just about the plus of RGC, but also about the plus of Team Just Jelly. Everyone is eyeing that compound, which Cyrex is holding at this point. 6 teams, 16 players remaining, and Cyrex needs to survive a bit more to get those crucial placement points.
Exactly. Wingard Esports, looking at their placement, they've got all the players alive, all the pieces on the right track. RGC approaching K9 Esports. Even that's going to be another possible fight brewing up. And Cyrex's position's compromised, but I love this position from Cyrex. He's keeping himself anonymous. He's in a spot where he's not going to be expected. RGC, they approach Omega and the boys as K9 Esports is trying their best to fight back, and eventually they wipe out the existence of RGC. And that's going to be a few more points added to the tally for K9 Esports. They will survive for a bit longer. K9 Esports, they desperately needed those points too, and this seems like a big game for K9 Esports. The game that they were searching for, the game that they were looking for. Now Cyrex can be the one to put the big spanner in the works for Metal Esports. Understand this, Wingard Esports, if they are going to be someone who take down Cyrex, Cyrex just needs to make sure that he's at least taking down one player of Wingard to put the spanner.
Just look at the position
There
of
we
K9.
go. He did it.
Yeah, Cyrex definitely is going to rain on the parade of Vingod Esports. Already he has picked one of the players from the set of Vingod and looking for more connection. But just look at K9, how beautiful they have the entire control of the circle. This is their game to lose if they play all their cards right. But the entire team of Jelly is keeping themselves away from all that commotion. But even they also need to make a move. And seems like K9 is just prepared for all sort of situation just in case if Jelly and the boys goes for a flank angle or anything. I think K9 is prepared for that. But Cyrex, he needs to be very careful because out in the open, it's not only Jelly, Vingod, K9, everyone, anyone can spot him out.
I love the reposition of Cyrex. Considering his first position, his first cover was blown up, he knew that repositioning is going to be the best possible friend that he can have. And Cyrex now also has a bit of that smoke to back him up with that spot. Utilities tossed in from Wingard before they try and move in. Even K9 Esports is doing the same thing. And K9 Esports is able to shut down LeBron. Wingard Esports at this point, this is going to be the race to the finishing line as they get caught in between. And eventually get wiped out completely from K9 Esports. K9 Esports, this seemed like a big game loading. Cyrex can be the one to put the big spanner in the works for Just Jelly and wipe him out right here, right now, and take at least a few points home before he gets taken down himself. Kilomau is just in the front. He's constantly patching himself up. Ninze is on the other side of that compound wall as he gets blown to smithereens. Cyrex can see that one elimination point lingering in front of him. K9 Esports, they want to press upon the charge even more and take down Keo. The flashbang was super close, but Kia eventually dodges that. He's taken down to barely any HP, and Cyrex is now going to be the final man surviving as he gets snuffed out in that bush. And K9 Esports, a nuclear performance, especially when they were on the cusp of being eliminated, or not exactly eliminated, out of the top 16.
This was super important for K9 to get a victory for themselves on day number 2. And like you said, after this victory, their slot in top 16 is there. All they need is just few more average points tomorrow, and K9 can easily make it to the challenge finals. This victory is definitely going to help the players of K9 to get that confidence back. But even the players of Medal, Neeraj, they also survived for a very long time because Medal was on the verge of elimination. And these placement points which Cyrex has earned is definitely going to help the players of Medal as well.
So what's going to happen is that K9 Esports is going to move up in the overall rankings. They're going to take a massive leap considering it was a nuclear performance. And K9 Esports was almost on the verge of being kicked out of that top 16. So this game is going to give them a lot of confidence as well. Medal Esports is going to take over K9 Esports' spot, which will be 16th spot. So now Medal Esports, once again, they breach back in the top 16. But this is how the action really kicked off in that previous game. Versatile versus Vasista Esports. And Vasista Esports, once again, just getting picked off by the players of Versatile. In the end, it was Toy and S-Power to survive.
But kudos to VXT, S-Power and Troy to go up against the players of Team Aiku Soul and win that outnumbered fight, because especially Troy, he was fantastic in that particular fight, going for those flank angles and finding the perfect connection onto two of the players of Aiku Soul. In the end also landing that final blow onto one of the players of Aiku Soul. VXT always feeling that confidence, but Medal, they were on the curse, or they were on the verge of elimination when they went against the players of Carnival Gaming. But Cyrex, he did survive for a very long time.
He did. I mean, just look at the way the final few situation unfolded too, right? I genuinely thought that Cyrex can be the one to put the big spanner in the works for Just Jelly, but that was not even needed. But if Cyrex wanted, he could have collected that +1 point and get taken down. I mean, every single point helps at this point. Medal Esports is that desperate. Even if they can get 1 point more squeezed out from a game, they should take the odds. But hey, it's completely fine. Cyrex did his job, being the only survivor till the final few moments. Imagine if the entirety of Medal Esports was alive. Or imagine even if 3 players from Medal Esports were alive. They could have been the one to snatch the game away.
See, Medal was doing everything perfect against the players of Team Carnival Gaming because they had the numbers advantage. They already got a knock onto Hector. After that, Viper was also knocked out. It's just that the third party which came from the side of Wingod Esports and Team Jelly, Medal was not prepared for that third party, and eventually they lost onto the numbers because it was the same compound which Cyrex was holding till the very last moment. It was just the third party that kind of ruined the game for the players of Medal Esports.
And let's be honest, CG is one of those teams that's already made the qualification cut, right? They've got 216 points on the board. And this game, they did not really have a lot of points in return, but it's completely fine. They've already made the cut, as I mentioned. The match MVP of the previous game is going to be Toy from VXT with 6 finishes, and finish contribution is 67%. A mega game from the boy with the map impact of 10%. VXT's been doing pretty good on paper, and even in the overall standings, they've been dominating every single team that stands against him. The previous game, Aiku Soul, they definitely did try to pick a bone with a lot of teams, including 8-Bit, and they are the main reason why 8-Bit is currently sitting all the way outside of the top 16. Now you've got the stars of the match on the screen, best companion being Omega, and finisher being Ninja Boy.
Well, certainly Ninja Boy is the finisher with 6 finishes and 4 assists. So K9, this victory is definitely going to help them. And stars of the match, Toy was bound to be there because the way he played today, especially against the players of Assista and against the players of Team Aiku Soul as well, it was bound to happen.
Indeed. Let's move on and have a look at the match rankings, right? Because that's going to clear the fog a bit more. Looking at the match rankings, look, I mean, the way K9 Esports has placed themselves, getting 24 points on the board, as I mentioned, it was a nuclear performance from K9 Esports, especially when they were super desperate, and they got that too. Medal Esports 11 points, Wingod Esports getting 10 points, VXT 9 points. Everyone's looking pretty good, especially in the top 5 of that previous game. And as I mentioned, when we saw the top 9 teams alive in that game, every single team that was alive in the final few moments was desperate. So that was the good thing. At least we did not see that vacuum come through.
Of course, Genesis also with 3 points and Aiku Soul 7 total points. Soul was going for the hunt and they were just looking for those finish points. They were not looking for the placement point. But Phoenix Esports, they needed those placement points. They needed those finish points. But only 3 points to their name. This is definitely going to hurt the players of Phoenix Esports. Because let's be honest, day number 2, they're still not inside the top 16. Day number 3, I don't know how they're going to make it.
I mean, look, at this point in time, there's too many teams on that danger zone, and considering there's only 3 more games to go individually for teams and 6 games in total for this challenge season to be completely done with, and then after the challenge season, as we know, from 31st, the LAN finale will be starting. A lot of the questions, they're starting to arise. Can this team make it? Can that team make it? Can they move on to the finishing line? These questions, they just keep on racking up on top of each other to the point where at this point, I'm just starting to self-doubt myself as well. I mean, I went for the prediction of 185 points being the cutoff, but if the same thing keeps on happening, if the no names, they keep on going super aggressive and get eliminated off the rip, that means we're not going to see that vacuum come through. But hey, something that's going to be great for the viewers, and that's going to be claim your seats now. Scan the QR code on the screen and claim your tickets for the Noida Indoor Stadium. The LAN finale of the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 will be starting from 31st January till the 2nd February. So do it right now. Make sure you're going to be the first one, because trust me when I say this, the seats are being claimed pretty quickly.
Well, certainly you have to witness all the action which is going to unfold at the LAN, and you have to be there. So grab your seats as soon as possible. Me and Neeraj, we can't wait for the LAN finals, because the rivalry which is brewing up on the online stage, I wonder how it is going to turn out in the LAN, because there you have to face your foes, you have to face your friends right in front of you, and that can be quite intimidating, because in the online stage you can have that rivalry, but when you're physically present at the venue, building a rivalry and dealing with that sort of a situation is extremely difficult.
It indeed is difficult. I mean, looking at the amount of teams, as I mentioned, that are currently in the danger zone, that just makes things even more interesting. Especially, we did see another rivalry unfold on the screen today. Hero Extreme Godlike versus Revan X-Park, and that was quite an interesting rivalry too. Off the rip in the first game itself, we got so much spice to the end. Till the end, we were entertained. So yeah, one thing is for sure, we're seeing a lot of these new rivalries brew up. Even 8-Bit and Ico Soul, for some reason, I'm not exactly sure why that fight happened in the first place, but Ico Soul is the reason why 8-Bit is not in the top 16 right now. They wiped out 8-Bit instantly as soon as the game started, so these two guys are definitely going to have the words.
Ico Soul and 8-Bit, they just happened to cross paths with each other, because both of them were going for the rotation, and it was just a rotational clash. And the moment Ico Soul saw that there is some foe right in front of them, and you know, Ico Soul, what they do in that sort of a situation, they go for the hunt, they go for the chase, and that is exactly what they did with the players of Team 8-Bit. 8-Bit was just going to the side of Primos, nothing else they were doing.
Hey, the overall rankings finally, after all the games, are on the screen, and especially looking at Hero Extreme Godlike at the top with 292 points. I'm pretty sure tomorrow Hero Extreme Godlike will try to cross that 300 points marker. VXT 261. It's all looking good in the hood for the top 5. No one's even going to be shaking them. Hell, even top 8. No one's going to be moving these teams. As I mentioned, every single team that has crossed on that 200 points marker, they're going to be in the safer shoes. The real struggles are going to begin on the latter half of the board, because that's where everything will be flipped apart, or there's a big chance it can be flipped apart. GT on the 11th spot. I was a bit concerned for GT, I'm not going to lie, considering the games were not going too great. But GT on the 11th spot, now they've found themselves in that safer shoes.
Oh, they are definitely safe. Even the players of Team Just Jelly, they have crossed that 200 mark, sitting on the 12th spot. Even Wingod, they have got 205 points. It's just that Revenant, X-Park, K9 and Middle Esports, these 3 teams are still, I'll say, are in the danger area, because one bad game and they can be out of top 16. But K9, since they're feeling so confident in those 4v4 fights, their chances of staying in the top 16 are quite high. Even the players of Hidden Ones, they are also having a gala time, because even they have propelled themselves in the leaderboard. For now, they are in the danger area, 17 spot. One good game and Hidden Ones can be in the top 16.
I mean, Hidden Ones could definitely be in the top 16, man. Looking at the points difference is really making me anxious. Imagine what's going to be happening in the players' heads. 8-Bit was on the 18th spot at the start of the day, if I'm not wrong, and now they're pushed down to 19th. And understand this, tomorrow 3 more games will be played. Phoenix Esports, the only way they can stand a chance to qualify is by getting 2 chicken dinners back to back. Phoenix Esports 2 has a chance, but they just need 2 chicken dinners. And looking at the way they played Vikendi today, I highly doubt Phoenix Esports can get those 2 chicken dinners. So maybe you can't say Phoenix Esports is pretty much done for too, because they're throwing a lot of those games that are supposed to be theirs.
Oh yes, Phoenix Esports, the way they are approaching those fights, every single time I see Phoenix Esports, they are so far away from each other. Either there's a 2v2 split or a 1v3 split coming in from the side of Phoenix Esports, and that tend to not really work for the players. They need to play as a unit, they need to play as a pack, but just few games remaining. Let's be honest, only 3 games remaining for Phoenix Esports. Can they make it top 16? I think it's highly unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely unlikely for Phoenix Esports to make it till the top 16, but if you still have got some sort of hopium, as I mentioned, 2 games back-to-back, and Phoenix Esports can stand a chance. Tomorrow, even 8-bit themselves, they need a chicken dinner. My prediction was 185 points as the cutoff, but now it's gone over that. It's 187. The team on the 16th spot has 187 points. What was your prediction again, Shadow?
170.
Okay, so that's already out of the way.
Said 190.
So 170 is already out of the way. 190 as well is going to be out of the way. So I guess 200 is going to be the closest one. And I think Suffixes was the one to mention that the cutoff might just go 200 points. So tomorrow in 3 games, anything can happen. You never know. Maybe the teams at the top, they can start to dominate once again and create that major vacuum. We might just see the points table completely stopped at 195 points, and that's going to be pretty much the cutoff. Anything can happen. But I mean, in general, with the way things have been looking like for all these teams on the struggling side, even Metal Esports, man, let's talk about them a little bit. Especially that fight in Vikendi when we did see them take a fight against the players of Assista Esports. It was the players of Assista Esports who took a fight against the players of Metal Esports. It did feel like Metal Esports was a little bit hesitant, and they wanted to back away from that fight. And that's one of the main reasons why they lost out on 2 players in that fight itself.
Could be the reason they are feeling the pressure to stay in the top 16, because let's be honest, Medal is also one of those teams which is trying really hard to get those average points in every single game. That could be the reason that Medal is not so eager to take those 4v4 fights. But let's be honest, all the teams who are taking those fights, like Red Ross, let's be honest, Red Ross is also one of those teams which was struggling, but the way they were taking that aggressive approach, the way they were going for those 4v4 fights did help Red Ross to build their confidence. I think Medal and Revenant X-Park, they also need to do the similar thing instead of shying away from the fight.
It's really easy to say though, right? Especially when you know that you need a chicken dinner. It's really easy to say for us to go for the fights and gain that confidence. But as a team, when you know that for qualification you need a chicken dinner, you cannot even go for the early game fights, because in your head early game fights means unwanted risk too. There's so many aspects that really come into play over here for Metal Esports, in my opinion. Being proactive and just playing the way they like to play, prioritize the circle, be in that good spot as soon as possible. Metal Esports has always been one of those teams to play defensive and to at least have that good spot in the circle in the first, and then maybe go for the elimination points. And I guess Metal Esports should play the same way once again.
Yeah, 100% agreed, because if you look at the IGL's decision also to hold on to that compound, the zone prediction, the rotations of Metal Esports has never been a problem. It's just that they don't go for those fights eagerly. They shy away from the fight. That has been a problem for the players of Metal Esports, because previously Metal used to look so confident. And if you look at the stats also, I think Legit and Sarvit are still doing a decent job, because in the Finnish leaders, I see Legit and Sarvit getting decent amount of finishes. The remaining 2 players also need to provide all the backline support.
Indeed, they definitely do need to. And let's be honest, with the entirety of Metal Esports, we know they do pack a lot of punch too. Be it Prince, we've seen this man as well be the MVP so many times. He's the IGL too. He's also someone who stepped up by margin when it comes to the firepower. You move on the conversation towards Legit. Of course, he's been at the top of his form from the start. Legit is someone who's been putting on crazy numbers. Cyrax, he did a great job in the last game, securing so many placement points for his team. And maybe that's one of the main reasons why Metal Esports is also someone that is super close to being in the top 16 as well. Or maybe they've even cracked in the top 16.
That could be a possibility, because this game they did accumulate decent amount of placement points, and they'd win a fight against the players of Carnival Gaming, so they had finish points as well. So there is a chance of Medal making it to the top 16, and they were sitting on the 16th spot itself. So they just need the consistent performance for the remaining 3 games, and they can be in the top 16. Barring someone below them doesn't pull up a rabbit out of a hat or something, they don't get a big 30 bomber tomorrow. in that scenario, middle, they can be out of top 16.
That's the crazy part. Hidden Ones right now, they've got the win in their sails. Hidden Ones today, they had 3 games to play, of course, just like every other team. And in those 3 games, Hidden Ones had 2 great games. They had insane games. First game was a chicken dinner. Second game was a consistent one. The third game was a chicken dinner as well. So Hidden Ones was popping off in today's day. And if they keep on performing the same way, one thing is for sure, we might just have another undergod moving in the top 16. But if Hidden Ones does not pop off the same way, and we see the usual Hidden Ones where they do good in one day and do completely bad on the other, if we see that inconsistent Hidden One, then I don't think so the top 16, they've got a lot to fear. Even Team Empire can be one of those names that can possess a big threat to the lobby, but it all really comes down to the final few moments, right? It all really comes down to the circle as well. Even sometimes the RNG, the luck can play a big factor.
Even Genesis also, Neeraj. If Genesis also pull up a really good game tomorrow, if they keep up the same consistency, even Genesis can be in the top 16. There is a strong possibility. So all the teams who are somewhere between the 17th to 20th spot, they are having a fantastic time in week number 4. So there is a very high chance for all these teams to be in the top 16.
Exactly. Everyone stands a major chance, and everyone can be the one to possess a great threat. You've pretty much got a few more names like 8-Bit 2 on the other side, and even 8-Bit is someone who has been showcasing a lot of potential recently, right? As you mentioned, Genesis 2. Even Cincinnati Kids is not out of the race yet. Understand this. They've got 161 points, and with 161, all they need is one chicken dinner with 20 points, and even Cincinnati Kids, they will instantly be near the top 16. So that's why top 16 is such a weird spot to be in, especially for the teams on 12th till the 16th spot. They're always going to be in that danger zone. Those teams are always going to have the sword on top of their necks.
But problem with Cincinnati Kids is they're not feeling themselves. They're not in the form. Yes, they are getting those average 15, 14 points every single day in this week. Yesterday also they had 15 points. They really need a very solid chicken dinner if they want to be in the top 16. And the way they are approaching those fights, because today also, if you notice, the way they were taking those fights, CK was not looking that confident.
I mean, CK, for them, they've not been looking confident since the start of the entire challenge season, if you try and note them. CK, especially in the first 2 weeks, CK were choking a lot. Then you move on towards the final few weeks as well. Yeah, in week number 3, you saw CK, a little bit of that glimmer of hope. Maybe that CK can possess a big threat to the lobby. Maybe they can't pull off a comeback. So there were a lot of those speculations around CK. Even Myth, in week 3, they pulled off a major comeback. But now look at Myth. Just nowhere to be seen. Week 4, Myth is completely unavailable. We just don't see Myth in the lobby anymore. Phoenix Esports too. Yesterday's day, they pulled off a chicken dinner. Today's day, Phoenix Esports, they're throwing chicken dinners.
Inconsistency is something all the bottom teams need to reconsider. They need to be super consistent. Like you said, Myth officials yesterday had only 9 points to their name, and they need more than that if they want to be in the top 16, because all the hard work which they did in week number 3 seems like it will go waste if they don't pull up their socks and stage a comeback on the last day of week number 4. It's a high time for Myth and 8-Bit, Cincinnati. They need to start performing, even for the plus of Revenant X Park, because let's be honest, Revenant, if they don't stage a comeback, if they don't get a victory for themselves, they'll be out of top 16 either by Hidden Ones or someone else.
Yeah, indeed they will be. I mean, Hidden Ones, let's be honest, as I mentioned, for them, their track record's always been this way. One day they do super good, the other day they completely drop the ball. So for Hidden Ones as well, it's really tough to say if they can't qualify or not. Anything can happen, as I mentioned. Maybe when CK or Myth can pull off a major comeback. Maybe when Phoenix Esports can get a big chicken dinner and be back in the race. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, the day 2 of the week 4 comes to an end of the challenge season. Tomorrow will be the last day, but tomorrow will be for tomorrow. For now, we'll take an exit. That's going to be it from me, Necro, and Shadow. We'll see you guys tomorrow itself.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never to the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop somehow, just let us do our thing. Say never to the Broncos thing.
I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, fucking up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cut through code. Run it again